anything into Slido or anything else, you simply raise your hand and we will come to you with a microphone. One request, however. I'm going to insist on people being very brief so I can squeeze as many of you in as possible in the limited time available. So that's all from me for now. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to Lutz Gellner, who is head of the Strategic Communication Task Forces and Information Analysis Division at the EEAS. Lutz, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jackie, and welcome to Brussels, everybody. Well, the last people are entering the room, and I saw that also Mr. Borrell is here, the High Representative. Let me just say make a few comments on today. And I think the most important is to say how grateful we are that you all came to Brussels for this important event. You traveled far, some of you, over the Atlantic, a lot of you not only from the European Union, from all parts of the world, and I think this underlines how important this issue is, how much we have to work together, how much we have to connect the dots, and how much it is an issue that we need to work on. We gave this conference a specific title, and that is called Beyond Disinformation. And some of you wonder, why is it called Beyond Disinformation? Well, because we believe terminology is key. The way we describe a problem, the way we describe an issue is crucial. Disinformation has become a bit a catch-all phrase now. It is the opinion of others that is discredited as disinformation. It is false news. It is all sorts of things. And it doesn't help us to address it, because we enter into a political issue only and will not be able to really tackle it. We believe we need to be clearer in what we want to address. What is the problem? How do we want to address it? And that's why you will hear a lot today on a very specific term that we would like to use, and that is information manipulation. It captures much better what the issue is, and in particular if it comes from foreign sources. And this acronym FIMI that some of you are still struggling with is not a creation to be to make a splash or to create yet another acronym from Brussels bureaucrats, but to be precise in the issue that we want to tackle. The winner of the Peace Nobel Prize, Maria Ressa, has put this in a very, very good metaphor. She said, disinformation, so the content is the bullet. That is what you see, that is what hurts. But there is a gun behind, there is a weapon behind. And we need to look at the weapon. That is the problem. And that is the machinery behind that produces disinformation, that enables it, that distributes it, the techniques, tactics, procedures that are being used to spread it and to disseminate it. And that is what we want to look at today with all of you, with your different perspectives, as officials, as researchers, from all the civil society community that you're assembled here. And I can only again underline how proud we are to have you all here. And the last point before I want to ask the High Representative to come to stage is that we do not just want to admire the problem. It is important to look at the issue, to analyze it, to track and trace, to show what we are seeing, because that is the starting point. But we cannot stop there. We want to do something about it. We want to find our responses. We want to find, let's say, the instruments also, how to tackle it. And that is something that we really want to address today with you today, review the progress that we have made, look at what you have done, connect the dots, I think, is the real theme of today. And I think by focusing also on very tangible examples, on tangible cases, on best practices, this is what we want to do. I'm also proud to say that let me put this kind of 5-minute commercial break in there, not only as External Action Service, but as EU institutions, as EU as a whole, because we have a lot of colleagues from the member states here, we have taken a lead on this issue, on how to tackle information manipulation, how to tackle disinformation. And I see a lot of my colleagues here. I see a lot of members of or at least Mr. Glucksmann, who's also here from the European Parliament. We need to work together on this one, and we need to connect the dots. We are leading on this one, and we don't want to do this alone as European Union. We want to do this with our partners, because this is not just an issue that concerns us. And also in that vein, a big thanks to all our colleagues that came from overseas, that come from other parts of the world, because the cooperation with our like-minded partners, with our partners internationally, that is important, be it countries, be it organizations like NATO and many others. This is the core of our work. I will slowly come to an end in my short introduction. I know that the High Representative will join us here on the stage in a few minutes. Jackie, maybe I will join you just for a minute here, and
just come and have
we wait until
a little
my boss
chat,
is there.
Lutz, if you
and
would.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much indeed, Lutz, and thank you. Thank you to you and your team for organising this event. It is great to all be here and great to see so many of you in person here today. Lutz, I just wanted to ask, you talked a lot about working together, connecting those dots. What for you is the key to really effective collaboration with like-minded partners, with stakeholders? You talk a lot, the EAS, the Strategic Compass, the Democracy Action Plan, you talk a lot about a whole of society approach. What does that actually mean?
Well, there are two elements to that. The first one is we need to understand whether we have we need to be clear whether we have to have the same understanding of the problem to start with. And that is also in the terminology that I said before. Disinformation doesn't help us if we cannot pin down what the problem is exactly. How does it impact? How does it work? Everybody speaks about disinformation. There is not a single outlet that has not written about this. There's not a single politician who has not given a speech about this. But we need to be clear, we need to pinpoint it. And that understanding we need to develop together, because we do not have it. And you have seen also that there are a number of documents. I will not steal the thunder of the High Representative, who will tell you what this is all about, but we are very, very proud of having these things. And connecting the dots is really learning from each other and cooperating. Learning from best practices, because this is a new area. This is something that we are all struggling with. And sometimes I get the question, this is also abstract, you know, if you look at these analyses, why do you do analysis? Analysis is the starting point, because if we don't know what the problem is, we cannot tackle it.
Absolutely.
But I think I'll stop here because my boss
We're
is
going to
here,
hear about that analysis a little bit more, the first threat landscape report. We're going to hear all about that later, and we're going to discuss how to foster that collaboration and that connecting of the dots. Lutz, thank you very much indeed. As I say, we're going to discuss all of this in more detail later. We're going to discuss the progress to date, the best practice examples we're going to hear about, and the challenges that lie ahead. So I'll tell you a little bit more about the programme afterwards, but it is now my privilege and honour to welcome to the stage the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, Josep Borrell. Good morning, High Representative. Thank you so much for being here, and over to you, sir.
Good morning to everybody, dear guests, dear colleagues. Let me start by talking about something which has nothing to do with our meeting today, but I think I have to mention it, the terrible catastrophe that struck the Gaziantep region in Turkey and Syria. It has been a 7.8 magnitude earthquake, has made thousands of buildings collapse. It's a natural disaster like we have not seen in more than a decade. and it has taken away the lives of thousands of people in Turkey and Syria. I think that we have to remember the victims and the brave rescue workers who are still working around the clock to find survivors. Many of them come from European Union countries who volunteered to go on the last days. Our Center of Coordination has been working hard in order to ask support, and the member states has responded very proactively. I think that we should start our conference this morning with a minute of silence for those who have passed away and for the people working there. Thank you. Thank you very much for this minute of silence. And I'm thinking especially on the many people who are still trapped under the rubbles in Turkey and Syria. Yesterday I was in contact with the Foreign Minister of Turkey, and I am thinking a lot on the people trapped in the rubbles and the people who are trying to save them. And now let's go to the meeting today. The purpose of the meeting today, it's about information and disinformation. Years ago, the Council asked the External Action Service and the High Representative to work on disinformation. It's nothing that happened yesterday. When was it? I don't remember, but it was much before I came to Brussels. The Council started detecting that there was a lot of toxic information in the spreading around, and asked the External Action Service to react to it, and then we start working. And today we are going to present the result of our work. And we do it a few days before the 24th of February, the date that marked the start of the Russia aggression against Ukraine. This date has fundamentally changed the security in Europe and sent shockwaves to the world. It has impacted all of us here in Brussels and Johannesburg, in South America, in Southeast Asia, in the Corner of Africa, everywhere. First, Ukrainians, tens of thousands of victims and millions of refugees in Europe, an increase in prices of energy and food affecting living standards, as I said, everywhere. I cannot travel without facing the same question. When are you going to stop this war? Because the consequences of this war are unbearable for us in Africa, in the Middle East, everywhere. Last week, we were in Kiev, the Commission, the President of the European Union Council, and once again, we were able to know, to witness the consequences of Russia attacking Ukraine. Thousands and thousands of mines will have to be looked for and taken out of the land and the water. 1/3 of the Ukrainian territory is being contaminated by some kind of explosive. And I know by my past experience that to recover from that takes decades. From Croatia and Colombia, everywhere where it has been a war, the reminders of the war stay there for decades. And once again, I want to thank the courage of the people who are looking for it and trying to clean the land and the waters. At that moment, Russia is trying to destroy Ukraine, to make people suffer, to scare them, to undermine their morale, making them feel weak and scared and surrender. But they see also that the Ukrainians are continue fighting, and not just for them. I think that everybody has to understand that the fight in Ukraine is not only for the freedom, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, but also for the values in which we are basing our understanding of the world. And from this point of view, we can say that they are also fighting for us. It's a little bit rhetoric, no? They are fighting for us. It looks like something that you say in order to avoir bonne mine, bonne conscience. But it's true. It's true. This war undermines universal value and the rule-based order. Not everybody understands that in the same way. Don't believe that around the world everybody agrees with this diagnostic. Yesterday we had a meeting with some African friends, and it's not so clear that everybody supports this approach. Let's see what's happening in the next United Nations General Assembly by the end of the month. People believe this is a European war. And, well, yes, the war takes place in Europe. But it's not a European war. It's not a war among Europeans, or not a war of the West against Russia, that Russia likes to depict. And in any case, its consequences are affecting the whole world. As I said, it's sending shock waves everywhere in the world through energy and food as a lever. And Russia is creating hardship around the world and trying to convince people that it is our fault. It is the consequences, it's the fault of the Europeans putting sanctions on us. The price of wheat has increased, you don't have fertilizers, you cannot pay for the energy bill. It's European fault. It's European sanctions. It's the European Union who is creating trouble around the world, preventing food being exported and making the price of energy increase. And when you are feeling the consequences, when you feel on yourself, on your pocket, your mouth, food insecurity is not an abstract term. For us, food insecurity is an abstract term. For many people, food insecurity means that they don't have anything to eat. Then it's important to know who is telling what is people believing, who are people believing. Our partners in Africa are the hardest hit, but you go to Latin America and Southeast Asia, and you will see the same thing. In this scenario, Russia is using information, manipulation, and interference as a crucial instrument of this war. This war is not only using explosives, bombs, bullets, killing people. It's about the mind of the people. It's about how to conquer the spirits, the intelligence, the understanding of the people. And I have, from my personal experience, concrete, in very concrete terms, to perceive that this battle is going on. Minister Lavrov is touring Africa again. Those days, Mali, Eritrea, well, easy countries for them, but others not so easy, trying to spread lies about who is guilty for what is happening there. It's not new. It started with the pandemic. When the pandemic came, we started speaking about the battle of narrative. This is a sentence as much as important as the geopolitical Europe. The battle of narrative started with the pandemic, at least. And today, that's clear. This war is not only conducted on the battlefield by the soldiers, it's also waged in the information space, trying to win the hearts and minds of the people. And you will tell me nothing new on that. Goebbels already invented during the Second World War to lie and to spread disinformation. It's nothing new. Well, what is new today is the intensity, the will, and the instruments. Goebbels had not internet, had not the social media instruments. But today, people that behave like Goebbels, telling a lie 1,000 times, have a powerful capacity of demultiplication at the speed of the light and reaching everyone, everywhere. Inside Russia, the crackdown on freedom of expression and freedom of the media has reached unprecedented levels, as in any authoritarian regime, particularly when one is at war and has to hide to their population the number of casualties they are suffering. Just 10 days ago, one of the last independent media outlets in Russia, Medusa, was designated as an undesirable organization. And anyone who is trying to say the truth is immediately considered a foreign agent. We try to support them. We stand by the Russian independent media, for the civil society, for the human rights defenders who, despite the continuous crackdown that they are suffering, continue to defend the human rights and oppose authoritarianism and war. And when I'm saying that, it's not just rhetoric. I cannot go into detail, but believe me, we try to support them. We support them in practical terms. But I am not going to tell you how, because it would be a bad favor for them. Because there are still some independent voices that continue working under serious threats. And for years now, Russia has invested in disinformation and information manipulation as an industry. And they have been investing massively, much more than we invest in fighting against disinformation. And believe me, I know it very well. I have been one of the favorite targets of disinformation, me personally, much before coming here, and especially on those days. They are masters on that. They invest a lot. They use thousands of people, and they do that on a systematic, permanent, and industrialized manner. As a weapon. Disinformation and propaganda outlets is today a weapon of the Kremlin. And this weapon is a weapon. It hurts. It kills. It kills the capacity of the people to understand what's going on. And as a consequence, the position of the governments and the decision of the international organizations. We'll see that on the next UNGA. They try not only to control what's happening at home, as any authoritarian and dictatorship regime, but they try to destabilize others. Russia has built networks and infrastructure to mislead, to lie, and destabilize. I want to use these strong verbs: to mislead, to lie, and destabilize in an industrial manner, to erode the trust in institutions. And this is a major threat for the liberal democracies, which are based on information. Democracy is a system that is based on the information that people have, because they made their choices, their political choices, according with its own perception and the information that they receive about what's happening in the rest of the world. If the information is toxic, democracy cannot work. If the information is manipulated, people don't have a clear idea of what's going on. So their choices are biased. And the information, it's the oil of the engine of democracy. We have to take care of the quality of information, because it's the savia, the blood, the oil, the thing that makes democracy work. And we have plenty of evidence. We have plenty of evidence What I am saying is not an accusation without proofs. We have plenty of evidence proving that Russia is behind coordinated attempts to manipulate public debates in open societies. I am repeating that because I am sure that the Russian services will be hearing me and will immediately criticize what I am saying. Yes, Russia is coordinating attempts to manipulate public debates in open societies. We have collected over 15,000 cases on the last year since 2015, when the Council asked us to work on that, through our EU versus disinformation, and I want to thank the work that you are doing, a work that not is always well known, and it is not well known, it's our fault because we don't explain enough what we are doing. And this unit in our services have collected 15,000 cases, hard evidence that we have always published to expose and to raise awareness. And today we want to do it in a more coordinated and organized manner, so that everyone can be informed and see through these disinformation activities what I am talking about. There are campaigns that swap causes and effects. They somehow portray the Russia aggression as a necessary reaction to an alleged threat by Ukraine or the West at large. It's not Russia who is attacking Ukraine. Russia is just defending from an attack from the West. And I had to discuss that with many people around the world. Well, at the end, Putin is only defending himself because you were attacking him. You, the West, were attacking Russia. And we have seen artificial networks being created to spread this disinformation. They have been flooding the information space in order to avoid that any other voice can be heard anymore. We have seen attempts to confuse and mislead people with ever-changing narrative and versions of the event. The aim is to make that nobody believes anything, any report anymore, to make people believe that, well, at the end everything is a lie. How can I distinguish the lies and the truth? And they want to erode trust in all media and our institutions. And I want to say that today, that we have to take this very seriously. It's not just a matter for the specialists. It's not just a matter for the people working on the information system. It's something that the citizen has to be aware. And we have to address this politically at the highest possible level. And that's what we try to do. That's what we have done. And this is what has brought all of you together here today, not only to complain, but to look for answers, to look for solutions, to look for reactions to action against it. But when you have a challenge, in order to face it, the first thing to do is to understand it. Everything starts by understanding the challenges that you are facing. Who is doing what? What are we seeing? How does it work? Where they are? Who they are? How do they work? And only when we will have clarity on the nature of the problem, we can try to define and implement proper responses. And today we are publishing, and I want to stress the importance of this fact, and thank you for your attention. Today we are publishing the first ever report on foreign information manipulation and information threats. What is this report, Esther? Show me. Today we are publishing that. It is the first report on foreign information manipulation and interferences threats. I hope that the media will pay a lot of attention to that, the governments, my colleagues on the Commission, foreign affairs ministers, everyone. Please This is a very important document. It presents clear trends in the threats against our information space. What are the main findings of the report? First, a clear evidence that Russia has mobilized all its instruments to conduct disinformation campaigns. In state-controlled outlets, in its diplomatic networks, its proxies, proofs of the systematic distortion of reality to distract attention from its military invasion. One example, Russian diplomatic accounts have spread claims that the armed forces of Ukraine are just, and I cite, neo-Nazi paramilitary units committing atrocities against civilians, including children, and using explicit images and videos of killed and injured individuals, trying to demonstrate that it is the Ukrainian army acting as the Nazis who are behaving like this. And they try to organize demonstrations in European Union countries under the banner "Stop Killing in Donbass." Certainly that's false, and we know it, but not everybody knows it. It's Russia who is bombing cities, playgrounds, schools, and hospitals across Ukraine. But they say it's a Nazi army who is killing people and we have to defend them. Second, our report confirms that there is a new wave of disinformation techniques, the procedures, the methods. Russia uses cheap technologies to fabricate false images and videos. And they don't shy away from creating false websites to impersonate trusted media. The content is amplified at the speed of light and posted across social networks, messaging services, and propaganda outlets. And when we launched our assistance mission to Ukraine, our training mission to Ukraine in November, Russian diplomats reacted, developing images to dismiss this initiative, accusing us as being a server of NATO and conducting hybrid warfare. This was posted on the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. Yes, on the website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 10 minutes later on their Telegram channel, and then quickly amplified by over 100 channels, including Sputnik Africa. Third, the report documents the worrisome cooperation between threat actors like Russia and China. Diplomatic accounts and state-controlled channels manipulate perceptions about the European Union, blaming the West for all the consequences of the war in Ukraine. And they amplify lies about military-grade Western biolabs in Ukraine targeting its neighbors. And this is something that needs a response. We need to anticipate and deter such activities with concrete actions and measures. We need to continue supporting Ukraine on all sides, certainly military, but also financially and diplomatically. And finally, we have to be more ambitious in building resilience to authoritarian regimes that try to create disinformation and manipulate information. In recent years, we have created, with the support and with the impulse of the European Parliament, have created within my services, External Action Service, instruments to detect and expose disinformation manipulation. After the Ukraine war started, we have done much more. We have been trying to track how the Kremlin has been flooding the information environment with this kind of false allegations. we are able to show that Russia abandoned facts altogether. But today I have the feeling that it's not enough and that we need to go further. We need to understand how these disinformation campaigns are organized so that we can organize our answer and to identify the actors of this manipulation. We have to do more research on the social media platforms. We have to study how does it flow, where does it come from, and which are the results. We heard the news that Twitter is planning to restrict this access. This would be a serious step back from early commitments. We need more transparency and accountability, not less. And I call on Twitter and on its owner to ensure that all obligations that they have taken will be honored. We need a standardized and interoperable way of sharing analysis within the community that tackles information manipulation. And for that, I want to use this opportunity to announce that we will create a new central resource for gathering information of threats stemming from disinformation and foreign information manipulation. This will promote the sharing of information among or between all stakeholders about the root causes, about incidents and threats, and sharing experience, knowledge, and analysis. This is a long-range fight. It's not going to be won overnight. We have to have the tools. And this information sharing and analysis center will strengthen our responses and enable us to protect our democracies better. This was proposed in the strategic compass. When we presented the strategic compass, this was there. The need to create an information sharing and analysis center. And today we are delivering. We are delivering thanks to the ample evidence that we have collected with EU versus disinformation, that we were able to impose restrictive measures on the Kremlin propaganda machinery and effectively ban them from operating within the European Union, to ban them from operating within the European Union. And in doing that, we are not attacking the freedom of expression, we are just protecting the freedom of expression. This is part of our sanctions against the Kremlin mouthpieces, sending a strong signal that we know how they manipulate our ecosystems and how they operate, and we are strong in our resolve. I think this was a crucial step, and many of you can attest how we have been empowering citizens to protect themselves against the threat. We started this EU versus disinformation campaign in 2022, and we saw an unprecedented number of visitors on our website, with more than almost 3 million visitors. Our social media channel reached another 20 million people. And once again, I want to thank the European Parliament for supporting these activities politically and financially, and asking us to be more proactive. It's not just about the European Union, it's also in Africa, in Latin America, and in Asia. So my call is that we need to invest more into working with our partners around the globe on this issue. Being more present, expressing better the realities, engaging in different language and media. We used to speak English, but I can tell you that there are a lot of people in the world that don't understand English. So we have to address them in their language. Otherwise, they are completely out of what we are saying or what we are trying to explain. I am looking into options to ensure a better and more strategic regional presence of our StratCom experts. All our delegations will be equipped with experts on countering disinformation in many parts of the world in order to make our voice to be heard better. And that's what I wanted to tell you. Let me come back where this started, 24th of February last year, when the fight started taking place in Ukraine. I think that we must continue our support to the country and its people, and this includes this effort to counter the massive attempts on Russia, sometimes with the opportunistic support of other countries, to try to manipulate our public opinion. Because Putin believes that democracies are weak, they will not resist the shock of the war, they will not resist the consequences, especially if they are disseminating a false information about the causes and consequences of this war. And I am looking to all of you at this room full of experts on information and information manipulation around the world. And I ask for your support. I ask to engage on this work, on the battle against disinformation, manipulation, and foreign interference. It's one of the battles of our times. And this battle has to be won. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, High Representative. Thank you so much for a very inspiring start to our conference, for setting out the scale of the challenge and the keys to an effective approach, if we are, as you put it, to respond to those attempts to, and I quote, lie and destabilize in an industrial manner. We will discuss all the issues you've raised. We're going to hear about that threat report in a little bit more detail a little bit later on. And we will also talk a lot about that collaboration with partners. Thank you so much for being the patron of today's event. Thank you so much to you and your team for organizing it and for being with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move straight on. We're going to start with an overarching panel, which is going to look at FIMI as a political challenge to the EU and NATO. As the High Representative said, Russia using it as an instrument of war. We're going to talk about some of the challenges that it poses for the EU and for NATO. And then we're going to discuss the 4 dimensions of the fight against FIMI, the priority areas for action. We're going to look at situational awareness. The High Representative said, to face a challenge, the first thing you need to do is understand it. You need clarity before you can develop the response. We're going to talk about resilience building, disruption and regulatory responses, and diplomatic responses, and then end with a panel about the EU's work with partner regions, drill down into that issue of collaboration, that working together with other stakeholders, with regions, like-minded partners across the world to address these issues, as Josep Borrell said, as we look for the answers. So let's get underway straight away. Our first high-level panel, we're going to talk about FIMI as a political challenge to the EU and NATO. Delighted to welcome, please do come and join me as I introduce you. Delighted to welcome Mikael Tofvesen, Head of the Operations Department, at the Swedish Psychological Defence Agency. Very warm welcome. Raphael Glucksmann, MEP, Chair of the European Parliament's Special Committee on Foreign Interference. Baiba Braza, Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy of NATO. Raphael, if you could come next to Mikael, and then thank you very much. And Joannika Balfour, Director of Security and Defence Policy at the European External Action Service. A very warm welcome to you all. As I said at the outset, going to jump straight in. I've got lots of questions for our panel, and I will try to find time. So we're running a little bit late. I'm going to try, though, nevertheless, to come out to you all a little bit later on. Michael, let's dive straight in. You're the Swedish Psychological Defence Agency, a government agency working to identify and analyse and counter these sorts of manipulation and interference. How great a threat Would you endorse what we heard from Josep Borrell about the scale of this challenge, and how do you see it evolving?
Well, I think, first of all, the High Representative has already answered that question, but I can fill in with some perspectives, and that is, first of all, that it's not only Russia and China, more countries are copying their behavior and their methods. Pursuing information manipulation and interference is an integrated tool, unfortunately, of many countries to use. But I would also like to highlight that it's not only about the threat. The reason why this is so dangerous right now and why it's increasing is that we're vulnerable, and our society is getting more and more vulnerable for every day. And just to give an example very quickly is that a few weeks ago, we had an individual in Sweden setting a Quran on fire, and that incident by itself, someone using our freedom of speech, instigated a global reaction, also filled with disinformation, creating polarizations, and now threats against Sweden. And even actually, this behavior in itself is a threat to the European and security policy, and even a threat to NATO and its integration of Sweden and Finland. That shows how vulnerable we can be today. So vulnerability is one of the main issues, I would say.
Absolutely. And as you say, many countries copying these techniques, learning from these techniques. Raphael, from your perspective and this special committee, perhaps say 2 words about the role of this committee and how you see the challenge and how you think it's going to evolve. Are we, do you think, gearing up? Are we ready to meet it?
No. I will be brief. We are maybe a bit more ready than we used to be, but we are not ready. And this special committee, actually on the first day of my mandate, our mandate, I've asked for the creation of this special committee because I was fed up with the naivety and the form of carelessness of our European elites when it came to hybrid warfare waged by the Kremlin against our institutions. I was fed up with the idea that we would be surprised every time we would find a Russian hand in our elections, in our referendum, when it comes to the UK, or in any aspect of our public life. And so the aim of this committee was first to put the topic at the center of the debate in Europe. And second, to establish a diagnosis. And that's why I'm saying we are not ready yet. It's because I think that Lutz and his team understand perfectly well what we are facing, but I'm not convinced everybody understands what we are facing. And if we build on what the High Representative just told us, we need to understand the enemy if we want to choose the right way to fight it, yes? So we have spent so many hours, so many days and nights looking at how the Kremlin was shaping its offensive against our informational space and against our democracies, that actually what we came to understand is something very simple. They don't care if they are believed or not. They don't care which side of this political spectrum you stay. What they care is chaos. And what they want to spread is chaos. And this is why they can support at the same time independentists in Catalonia and ultra-nationalists of Vox. This is why they can spread in the Internet Research Agency both the hashtag Black Lives Matters and All Lives Matters, and they can even convene demonstration of 2 opposite sides at the same time, which I want to say just, and I will conclude and not be too long, is that we are facing people who don't want to achieve a certain objective, rational one. They want to achieve destabilization, not to get something, but because destabilization is the objective.
Yeah, thank you very much. And come back on how we develop those effective responses. But Mikael mentioned NATO in the context there of the integration of Sweden and Finland. But more broadly, Baba, how do you see the scale of the challenge and where we are in terms of developing those effective responses that we need?
Thank you very much, and a big thank you to the organizers and everybody who has put this together, and especially to the participants for being here. We see the theme matters. So at NATO, NATO is a defense alliance, so our task is very particular. We have 3 core tasks: collective defense, crisis management, and the cooperative security. So that is how we also assess what is happening in the information sphere. So information is one of the instruments of power. So we look at the so-called DIME, at the instruments of power, which is diplomatic, information, military, and economic instruments of power. And information for us covers both civil and military parts of the both what we do in ensuring the implementation of 3 core tasks, but also, of course, analyzing what our opponents' challenges and threats that are aimed against us. And with regard to the threats, it's very clear that the new strategic concept adopted last summer in Madrid spells out that the 2 main threats to the Allies' security is Russia and terrorism. And it's a threat also to the whole Euro-Atlantic security, meaning it covers also European Union, it covers countries beyond, it covers wider areas as such. So for us, it's very sort of practical and not a new work that we are doing. NATO has been doing that since its establishment. We all know that the Soviet manner of action was similar to what Russia is doing. The hybrid strategies, as Raphael mentioned, are pretty comprehensive, meaning they cover political influence, or it was political warfare in the Russia of revolutionist Russia, Soviet Russia, then later Soviet Union. It covers more newer elements such as cyber and telecommunications and so on and so forth, financial, economic influence, and it covers information influence. So it's part of a comprehensive approach by our opponents. The specifics that I would like to mention in the last 2 years that we have seen is that China has joined Russia as a hostile actor in information sphere. Again, NATO does not define China as a threat, I want to be very clear. But in the information space, against NATO, against the allies, against the West, China has joined through its actions as a hostile actor, okay? So that means that when we analyze our responses and when we analyze how to implement the core tasks of NATO, we take that into account. And again, when we discuss responses, we will go into more detail on you know, what does it mean and how we approach that both nationally through the cooperation. And again, strategic concept provides that EU is the closest strategic partner to NATO. So it's very clear, again, that for us, what we do is like a hand and glove. We work together, and I thank our EU colleagues for that.
Thank you very much indeed. Joannika, complete the picture for us in terms of the scale of this challenge and your assessment of where we are. We heard earlier from Raphael saying, we're more ready than we were, but we have a way to go. Where do you see us on that journey at the moment?
Well, unfortunately, I could only agree more. We're more scratching a bit of the surface of knowing what's going on. And this has only been increased with the war in Ukraine, because I think what we've been seeing is a continuous hybrid war going on. And not only we're seeing this in Ukraine, but we're seeing it across with the partners in Ukraine, but also a constant hybrid war against EU and its like-minded partners. And we heard a High Representative mentioning the broader impact and consequences. But the whole picture of hybrid warfare has to go, is more than only the information manipulation, but the information manipulation is part of the bigger threat picture. And we're not talking, we're seeing, of course, a constant kinetic war in Ukraine, but there is also a constant cyber warfare. There's a constant broader hybrid war going on. We've seen the past days cyber attacks, ransomware across the European Union. It's all part of this broader hybrid warfare, and that means that we have to increase our unity and EU unity and cooperation, but very much also cooperation with partners to be more resilient, because that's the one we need to be aware, but we also need to constantly work on our resilience to fight against this hybrid warfare.
And to that point, and Raphael, perhaps coming to you, this landscape is constantly evolving. How do we make sure that we are agile enough, that we are quick enough to be able to respond? And I just wanted to pick up on your point about chaos. The fact that it is there not simply to spread disinformation, but as you said, to cause chaos, to destabilize, how should that influence the way we respond?
Well, it should lead us to first understand that only a whole of society approach can work, which means that you were speaking about agility. It's not our original strength. Huh? Let's face it. And for that, I will tell you an anecdote. I was leading the first ever official delegation of our parliament to Taiwan. Because before that, obviously, with the legendary bravery of our institutions, nobody dared to go there in an official manner. Well, actually, in Taipei, they are building a democracy in the backdrop of a permanent attack by the Chinese Communist Party. And the way they have managed to respond is through agility. Mm. And Audrey Tang, with the Minister of Digital Democracy in charge of fighting disinformation, she explained to us how they work. And they work by involving media, citizens, think tanks, NGOs. They destroyed all the silos, and it creates an agility with the possibility of very quick and comprehensive reactions. And I know that's what we are pushing for here, but it's slow, you understand? And for it to happen, for the silos to be overcome, for the different bureaucratic spheres to be bypassed and to work together, what we need is a feeling of urgency. And we didn't have that before 24th of February. Since the total invasion of Ukraine, we have this feeling. So it's starting to move, but what I'm calling you on, and I keep repeating it, the moment we will go back to business as usual, we will have lost. It's over. And the feeling of emergency of the first weeks and days of the invasion led us to make huge progress. But I can feel in the parliament, but even more outside of the parliament, in other institutions, that we come back slowly to a business as usual. We get used to this war. But the moment you get used to this war, you lose it. Because what we need now is to understand that our democracies cannot afford being bureaucratic. They have to be lively, because agility is the key to the response.
And can I ask you, Mikael, in Sweden and in your approach, this whole of society approach, would you echo what Raphael said about its importance? And he gave some examples of how it's done in practice. How do you apply it? And for you, is that the key to this agility we're talking about?
Of course, a whole of society approach is instrumental for the simple reason that Russia and China, they're using a whole of society approach when they attack us. So, and we need really to be ready on all fronts here. It can be a company, civil society, political organization, an agency. It can be practically anyone. Even museums are a part of this. So therefore, that's what you need to build. But I would actually also like to add in here that that is, of course, something you do on a national level. But at the same time, we need, if we're here in an EU institution, and EU gives us leverage. So our whole of society approach needs to tap in to the EU level also with the female concept in itself. So I would also strongly like to say that when we look at whole of society approach, they will be different in different countries, but we now need to start to organize our whole of society approach in the context of EU.
And Barbara, another element of that whole of society approach and that joining and connecting the dots that Lutz talked about right at the beginning and has been underlined by the High Representative is that joint dot between cyber attacks, other forms, Janneke mentioned it earlier. What for you is the key in a NATO context of breaking down the silos and making sure that we do connect the dots?
Thank you very much for that question. Again, for us, the important part is both work together institutionally among the military, intelligence, us in the communications, to bring about that situational awareness. Constant analysis of threats. Constant. Making sure that what we understand both on the ground, in real world, in a kinetic world, but also in the information space, that we have that understanding is on 24/7 basis. That applies everything to our defense forces, to at the national, at the NATO level. That applies to us on information front across the board, cyber everywhere. So situational awareness, the understanding of the threat is crucial. For that, we need teams, we need resources in terms of data, we need investment in the best tech, and this is where the private sector comes in. Because at the end, the private sector has such large vested interests in making sure that security on which their prosperity, on our prosperity relies, is guaranteed. So the very close work currently with the private sector to making sure not only classical defense industries, but the most current tech, future tech, is there on board and understanding the threat and being part of the response. But in the same time, we see that we on NATO side also changed the response. You saw all, and you watched live, literally, as intelligence was declassified, showing what Russians were doing. So when they actually invaded, there was no illusion. They couldn't cheat anyone about what they were doing. It was unprecedented the way it was done. And that was done by our allies. It was done in a collective decision. And that was part also reflection how NATO adapted after 2014, because the capacities were not there at the time, but they were developed. Intelligence was gathered, it was collaborated, communication responses were there. So it was a totally new situation. And that led, of course, to all the open source analysts, to the private sector companies, to our audiences across the globe mobilizing in support of Ukraine, in a huge interest in NATO, in the EU, but also in making sure that we not only understand the threat, but we counter it together. Yeah. So this is, and it will be crucial, situational awareness and the communality of responses across the board at a national level, among the institutions and among large systemic institutions such as NATO, EU, and others.
And Janneke, there, identifying some of the answer to the question, who needs to do what? When we talk about collaboration, when we talk about partnership, those different roles, different levels, as Barbara said, and also different actors. How do you see the EU's role in supporting, if you like, this ecosystem of those who are addressing this issue, both within the EU and in partner countries?
Well, the one thing I want to connect the dots with, indeed, to have the importance of the situational awareness and also what's happening. I mean, we discussed already from the beginning, this is the key. And then from that, really sharing also what we're seeing with our partners, with our like-minded partners, with other organizations. And for the EU, there is a crucial role because we have this whole of society instruments that we could put indeed to increase our resilience across the board, but also, yeah, that's the next point. Indeed, because I think that's the crucial point. We also have our regulation that we can put, the DSA and DMA, and so we can really put this across the board, but also, let's face it, we have to find responses. towards, and show and tell, and this gets into both the toolbox idea that we want. Toolbox just is saying we need to do this in a coordinated way. This is the 27 member states need to share what's happening and agree on a coordinated response. And what kind of response? It's all the instruments that we can use. And usually we only then immediately jump into sanctions, but that even not needed if only we can attribute what we're seeing and call out what we're seeing, or maybe use some other options that we have towards the specific actor on trade measures or other options on instruments that we can use. But that the first thing is to agree and that we all need to be more coordinated in our response.
Indeed, and of course that toolbox work in progress at the moment. But Mikhail, from your perspective, are we making effective use of all the tools? How do you see the relationship between regulation? We're going to talk about the role of regulation, we're going to talk about diplomatic responses later, and so on. How do you see the relationship between the different sides of that coin?
Well, absolutely, and I think just the invasion of Ukraine in 24th of February last year is a proof of that, because it was not only about situational awareness that this was going on and that we were exposing intelligence and other information. What also happened was that a lot of like-minded nations went together, shared this knowledge, and actually used resilience building as an operational tool. We increased the awareness about the threats, we talked about our own vulnerabilities, and we highlighted the aggressor, and therefore Russia had nothing really to go on here. They really lost that part. And to jump into one other thing here, when I look at this group, I see a community. I see a lot of colleagues here that I meet at least once a month. We are organized together, and very much thanks to the EU, that makes us actually work together. It's not just about admiring the problem of seeing the threat. It's actually that we do work together already in doing these things.
Raphael, and that relationship between the regulation, the role of regulation in all of this, and how you see it fitting into that bigger picture, and what do we do to make sure that we do use all the different instruments that are available as effectively as possible and as systematically as possible?
Yeah, I mean, that's the right question, because I think that we have made progress in terms of tools, regulations, norms. I mean, I went to Australia, and the way they are looking at us on DSA, for instance, is reassuring for what Europe can become, you know, because we are at the avant-garde of this attempt to regulate. But what we need now is a mental revolution, if you want, to make sure that we use all these tools in a coherent and offensive manner. It's not always about adding new norms. I mean, in Parliament, we love that. I mean, every time there is an issue, you add new regulation, new regulation, new regulation, new tools, new tools, new tools. But you need to use the tools. And for that to happen, you need to understand that the hybrid warfare we are in has changed all the traditional classical categories. For instance, we were speaking about Stratcom. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that security people who are the ones who know, but who don't speak, will start to speak. And it means that people who are used to speak without knowing will have to learn. Yes? And the mix between both is totally new, because all the traditional borders should be overcome. And the same happens to inside and outside. What does it mean, foreign policy? It doesn't mean anything anymore when it comes to Russia. Is it foreign policy, the fact that we are defending our elections? Is it foreign policy, the fact that they are attacking the European Agency on Medication? No. There is no inside-outside anymore. There is no virtual or real anymore. And there is no even, and this is problematic about the regulation, there is no private and public. Because when you have the head and owner of Twitter who is responding, giving credit to totally fake news organ from Turkey, alleged from Turkey, quoting alleged Mossad, to showcase the fact that actually Ukrainians are losing the war and everything. And he makes as if he's very shocked by these fantastic numbers that went out from nowhere, or we know very well from where. Then you have an issue, because our public debate is actually happening in a private property of a guy who can perfectly go on working for Russia. So what we need to do is to make sure that we implement the essay in a really offensive manner. And for that, what you need is what? Political bravery, which is not something that your service or my committee can just
Raphael, can you
decree.
bring the mic
Sorry.
back there? Thank you. Sorry, no, the mic was straying, and the acoustics in this room are challenging. I want to come back on two issues. I want to come back on the issue of resource, but I also want to come back on the issue of collaboration and keys, and particularly EU-NATO cooperation. But before I do that, if there are any brief comments or questions, speak now. Anybody want to join our discussion at this stage, or are you happy for me? I'm going to come running round. I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, and please be very brief. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Patrick Leusch, Head of European Affairs at Deutsche Welle, the German international broadcaster. Just to follow up on what Raphael just said, what, in your perspective, is the role of media in all that? Because this is still a part of information threatened, as we are and others. We are foreign agent, declared foreign agent in Russia. But how do you see the role of education and media in this hybrid warfare?
And indeed, because you mentioned that
Can I actually also answer that question?
Oh, absolutely. Let me just see if there's one more before I come back. Anybody else? I see one just down here. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Lauri Tiela from the European Digital Media Observatory. The European election next spring may prove to be a lucrative event for potential female actors. Are we as a union going to be ready? Are our tools going to be ready by then?
Very good question indeed. Okay, let's come back. We don't have time for more at this stage. The role of the media. Baba first, please.
And I apologize that I didn't say that earlier, that media, at least, I've argued in our internal discussions that especially public broadcasters, quality of media, the ones that do proper investigative and other journalism are a critical infrastructure for our democracies. Meaning that the roles they play in both getting facts out there, in both analyzing, in both being able to be credible sources for the truth and communicating that in a systemic way is crucially important in the society that tends to be or wants to be at least semi-democratic, but also for the audiences that they have this pluralism of views and they have the variety of abilities to reach those qualitative sources. So media plays a crucial role, and I would like to thank all the journalists out there, not only in Ukraine risking their lives, and we saw the numbers that have been injured or passed away, but also who do their work every day, who work hard, who publish, and who are often criticized, but who just go on and work. So
and we will come back to that in our panel. You talked about awareness earlier, Raphael, in our panel on building resilience, going to focus on that issue among others. Raphael, quick word to the media if you would, but crucially, this question of, are we ready for what could be a huge challenge when it comes to manipulation, for information manipulation, the European elections of 2024?
So on the media, we have a democracy package coming from the Commission that will show up this spring, and we have the Media Freedom Act, and I think it's crucial that we understand that actually just leaving the media issue to the market will lead us to fail, because we should consider information and investigative journalism especially as something crucial to our national and European security. And so that will be a huge test, the way we will handle this. And it leads me to something just very brief, is that you should ask yourself the question, how it comes that many of the think tanks and NGOs that are working on this information get finances from outside of the EU, like Soros.
Yeah.
Why? Why? No, but let's ask us, if we say it's so important, why we don't finance it ourselves? Yes?
Yeah.
And about European elections, super quickly.
Sorry.
That's the main task of our current work. So the problem we will face is that we are all speaking about creating a really transnational public debate, yes, and political landscape. But how can we do it if we have 27 different rules to protect it? So that's why the harmonization work is central, crucial. And plus, I will go further. We all know that in the European Council, you have countries which governments actually duplicate, replicate the propaganda coming from Moscow. That's an issue, no?
Okay.
If you want to have an harmonization.
Thank you. Michael, you wanted to react quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. First of all, we have a lot of mechanisms now working together within the EU, the rapid alert system, for instance, so we can warn each other. We also have capabilities central to identify these things. The problem here, though, is that the aggressors are designing their attacks according to different nations, and we have different vulnerabilities. So unfortunately, it's the homework of each nation also to protect their own population and their vulnerabilities. That cannot be handled central. So therefore, the answer is probably no. We're not well prepared for this.
Okay. Janneke, one other question I want to come back to, which is an issue that Baba mentioned earlier about teams, about resources and so on. And Josep Borrell talked about this equipping CSDP missions and operations with the resources they need. How is that, briefly if you would, I'm terribly sorry, we're running very tight on time. How is that going to develop over the next months?
Well, that's already been a long-standing issue because also those CSDP missions are prone to disinformation. And for example, our monitoring mission in Georgia, constantly fighting the disinformation in the fields. And so we need to equip those missions also to deal with what's coming to them, but also with really getting responses and really explaining what we're doing. And that's get a bit also on the whole issue about media. I think it's important to emphasize also our way of living, our model, our defending our democracy, because that's also at stake. Yes, we still have a freedom of press, and I think that's important. We have to support the media all over, but we also have to keep on explaining that this is not the way we want a freedom of media. We don't want to restrict. And so that's, I think we need to continuously express that.
And as Baba indicated, as our awareness of the scale of the challenge grows, as the threat grows, as it evolves, that resourcing issue is something we'll come back to, I imagine, time and time again. I know it's a hot issue in the Parliament. But Baba, I wanted to come back just on the issue before we try to quickly draw some conclusions on the question of collaboration. And particularly from you to get your thoughts on collaboration, partnership between the EU and NATO, working closely together already. Is there more that could be done that you'd like to see?
The work in the information space that we do with colleagues on the EU side is everyday work. Among the staffs, I think there is a perfect collaboration. We share, we understand, we collaborate, we look for joint responses. It's a true partnership. And so in that respect, I think we are fine. It just needs to continue, that it doesn't depend on personalities, but it actually is a systemic way. Then I think on collaborations, what is important is, again, for NATO, our responses were comprehensive. It was a military response. You saw the number of troops being given to the under Secure's command, Supreme Allied Commander, Europe's command, the raising of readiness for them to respond if necessary to the crisis or to a threat that becomes a realistic threat. The adjustment of the defense plans, the support to Ukraine. So that was a comprehensive response in all areas, across all instruments of power. And the information instrument of power and the collaboration there was enablers. That was a crucial element with the EU, with the other international organizations, again, with the civil society, with the journalists, with the key opinion formers, because they are those sources that reach into our societies. There is no better response than a local response in the information environment. Whatever threat, whatever challenge, there has to be a local knowledge, local resource, local understanding of the challenge and the response.
Janneke?
Well, just adding very shortly towards this EU-NATO cooperation, I think that's crucial across the board, not only in the information sphere, but also very much what we're doing on a daily basis, on what we're seeing on cyber attacks, what we're seeing on hybrid attacks, how we respond, how we deal with that, but also how we assist our partners, countries, and countries in the neighborhood, like Moldova and Georgia. I mean, Baiba talked about Ukraine, but I think it's also very important to look at those countries, how they deal with all the threats they're facing.
And Raphael and Mika, 2 words on the resources issue, if you would.
Well, I mean, resources are central, but why? Because they express our dedication and our commitment. We have super limited amount of money put in this fight. And if we say that the battle of narrative is crucial for the future, then you have to invest in it. First, money, but second, clarity. We should stop being afraid of words. And the third thing I want to say, because I know that the concluding time will come, is I'm not speaking about an EU country, a democratic friend on the other side of the planet. I was attending an official dinner, and you had a discussion between security people and trade people on whether or not we should name the adversary, which was not UK of this country, and a big country, yes, a big economy, and at the end of the day, trade people won the debate, yes? So please, stop letting trade people win the debate with people who express security concerns for our democracies. And that will be the first step, yes?
Okay.
When we have adversaries, we name them, we expose them, so that at least they understand that we are not afraid of words.
Thank you. I did want to ask about next steps, and I will in a minute. But, Mikhail, I don't know whether you wanted to react on that or the resource question. No, OK. We are almost out of time, but I want to ask each of you, and I'll start at that end this time and come down the line. Raphael started by saying, we are doing more. We are a bit ready, but it's too slow. For you and for each of you, if you had to identify a top priority or key next step to accelerate progress in meeting this challenge, what for each of you would it be in half a minute each? Janneke.
Political will and unity to react and to respond. I think that's the most important.
Thank you very much indeed. Baiba.
I also would like to question what Raphael said, that we are not ready or publics don't understand, etc. Actually, our polling, we do a dedicated polling, very detailed polling, both quantitative and qualitative polling, shows that neither Russian nor Chinese perceptions in our publics are anyhow near high. They're very low, very negative, and very critical. There are risks. The younger people have more positive perceptions of both Russia and China. Women perceive security threats differently from men, and we see that. So there is work to do, and that work is, yes, unity. I fully agree, both political unity, unity in action, but also making sure that, like today, when we have the triple helix, meaning not only governments, but academia, media, and NGOs and others, that we also regard that in the resource field. So it's not about money, but it's about the knowledge, drawing it together, and finding the joint united responses. Because the brain power is there, and the answers are there.
Thank you. Raphael.
Okay, so I don't think Russia or China wants to be liked. and that's our problem, is that we want to be liked. Yes, but if your adversary doesn't want to be liked, then they don't care. They want people not to believe us when we speak, not to believe our media, not to believe our institution, not to believe anything. They want, if nobody likes nobody, they are happy, yes? So our problem, what I would say is constance in the effort, constance. It will not be solved with half a minute, one silver bullet. it will require a long-term effort, but we are red fishes societies, yes? We jump from one topic to another, and we have the impression that when we have moved, things are solved. No.
Okay.
So focus, we stay.
Thank you very much. Mikael, you have the last word.
Yes, thank you. And I think we have to be more practical now. I think even now we've talked a bit too abstract about this. So we have the FIMI, and there are 4 pillars there. And I think that each nation now needs to look into them. Situational awareness, resilience building, disruption and regulation, CFSP measures. Where do we tap into this? Where do we contribute? How do we become interoperable regarding these issues? How do we work together? And actually, how do we put resources into doing this? And what are the information flows so we can actually really support each other? So that's one thing. I have another thing also, because it's still on a very high level. We need to be more practical, and we need to learn more from the war, the invasion of Ukraine. And I'm going to list a few things here.
You're going to have to do it very
quickly. Transparent society, also in war. How do we work with that? Working and accessible communication. A safe society communicates. The will to defend and endure in a conflict. We need to prepare our population for this. Communicating to our population in temporarily occupied areas. We need to prepare our population for that too, and resistance. So I'll stop there, but we need to be more practical.
And that is a beautiful introduction to the panels that will follow, where indeed we are going to get very practical, and we are going to hear some best practice examples. We're going to discuss some of the challenges to build on those. We're going to start after the break with that issue that you've all underlined is the crucial starting point, the situational awareness. The High Representative said earlier, to face a challenge, first you have to understand it, and you have all underlined that. So we will hear more about the threat report. We will discuss where we are with situational awareness, what are the challenges ahead. We are running just over 5 minutes late, so I don't want to steal from your coffee breaks. So you have the coffee break, and then we will come back at 10:55-ish. Please do come back when I call you in for our first panel on situational awareness. Join me in thanking our panel very much indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you please to take your seats as we are about to restart? If everyone could now take their seats. Thank you to those in the doorway, if you could lead the drive-in because the others can't hear me. Is it warm? It is warmer now, isn't it? Yeah. Take your seats as we are starting right away now. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you please to take your seats? We really do need to start. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could those who are already in the room please take your seats as quickly as possible now? And those hovering on the edges, if you could make your way in, as we really do need to get underway. Thank you so much. I ask everyone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting underway. So could I ask those of you in the room, please, to take your seats as quickly as possible now. We really do need to start. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention. Thank you very much. So, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to go through those 4 dimensions, those 4 pillars of action that are needed in order to tackle the challenges that were discussed and outlined so eloquently in our earlier panels. And we're going to start where all our speakers so far have emphasized we absolutely need to start, and that is situational awareness. Just to remind you of what the High Representative said when he said, we need to understand what it is we are fighting in order to develop effective responses. We'll talk later then about how you use that information to develop those responses, but this is where we start. The High Representative mentioned this first FIMI threat landscape report, and I'm delighted first, I'll introduce the rest of the panel later, but first to welcome Daniel Fritz, head of the data team in the EEAS Stratcom division, to tell you a little bit more about the report. Over to you, Daniel. Yes, you're podiumless. Oh well, can you do it from there? You happy?
I am
Fine.
happy. I'm delighted to do it from here. To later move on over there, entertain you even further, or basically listening to the other two amazing speakers. I need to still get your book signed from you now that I meet you IRL. Hello everyone. Thank you very much for coming back to a panel on situational awareness. You heard this morning how important it is, and that there are some new reports coming out that have a beautiful first in their title, the first EEAS report on FIMI threats. Very excited to have been part of that endeavor, and also big shout out to the entire rest of the team that worked on that. And you know who you are behind your screens and here in the room. And not to forget that all of you in this room, you were part of this effort as well. And I hope I managed within the time I got to outline why. Situational awareness is not necessarily the kind of title for a panel that will make you come back from the coffee break early and on time, but it's fundamentally about answering the question, what is going on? So maybe next situational awareness panels we call like that. And the idea of, or the whole concept about answering the question, what's going on, is to enable action. So the more timely, the more comprehensively we can answer the question of what is going on, the better the action that we will inform. So this is what the analysis community is doing, or the FIMI Defender community in general. Every one of you here also in the room who contributes to the understanding of the problem. So now the question is, okay, we had actually the last speaker on the last panel saying we have to get more practical, and I don't just want to add to the high words of how we have to be better informed. Now, what concretely could be the next step in this endeavor of collectively knowing and better understanding what is going on? For any time that I will not have to go into the details, I can only recommend you look at this report. I hope that many of you will find your own work in there, and many ideas that you had before, that you may have come across before. We built a lot on what this community has built, and basically summarize it and put a logo on it. No, but we thought there are plenty of good ideas out there that we wanted to build on and use to maybe, hopefully, inspire us as a community to make that next step for a better situational awareness, for a better answer to the question of what is going on. So we have that threat report, that report on threats outlined, and what we fundamentally wanted to do is not just a theoretical paper. So it basically is composed of like 3 parts. That is the essence of the report. We wanted to make first of all the case that whatever insight on foreign information manipulation, interference threats you have, they can be grouped together. It's not just like, here's a little campaign, here's a little incident, here's a severe one, everybody should be focusing on this, or this is about, today it's about algorithms, etc. All of these are related. And a big thanks to everyone who was involved in coming up and informing the ABCDE framework. The idea that disinformation, information manipulation, is not just like a thing, an abstract concept, but it's about actors, It's about their behavior. It's about the content, the narratives, the content formats. It's about the platforms and channels involved, and it's about the effect these have. If we think about each FEMI incident in that way, then we recognize that all of them across all our reports, they have links. It's either the same actor, or they're showing the same behavior, or it's about the same channels that are involved, etc. That's the point we wanted to make. We took 100 incidents that we found just by looking at open source data. There's no exclusive information. You can reproduce all these results. You can find all the evidence that was used in this report, sometimes still out there, unless action has already been taken on some of them. The point is that you will see how we have 100 very distinct incidents that we found, that we analyzed, and that we categorized by this ABCDE understanding to pool all of this together to then answer the question of what did we learn from 100 incidents. Now think about how many incidents you came across in your life, how many reports you have read. Think about the possibility of aggregating all of this together, or as much of it as possible, to answer the question of what is going on. So the ABCDE idea of deconstructing FEMI into its basic components is only the start. If we want to summarize all that information, we need something more. We need shared taxonomies. And I know we've heard this before and it has been discussed before, but the thing is, there are already some really good ones out there. And especially when we talk about behavior, there's this beautiful concept of TTPs, of techniques, steps basically, techniques that a threat actor can use in order to manipulate you, an audience, or the information itself. It's the idea behind these TTPs that it's not just one thing that a threat actor has to do in order to manipulate. It's a series of steps that a threat actor has to go through in order to conduct their attack successfully. And the idea is, if we understand this series of steps, these combination of techniques, then if we just take one of these, if we disable one of these techniques, then the entire attack is basically not possible, or rendered more costly, or puts the threat actor at a danger of exposing themselves. So there are TTP frameworks out there in cybersecurity, and we have seen in the community grown and informed that this concept of these TTPs is applicable, not just in cybersecurity, but also in the area of disinformation. So instead of fighting disinformation or fighting FEMI, it's really breaking it down to very concrete threats and manipulation techniques that we can focus on. There's more about this TTP framework in the report, and I think there are even experts that worked on this report in the room. Try to identify them, ask them if they know about this arm, and then
Daniel, very briefly now. Sorry,
I'm done. I'm done. No wait. Yes, go for it.
No, we need to get into the discussion. So a final point, if you would.
We used open source taxonomies to understand and tag these 100 incidents. We encoded the information that we extracted in this way in an open standard. We used open source tools to encode that data, store it, and it would be ready to be shared with anybody else who also has systems in place to receive that standardized format. We made sure that we always follow the principle of open source tools, open source information, so that anyone, regardless of resources, can test this out, this system. Try if what you know about FEMI and disinformation can be expressed in the way outlined in the report, and if it works for you, do it. And then we can together build that network of sharing these information. We are currently already sharing our reports.
Okay. I'm going to get you to come and sit down, and we'll discuss it, because
I'll go more into detail later. Thank you so much.
Daniel, come
read
join
it.
me, please.
Let us know what you think.
Come come and sit next to me, Daniel. Sorry to bring you to a halt, but I want to have time for our discussion, and we will come back on a number of these points during the discussion, I do hope. So let me welcome Alicia Wanless, Director at the Partnership for Countering Influence Operations at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, and Carl Miller, Research Director and co-founder of the Centre for the Analysis of Social Media at Demos. He's also Visiting Research Fellow at King's College London. A very warm welcome to both of you. And just to say, that report, of course, on your chairs. The High Representative waved it in the air earlier. You can see it. There's a brilliant executive summary, I must say. So you can take a quick glance at that. It gives you the essence of what we're talking about. But let us get in immediately. It wasn't. Let us get in immediately to where we are and what the challenges that lies ahead. So Alicia, from your perspective, and I know your organization, the partnership that you run fosters this evidence-based policy maker. You focus on data sharing and research collaboration, as I understand it. What would you highlight? We heard there from Daniel about what this report is designed to do and how it's bringing together all these different tools. What would you highlight as most important developments in this area and the challenge ahead? It is on. They'll pick you up, don't worry. It should be on. Hang on, we seem to have a problem with the mic for some reason. 1, 2, 1, 2. No, that's 1, 2, 1, 2. Is that one working? Have mine. Swap. There we go. It's you. No, in fact, none of them are. Hang on, we have someone running, hot-footing. Daniel, is yours working? Can you tap it? No, none of them. Okay. But they are. Hang on a minute. Let's take that, swap, and perhaps we can change a couple of the others and get here. I don't believe this is something very strange is happening. I'm only worried we could shout, but then the live stream people won't hear us. I think we have a broader issue here. I'm not sure it's the microphones. It's something. Yeah, exactly. We're under hybrid attack. Do we have any? Mine's working, which is weird, although I'm on a different channel. Okay, good idea, good plan. Okay, Alicia, would you run over to the podium? Sorry about this. We'll have to improvise for a moment while we. Is that just come back?
Yeah.
You can come and relax. Okay, you know, we talked about agility earlier. Well, thank you to our panel for showing such tremendous agility in the face of adversity. Alicia, for you.
And it works. Okay, I really hope I say something important enough to warrant all that. I think reports like this have helped make great strides in terms of awareness for the different threats and things that we're facing. But if we really want to move beyond threats and into societal resilience, we need to become more strategic. And strategy is really about being able to make the best choices possible from an array of options in a very complex and dynamic system towards a specific aim. We need to know what we're working towards. But that system is really poorly understood. And I mean here the information environment more broadly. So this is the space where people and machines are processing information to make sense of the world. But we really tackle this in a piecemeal fashion. We look at threats, we look at specific actors, we look at specific technologies. We operate in silos between stakeholders. We've got big divisions between sectors, between industry, government, civil society. But we also have these gaps across geographies. But more importantly, if you look at a single kind of actor like a government, they're also operating in silos. You've got people who are tracking disinformation on one side, people in cybersecurity in another, and then off in a distant other place is the people who fund media development and things like this. So if we really want to be strategic, we need to be systemic, and there are a few things we need to look towards. One, and very important, is why are we intervening in the information environment in the first place? What's our aim? What are the principles guiding us? And then everything else can follow from that. We need to connect stakeholders, and we need to do that in a meaningful way. So what are the mechanisms that actually lead to constructive collaboration? We can't just say, let's have multi-stakeholderism. What goes into it? But Finally, we need to really understand the information environment. And so that means unlocking information about how online services operate through transparency reporting, as well as data access. Now, the DSA makes great strides, but that doesn't matter much if we don't have the capacity for undertaking the research that's needed. So what we need more than anything else is infrastructure investments and shared engineering resources. And so if the European Union is really keen on moving forward, we need major investments in that. And fortunately, there has been a model in the past for attracting talent, and that is the CERN for the CERN. We can learn from this.
Absolutely, it provides a model, a way of working together, and a way of resourcing it. I want to come back on all those issues you raised later. But Carl, from your perspective, the situation where we are now and how you see the challenge ahead. Alicia, pointing there to some key issues, what would you highlight?
So just before I get onto that, it's all been quite abstract so far. And I just actually wanted to explain to people how this strange world of actually researching influence operations actually works. Because I think it can be very arcane and quite obscure to people that don't work in it. Up to now, and I think we've seen really from 2015, 2016 onwards, the emergence of what is a kind of strange, quasi-academic, quasi-think tank, quasi-governmental practice around actually social media research, or like SOCMINT, social media intelligence. And up to now, it's kind of, there's been two halves of it that have kind of grown up. On the one hand, you've got kind of open source intelligence. And this is largely about when you've got accounts you think are dodgy, you're burrowing into them, you're trying to uncover information you might not know about them, when were they set up, you know, do their topics lurch between the differing geopolitical interests of an adversarial state? Are there kind of things that you can unearth in those accounts which can lead you to believe that they might be suspicious? And then you've got kind of data science, and they're especially important is an extremely weird but unbelievably important discipline called natural language processing. The tech giants absolutely love NLP. They are gobbling up basically about as many NLP experts as are being produced. And it's because they can basically, NLP is the discipline, natural language processing, that allows you to train machines to do the kind of analyses that human beings do. So if you want to spot patterns, if you want to understand topics, if you want to discern certain themes, if you want to break apart different narratives at scale, as we always need to do when we do social media research, we need to handle hundreds of thousands, if millions of data points. Natural language processing is the technology to allow you to do that. Now, those two things have kind of grown up side by side. There's a big methodological thing. I'm going to geek out once, and I promise I won't talk about methods anymore. There's a big methodological thing where I think in the next couple of years, we're going to try and knit those two disciplines closer together, because I actually don't think that they interweave really at all at the moment. But then there's a huge challenge also for governments and civic society and all of us to make sure that we're attracting into what we do the kind of talent which allows those two disciplines to go forwards. And I would say probably where we're not succeeding at the moment is actually building engines of specialism and development of NLP within governments or within civic society. It's very hard. These are very sought after talent.
Thank you very much. Lots to come back on. But Daniel, from your perspective, and you talked about the objective behind the report, that grouping the insights, pulling them together, what has been the biggest challenge? What is most difficult about doing that? And therefore, from that, what lessons do you draw about the challenge ahead to build on that and build this network that you were talking about?
I think two things. One that is on the top of my head, and the other more on the top of the analysts who had to do it practically. And I think the biggest challenge was figuring out how can we express what we know and what we see and what we want to communicate in a way that is not a proprietary, internal, only useful for us kind of taxonomy. So that was the one thing. We used a lot of what is out there, but it needed further development. The second, and it will always need consistent development and a community conversation. The other thing is like setting up a process to regularly, consistently, and reliably identify information manipulation attempts, so that when you group that data together, or you throw it together, like you can actually derive larger insights from it. So these things, finding a process to make this work reliably over time, and having taxonomies that allow you to express what you know, and that is also understood by everybody who should receive it.
So it's that strategic approach. It's having that systematic approach. But
I like both.
that Alicia talked about earlier is absolutely crucial there. I'm very struck by what you're saying. And a word, be interesting to have all your thoughts on this issue of skills, of talents, and whether we have the skills that we need. But Alicia, you talked about we're tackling it in a piecemeal fashion. And for me, you were saying that really across the board. It's not just fragmentation in terms of the interoperability issue that we've talked about, common standards, common definitions, but you saw it on a broader scale. What for you is the central issue that we have to tackle if we're going to break that down? Where do we start to break that down?
I think the first is the framing. So if we were to look at the operating environment that we're working in, which is the information environment, then we can start to map between stakeholders to understand who does what and how they might actually work together. But we also need to do that in a research fashion. So we don't have consilience. We have a lot of different disciplines that are being brought to bear to understand this space, but we don't actually work in the same methods, we don't speak the same language, we don't have the same terminology. So you see this among the investigative community, although I think there's been great strides there bringing people together, as there has been in the fact-checking world, but we haven't had that same thing happen yet in the research community across both civil society and academia. So I think there is finding a common ground, and we can start by looking at the information environment first, and then figuring out what are the best frameworks for actually studying that as a system and coming to a shared language and understanding.
And Carl, linking that to your point about these engines of specialization that you talked about, also this bringing together of different disciplines that talk in different languages. How do we address that? How do we break down those silos? And then I want to come back to some of the other issues related to fragmentation with you, Daniel, and where you are in the work on developing common definitions and so on. But on this crucial issue of bringing together disciplines and getting those engines of specialization, you put it. So it's specializing, but also cross-fertilizing, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I've spent 10 years trying to do this, and it's unbelievably difficult, and I don't know whether we've succeeded.
Why is it so hard, first of all?
Well, because people come from entirely different disciplines, they speak entirely different languages, they have, on the one hand, this is human-centered research, so you want people from the social sciences that have 100 years of memory and history and trying to understand us. We're not atoms, we are messy, inscrutable, unbelievably complicated things to try and study. The question of influence and how that actually forms and what actually can form it is deeply mysterious to us, all of us, with the influences that we have, let alone when you try and study populations. But on the other hand, you've got an arcane but emergingly muscular world of data science, and they are just mysterious to each other. But I just want to say, we can get on top of that, but there is one thing that we can't get on top of, and I say this, if there's one thing that the people in this room can help us researchers to keep situational awareness, it is the data. And if there's one thing, if you take away nothing else from me being here, please take away the question of APIs. We're standing really at a pivotal moment. You know, we've got Twitter talking about taking away its API within days. There are rumors that Facebook's going to close down CrowdTangle. Where's TikTok's API? You know, this is a platform that has probably an extraordinary large footprint now on the attentions of especially young people across the European Union. You know, sooner or later, the European Union is the only organization in the world that I think can intervene in what is looking like a backsliding of data access and transparency. And I think sooner or later it's going to have to intervene in one of these cases and actually require these platforms to make their data available to researchers. We can do nothing if we don't have the data. And that's why you often see, actually, the platforms that make their data available come in for, I think, a kind of unfair amount of scrutiny and criticism. Like, up to this point, like, there's been a vast overfocus, actually, on Twitter as being a forum for information warfare because we can research it. Like YouTube, massively overlooked. TikTok, even more overlooked. So there's a pivotal moment now with data. If it withdraws, it'll be quiet because there won't be research saying we don't have enough data anymore. There just won't be research.
Thank you. Daniel, a reaction to that, if you would like to, but also on this crucial question of the fragmentation. Where is the work on bringing together, not just within the EU, but also working with like-minded partners, of getting agreement on common definitions and methodologies and tackling this interoperability issue? Are we making progress? Where do we go from here?
Wow. From So especially, so I was talking about taxonomies, which is already this like technical level down, how to express something. But the more important overarching definition for FEMI, like to just have a common understanding of what actually the problem is, that work is already. I don't know if it will ever be completed, but we have made massive advances there. And if you go to the EA's websites, you will see what our definition is of FEMI, with a focus on behavior, not on what is said, but what is done. And that hopefully paves the way to go into the more technical discussions. And I know, like, you know, I hope that I'm not losing 90% of the audience with these technical discussions, but they are important and they will make.
They're absolutely crucial. I mean, particularly take, for example, this question of agreed data sharing standards, because if we don't agree on the standards for collecting it and so on, we cannot begin to do what you're trying to do, which is pull it all together and identify those patterns and dots. So is that work, it's work in progress, I know. Is it advancing? And if not, what do we need to do to unlock faster progress?
It is right now in a stage of testing, in like open testing, real world testing. Therefore, my invitation of all of you to test this out and see if you can express what you want to express in that way. We will make experiences with it. Like, we made experiences while trying to encode 100 cases in that way. And we know that there are communities out there that take care of these standards. They're not just out there floating. There are groups of people who dearly care about this. They regularly meet, they hold conferences, they think about how to shape this, these data standards. This is pretty bright now. They shape these data standards collectively. They have this discussion. By our community trying out if this works for us, we can actually give our input into these discussions that are happening on these existing standards.
Thank you very much. And Alicia, coming back to you, you talked about the CERN approach. What do we learn from CERN about how they did it, and how can it be applied in this area?
So the CERN really was motivated by trying to attract physicists back to Europe at a time when there had been a big brain drain. And so I think as a model, there's a lot to be learned in terms of attracting engineering and data science resources to Europe to help speed up research. The way that they built it was also very community focused. So they had working groups that were tackling things. There was a theory, there was a group on theory, there was a group building the first accelerator, looking to a longer term needs for what needed to be built. And so we need a similar thing now. What we need is the community to come together to answer different questions, like how the information environment should be framed and studied, but also ethical concerns. And how do we engage citizens so that the data that is generated by them, they are more inclusively involved in the research process and really understands what's happening. Again, the CERN had an aim, which was science for peace. I think in this context, what we're talking about is science for democracy. So how do we not just understand the information environment and not just look to try to counter threats, but what are some of the interventions that can be made that will actually strengthen democracy and help citizens be able to engage more meaningfully at a time when they're losing faith and trust? And so in that way, I think there's many models that the model is really a good one in terms of leading us. I think there's also a fail-safe that can be baked in with a multinational research model, which we can't have if any single country does it. And by this, I mean, it can't necessarily be abused by a single country setting it up that may be backsliding into authoritarianism.
And I think also, just to follow up, Carnegie hosted a workshop last summer where you did bring together the key, here we're talking about bringing the researchers together, the different disciplines, but you brought together governments, civil society, industry, to identify what we're doing, what we're not doing, where the gaps are, and these lack of common definitions and so on. As I understand, it was a key finding from that discussion.
Yeah, so there are actually two major things that we're working on. One is trying to advocate for a multinational research facility with our partners at Princeton, among others, but we also have a very practical crisis response network that we set up with the G7 rapid response mechanism to support Ukraine and the integrity of the information environment there. And so what we're finding between the two of them is that the same problems keep persisting, and that we are operating in silos, we're not saying they're speaking the same language, and there's a trust issue. issues. So we're trying to find ways in which we can facilitate stakeholders working together and then use that data to really understand what a mechanism would be. What can we actually create that would facilitate a networked approach? What does societal resilience even mean? Like, how do we have a whole of society solution, and what would have to happen?
And for you, Carl, this idea of the CERN approach, do we learn from that? Would you draw that on that as an example? And when you talk about creating what you call the engines of specialization, how do we do it? What do we practically, concretely need to do to get there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I fully understand the CERN approach, but I mean, there has to be, this moment reminds me of the kind of early days of preventing radical extremism in the UK, where we've got this kind of profusion of kind of new ideas, a whole new threat, vast pivoting from government and civic society to try and respond to it. No one really knows what works at the moment. The method is still really unclear. The evidence and the nature of the evidence is still unclear. So we actually kind of need a kind of mixture of both competition and cooperation. We actually do need research groups trying to be better than each other at developing the kind of underlying methods and technologies to expose this. But of course, we then need those capabilities to be ones which everyone can use and can strategically build the resilience and the capacity of the entire sector. But I don't want, can I just bring another nugget of situational awareness in? Because this isn't just a question of skills or technology. Now, by the way, I just want to pay tribute to the EEAS and LUTZ and the idea of FEMI. Moving beyond disinformation as an idea of understanding this problem is unbelievably important, and it's barely being done outside of the European Union at the moment. So my huge applause. This is taking us a great step forwards in not thinking that the problem is simply lies circulating around on the internet. Because if we think that's the problem, what on earth do we do about that? But I want to extend this metaphor which began the day. You know, the idea of the bullet and the gun. And add one more thing to that, which is an arms fair. Because behind the gun, there is a profusion now of kind of for-profit suppliers of internet manipulation, online manipulation. So if anyone here wants to Google buy retweets, or anyone here wants to Google buy negative reviews, you will see an iceberg of actually a growing and flourishing sector that have commoditized and privatized probably the capabilities which first came from government. You know, how do we run tens of thousands of accounts? How do we channel false amplification to certain kinds of messages? How do we attack trending mechanisms? How do we undermine search engine optimization, black hat search engine manipulation? Now, you know, why are these companies operating? Why are we not putting more pressure on them? Some of these companies are raising venture capital from European venture capitalist providers. It's absolutely crazy to me that this kind of market exists at a time when we are also considering that the services they're selling are fueling some of the things which are undercutting our democracies deeper than anything else.
Okay, thank you very much. Daniel, I just want to come back and picking up on the iceberg, the iceberg analogy, which I know is one you use to when you look at why it's so important to address some of these issues of fragmentation, of different alert systems, of so on. Just a reaction on that, if you would, and I think you wanted to react to something else Carl had said.
Yeah, I mean, what Carl was just starting was a long list of enumeration of these manipulative techniques that we should start looking at. The list is actually 250 plus long, so that's why I said I'm happy to yield my time just so you can go through it. But it's a lot, and there's never in any panel or one report enough time to go into all of them. So we'll have to make these individual. We have to focus at times, informed by data and the evidence that we're actually seeing. Which we need to be able to prioritize. Which ones are the ones that we should focus on? Because I remember one day it's the YouTube algorithm that we have to tackle, or a question, or think further about. Black Hat SEO techniques, I remember that time as well. You just recently wrote about Wikipedia, which like it's everywhere. The question is, how as a community do we know which ones to focus on now?
And that's something that constantly evolves, so it has to be kept under constant review.
That would be the ideal. So if you have this common reference of saying like these are the 250 something techniques that we are currently aware of, and then somebody finds
a new technique. They could just overlay what they just found and say, like, it doesn't fit in, it's not represented here. This would show you that you found something that you found something new. Will it be immediately the biggest problem to be found out? But once it's in there, we will all be aware of it, that something new has been found. On the icebergs, I think this fits in beautifully, actually, also with the CERN. Like, one of the things that I learned on the job is that you need to work more with metaphors almost than with data to make yourself understood, or to introduce new concepts of how you see something. I think the CERN is a powerful metaphor, grouping people around a powerful idea for the ES. As we know now, is the idea of cybersecurity, the information sharing and analysis centers. These are important ideas, and to not express them too technically, as I usually tend to. The idea was brought up by a colleague to just use a metaphor, which is basically, we are all boats on the Atlantic, and we all keep seeing icebergs. How do we warn each other that there is an iceberg? And the question was, I mean, some of us shout, some of us shoot flares, some of us would dance, or you have Morse code that you could use to alert other boats in the surrounding area. How do you make sure that your Morse code is understood by the other boat? How do you know that they have a receiver on the other end to receive? And I thought this is the expression of also that
Absolutely.
what is in the report.
Let me whiz out and see if there are a couple of questions or comments. Does anybody want to come in? Please introduce yourself and as brief as possible. Thanks.
Hi. My name is Omri Price from Alliance for Europe and the Disarm Foundation. It's a great expose that is in the report here. I'll be very brief. I think that essentially the idea of having a common language is to be able to move from the piecemeal to the overall, to the bigger picture, and break down silos and so on. As analysts and researchers, how do you think you can leverage the conclusions of your research, of all of these things that we discover, in order to really get that whole of society bold move forward that is, needs political will, essentially?
Thank you very much. I'm going to take that one at the back, and I'm coming over for squeeze one more in over here, and then we'll have to come back.
So hi, my name's Justin Orenstein from Code for Africa. It's a question building on, I think it was Cole's input. I agree that one of the major remaining blind spots is the underlying enabling economy that enables so much of this malicious, malign, coordinated content to scale so quickly. So the question is, and it's not just large vendors and political consultancies, we're seeing increasingly a reliance on small operators of networks that evade algorithmic kind of safeguards. So the question is, what more should we be doing to analyze and map this underlying economy?
Thank you.
Because, for example, Russia is particularly franchising out and scaling out and driving down the cost.
Okay.
So what more could we be doing? And then secondly, last point.
Really brief, sorry. I've got somebody else who wants to come in as well.
Okay, on the data access, it needs to include the ad libraries, not just the content libraries.
Thank you very much indeed. Please.
Thank you. Claire Melford from the Global Disinformation Index. A question for everybody, but perhaps mostly Alicia. If you cast your mind forward 10, 15 years and the information CERN has been in operation for a decade, can you outline how life would be different when we've had such a great idea in operation for a decade?
Thank you very much. Let's come back and perhaps pick up on that one, as it was a direct question to you, Alicia, first.
I hope it would mean that governments are not in a reactive approach to every threat that comes up or reacting to new technology that comes into place. Ideally, we would have a field. Maybe it is drawing from something like information ecology, where we're able to systematize the different streams of research that are coming in, that's interdisciplinary, that we see how things are interconnected. And we know that, say, every time we introduce a new technology, within 20 years, we have similar problems where we have information floods, where we have information pollution, and we have information competition that comes into play. And so perhaps we're making more interventions earlier on before things become a problem, like increasing critical thinking, media literacy to get there, or teaching people how they are susceptible to not being able to formulate risk or understand that, or they're susceptible to other cognitive biases.
Thank you. Carl, maybe pick up on the enabling economy question?
Well, let me answer this question about responses. So what we are going to see in the years ahead is, I think, a kind of profusion of responses across political, diplomatic, military, and so on. And in a sense, you know, I mean, and this is going to sound strange for a kind of someone from a kind of centre-left think tank to say, but we actually need asymmetrical responses from the state, especially in the most serious kinds of information operations, which are, say, trying to undermine specific electoral processes or actually causing physical harm. And by that, I really do mean we need to kind of build out a kind of informational deterrence architecture. There need to be clear red lines. There needs to be, we need to sanction people, we need to sanction companies, and we need direct cyber offensive operations against the underlying criminal architectures, which you can only use to do this kind of stuff. I wanted to put one example. Residential IP proxies. So if I want to fool Facebook into setting up 10,000 accounts, I need IP addresses, and they can't all come from Russia. So I need to get them from somewhere. And I get them from hacked toasters and fridges and people's devices. There are services that's kind of grey services like that, right, that basically sell that kind of service. It has no legitimate real application. If anyone can tell me what a residential IP proxy, a legitimate use of that, I would love to know. Like, we should be targeting that kind of stuff, because at the moment it's being freely traded, and like any marketplace, when you start creating profit motives, you get innovation, you get specialization, you get all the bad things that we don't want to see the market doing.
Thank you very much. Daniel?
I think we can also, I mean, I fully agree with you. I would like to see, and maybe this goes in the direction of what we like to see or what we expect to see in the next 15 years. I think if we are creating an economic incentive for the defender community as well, like making that a leg on which the community stands, I think this will help and massively accelerate innovation as well. And one of the ways is like a common data what is it, mine, if you want, that everybody can build on and innovate. This is about the sharing again in 15 years, and I actually like to see that earlier, that we're all sharing our what we know in a way that anybody, regardless of skills, can build upon and get creative with, conduct research based on what they are best at, or get inspired by.
Thank you. That's 15 years hence. Let's talk now. And as we go away from here, and those key next steps that you talked about, Daniel, to build, as you put it, on our collective endeavor, of all the issues that you've raised and we've discussed, Carl, for you, key priority, key next steps. Same question to all of you.
Two things, the beginning and the end of this. So I'm going to go back, the APIs and the data, please keep watching that. This isn't going to be an issue the researchers sort out ourselves. We don't have the power to. You know, the thing that can compel these companies is enacted like the European Union and the Commission. So APIs. And then right at the end of this, we need to build out a kind of whole toolkit that really focuses not on disinformation, but on these specific actors that span the state and private sectors that are profiting either geopolitically or financially from this kind of activity.
Thank you very much. Alicia?
We need major investments in shared infrastructure and engineering resources to speed up research to tell us what we need for evidence-based policymaking.
Don't have the resource, we can't do it if we don't have the infrastructure. Thank you. Daniel, you have the last word. Your key next step.
For me, the community always has the last word, and always this continues later on as well. Sharing with a purpose is, I think, what I would like to see next happening from our side. Would love to see it from your side and have a focused discussion on exactly, not just a discussion, but I should really learn on these, look at these pitches. A focused discussion where we set ourselves the objective of having a network of defenders sharing, updating each other timely and holistically, and that in 15 months. This would be fantastic.
So instead of 15 years, we'll do it in 15 months. I wish we had twice as long for such a fantastic discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, will you join me in thanking our panel very much
Thanks,
indeed.
everyone.
Thank you. So just leave them there. That's great. Thank you so much. So Thank you. We wanted to, throughout the day, just give you some insight. So we've introduced into the program an element of what we've called lightning talks, relatively quick interventions on specific aspects of this issue. We'll come back on many of the issues we talked about with that panel, I think in our next one on building resilience to FIMI. But before we do that, our first lightning talk today is on the role of civil society in countering and raising resilience to FIMI. And I'm delighted to welcome Alexandre Alaphilippe, Executive Director of EU Disinfo Lab. We're supposed to be, can we bring the podium up, please? No, you're going to do it without. Can you manage? You sure? Brilliant. Well done, you're a superstar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Alexandre. I'm French, so I have two things to warn you about. I have a terrible accent, and I will complain. That's part of the
Your
package.
accent is beautiful.
So I'm here to talk about the role of civil society in building resilience, and I wanted to start this talk with a little story, which I like a lot. Once upon a time, there is a big forest, rainforest, and there is a huge fire happening in the forest, and all the animals in the forest are seeing that the forest is slowly but surely burning. And of course, there is a council meeting to decide what to do about it. And they meet for hours and hours and hours to try to find a solution about what can be done to save the forest from being burned. Outside the council, the big bear is saying to all the council that he doesn't care about the forest. Actually, he has a cave, it's fresh there, and he has gas, so he's not concerned at all. The lone wolf is also not concerned about the fire forest, because for him, as long as the forest is burning, all the little squirrels are going his way, and he can eat them very easily. So he's very happy with the forest keeping burning. And out of this meeting of the Council of the Animals, one animal decides to change course. This is a hummingbird. The hummingbird goes inside the forest, inside the fire, finds some pond, takes some water in his very, very tiny beak, and goes and pours this tiny drop of water onto the fire forest. And all the animals in the council look at the poor hummingbird. It's like, poor hummingbird, you're so small. Why are you doing this? It's completely useless. And the hummingbird says, I know it's not big, but I'm doing my fair share of the work. This hummingbird, ladies and gentlemen, is civil society trying to play its role into foreign interference and manipulation of information. Thank you. What has changed in our environment? And we need to understand that if we look back at foreign interference and manipulation of information, we have change of environment in the past 25 years. We have ended the monopoly that the state had on intelligence, which go through two main things. There is no more national infrastructure where the state can control the whole infrastructure and the whole data collection and management. Meaning that now we have platforms that have signals that are sometimes way further than what governments and states can do or see. We also have ended where the place where intelligence was only provided and produced by national stakeholders. Because now we have a market-driven intelligence that could be done for profit, non-for-profit, but like everybody, thanks to open source intelligence and information and investigations, can actually go further and do their own analysis and publish it and take an active role into the public eye. This means that if we look at the FIMI scope, it's too wide for only the state and the public authorities to manage all of this. Because we are touching here at so many different things that are requiring many, many expertise. We're talking about information manipulation. We're talking about algorithmic auditing. We're talking about protection of national infrastructure, which could be cyber or physical. We're talking about interferences in electoral processes. We're talking about political ads. We're talking about corruption. And unfortunately, we've seen cases, alleged cases of corruption happening in Europe. What can civil society do as a very, very little hummingbird? It can build genuine expertise on specific topics, and we've seen that many of the experts around algorithmic auditing or political ads or funding of disinformation have been mainly being raised outside governments and outside of state because of the agility that civil society can provide to this. We know that civil society has a wider reach. When civil society publishes something, it is more believed by citizens. It is more in the public eye, so it can help further decisions to be made. And civil society has agility and has innovation and creativity, something that big organizations struggle to achieve. But this is opening also new paradigms in how we are seeing the work between civil society and other stakeholders. We do see that there is competition going on because expertise that being brought and being created in civil society is then hired at higher salaries, better condition of work. If you work for a low salary in an NGO at some point, if somebody comes to you and offers you twice, 3 times your salary, maybe you can start thinking about what you can do, not only for the community, but also for yourself. We do see that we have market-driven innovation, which is very helpful to look at new things, but is also competing with a kind of no market-driven funding. Do we want disinformation to be, fighting disinformation to be a profitable venture? I'm setting up a company because I do think I will make money out of fighting disinformation. Let's hope that it will be more because I can sell more stuff. And we need to accept also that we have now a bigger plurality of voices and agenda. Not everybody is aligned with what authorities want to have or what governments want to see on the public eye. So we all need to get acquainted with that kind of plurality of voices and agendas that is more complicated to manage than a centralized chain of command. What do we learn from recent, I would say, confrontational strategies that we've been seeing in Europe? The first one is that small groups of units with large autonomy of action can overcome great challenges. The second thing is to do so, they need to be well equipped and well supported. These two conditions are going together. That's why if you want to grow resilience, it has to go outside wishful thinking. It has to go into policy. And a policy of growing resilience has to go through 2 main things. One is to provide core funding for civil society. The other one is to build outcomes avenue. I've been hearing a lot about the community is great. We've been able to work on terminology. We've been able to work on TTPs. We've been able to work together on definitions, on concrete cases. But we still have an issue in Europe that the majority of civil society in Europe is not funded by European stakeholders. It's funded by outside Europe governments or by mostly US philanthropies. How do we build protection from foreign interference also there to make sure that we have a longer and sustainable civil society that can be trusted and can be built? So the two of them are actually working together. At the same time, if civil society works on issues, put this into the public eye, and that there are no responses to what has been brought, then we have another issue. Why continuing doing your work if there are no consequences for the people that you expose? How come that Russian companies like Inforos have been sanctioned mostly by Canada, UK, US, but not still by the European Union, even if it's still doing information operations inside Europe? So we have to build the avenues for civil society work to enter into the pipeline of work, consequences, and sanctions. This is what it looks like. And all civil society organizations have a different look, different colors, different shapes, but put together, they are the patchwork that we can build on our resilience with. And to do so, we need to absolutely change our mindset in Europe to make sure that this patchwork is going to help us to be warm, even in a very cold room like today, and to be able to work together, even if we are very different, and have that kind of capacity of being together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Alessandra. Thank you. Thank you. And Daniel talked about the importance of metaphors. I think that metaphor of the patchwork is a really nice one to encapsulate. Thank you. Lots to discuss with our panel. Very grateful to you indeed. So we want to focus now on building resilience to FIMI. We want to talk about what are the key elements of those effective strategies for building that resilience. How are we doing? When we talked about situational awareness, we assessed where we are and where we're going. What are the challenges in this area, both for the EU and for like-minded partners, and crucially, and coming back to this whole of society effort, because again and again it is being underlined, how do we work together in order to address these issues, to build that network of defenders that we've been talking about? Joining me to discuss all of this, delighted to welcome Nina Jankovic, Vice President at the Centre for Information Resilience. A very warm welcome. Do come and sit next to me, Nina. Oh, she leapt up. I love it. Alain Soon, co-founder and CEO of Splice Media, which is based in Singapore and focuses on supporting media startups across Asia. Alain, great to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. And Beatrice Almeida Saab, Digital Democracy Research Associate at Democracy Reporting International. A very warm welcome to you as well, Beatrice. So, once again, jump straight in. I've got some questions for them. Try and squeeze in a little bit more time for questions and comments from the audience if we can during this session. But Nina, the EU and its partners already working on a number of initiatives to build resilience and reduce the impact of FIMI. From your perspective, what do you think are the most important initiatives that are being undertaken by state actors, by non-state actors, and the challenge ahead?
Well, thanks for the question, Jackie. It's great to be here. And I'm reflecting on my first trip to Brussels about 6 years ago when EU versus disinfo was just a tiny little cell in EAS, and a conference like this was unthinkable. So first, I think you should all pat yourselves on the back that the fact that this is happening is going on. So that's great. That being said, I do think there is a long way to go and we shouldn't get too complacent, especially when it comes to the whole of society approach to building resilience. I think Alexandre has just really nicely laid out how complex this problem is. And, you know, it's not lost on me that before I came here, there was a French conspiracy blog that called this an EU censorship conference and said that I was going to be the star of the show, which thanks, but I'm just one panelist here. So I think there is a big job ahead in terms of communicating, perhaps not to those conspiracy theorists, they might not be reachable, but to the people in the middle who are confused about what this all is that we're doing, why we're gathered here today. We need to kind of unpack that for them. We need to pull back the curtain and say, no, we're not about censorship. We're actually about protecting speech. We're actually about making sure that people have good access to information, making sure that they can make decisions for their democracies in ways that are fully informed. And so I think that's where we really need to invest a lot more. I commend the EAS for the report that they've just put out. This is pretty groundbreaking, and we need to build on those efforts. But I also think we need to do something that Baiba said in her comments, which is meet people where they're at. Right? We need to think about communities and reaching people locally, because sitting here in Brussels, sitting in Washington and London, wherever, we are necessarily removed from those conversations, and that's where we need to start reaching out.
I'd really like to talk about how we do that. But Alan, the media, social media, their role, when we talk about building resilience, and Nina was talking there about people not necessarily understanding what it is we're doing here, awareness raising absolutely crucial. How do you see the role of media, traditional media, and social media in this landscape?
Well, let's start with social media, and I think this is a point that I think it was Carl who brought this up earlier, and I thought it was a really good one. The fact is, TikTok, which is the world's largest social media network, is completely a black box to the rest of us. There's no data coming in and out. There's no API. There is no way for anybody, any researcher or journalist, to be able to corroborate what they're seeing and sensing. So I think that's one of the big areas that needs immediate action on. I think the EU is in a very important position to be able to act on that in a way that few other countries have been able to do that as political entities go. I think that's critical. On the other side of that fence is the work that's being done by media companies. These are the media companies that we serve and that we work for are the smaller ones that are out there. The media startups, the media entrepreneurs, the hummingbirds that Alexandra alluded to earlier. These need the support of this entire ecosystem to function, right? Because these are smaller parties. They are more agile, they are more specific about what they want to solve out there. So our job at Splice is really to support their work because we believe that that's the way that we're going to impact the change that we're looking for in that space. So those are two key points to make. If I could go back to also like what I was saying earlier about social media, I think we need to also accept that social media and its incentives are at odds with what journalism is trying to create here. The economic incentives behind these organizations stand at odds. They are about drawing attention, selling ads, driving outrage all across society. These are things that we do not necessarily agree to as civil society or journalists or media companies. I think that is one of the factors to also address and to be cognizant of.
Thank you very much. Complete the picture for us, Beatrice, in terms of where we are now. What are the key ingredients we need to focus on to build resilience, and relate this to the work that you're doing in this area?
Sure. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. I think we've heard a lot about some of the efforts today. So the legislations that we have in place, the DSA that give more data for the researchers. However, what I would like to really focus here is that resilience building is not a fixed process. There is no point of achievement that we will get there and say, now we are resilient. And that's because we see a development of the technologies that the disinformation actors use. We see a development of so many of our information system, of our media structures, and we need to keep that in mind. So we always say at Democracy Report International that emerging threats require emergent solutions. And what we mean by that is that the effort needs to be constant. So I think somebody said today here to understand the differences between nations, how nations work, how media markets work in different places. Resilience building is also understanding those differences and building efforts that can really permeate throughout different contexts and not only one framework and try to apply this one framework to something else. So I come from Brazil, working at a European civil society organization. So of course in Brazil we have a specific type of behavior from society, and the responses that we see in Brazil are very focused to the Brazilian society that might not work for some of the European societies, and even if we see about Germany or Italy, that would be different as well. So I really think that we need to keep in mind that resilience building is a constant process.
And indeed that you need this. We talked earlier about agility, the agility to follow it as it evolves, but also you said your context, very different. We're going to talk later about partner regions and where the challenge is common and where it's very different. How do we go about looking at your situation, saying, okay, from that Europe needs to learn. No, that's very applicable to their circumstance. Do we need a more systemic way of doing that, do you think?
I think so. I think when somebody talked about agility, I thought we cannot wait for an invasion to think about agility. We need to have those different disciplines and different interests that we see coming together. We need to be up to date to our responses. So if it started back then with information manipulation being simply editing some pictures on Photoshop, we now have AI models that provide and generate images. We have text to models, we have text to image, text to video, we have so many things. We have ChatGPT that we all like to talk about. So I think agility here is key, and I think a way of doing that is to keep the effort constant, keep researching. I think what Alexander said was perfect coming from a CSO. We need to keep investing on the researchers that are keeping up to date. We need to, I think what Carl also said resonates to that. We need to talk about natural language processing. So agility means not only that the efforts or the solutions, they need to be effective, but they also need to be technical. And I really think that, and I really believe that agility and technical solutions kind of walk together here, and it's a key point to reinforce.
And we are talking, Alan, in the social media space and these startups that you support in their work about, they're constantly innovating. What sort of support, you provide support, but what sort of support is needed from government agencies and so on in order to enable them to play their role to the full?
I think as a starting point, we need to broaden the definition of what journalism means today, right? I think a lot of the way that we've defined journalism has come from, 2, 3, 4 decades of constructs in this space. The one thing that we've all missed out on as an industry, as journalists, is the rise of creators and influencers that we've never seen. And the reason for that is because we were a bit too proud to acknowledge that they had become the gatekeepers of this new generation of people. That's the one thing that I think really needs a lot of support on. I think as media companies grow and as journalism schools develop, and when we talk about media, we really do need to find a way to broaden that definition. If we're able to turn our attention to what creators and influencers are doing, we can find ways to cooperate with them. We talked a lot about cooperation here on today already. I think there's a lot of partnerships that can be done with creators so that we understand their processes better, we understand their motivations better. Right now, we have no idea what is going on in that space because we are a bit too arrogant to embrace them.
I think that's very true. Speaking, I come from a journalistic background, and it is true that we have tended to be a bit sniffy about influencers in particular, and they're not proper journalists and they don't research and they just, but very interesting that you say, and I'll be interested to see how you think that process of engaging and of using, using them to amplify messages and so on, and whether it's something we're doing enough of in this resilient space at the moment. But I wanted to come back, Nina, with you on the question of the whole of society approach, because it's really where you started, and you said, how do we achieve it in practice? How do we do it? And I wanted to ask you to answer your own question in terms of what for you is absolutely key. And you talked about it's about communities. It has to be done locally. But how do we bring that together with the efforts that are made at regional level, at national level, by the EU, the work the EAS is doing, and indeed internationally? We were talking about NATO and the EU cooperating earlier. How do you combine the local, all these different levels of actions that are needed and deliver a genuinely whole of, because it's one of those phrases, it's easy to say, but much harder to do.
Yeah, and I think I would be remiss right now if I didn't bring up Ukraine and the model that Ukraine has created for all of us to follow. Obviously, they have a galvanizing issue, right? They have this war that has brought society together in a way that it's never been brought together before, bringing together people who really vehemently disagree with one another, but are all coming together in order to fight this common enemy. However, you look at government communications, the way that Zelensky and his administration are so nimbly, agilely, creatively, authentically communicating, that has trickled down to a society that has always been incredibly creative and fun, and that is coming out through these ingenious grassroots communications campaigns, from everything based in Ukraine, memes about tractors and babushki bringing down drones with pickled tomatoes, to the folks in the diaspora like St. Javelin and those who are behind the NAFO Fellas organization. We have this constellation of counter-disinformation initiatives that isn't actually centrally controlled. And I guess I'm kind of copping out a little bit here in saying that perhaps if we don't have it all down on a piece of paper in a policy, it's not necessarily the worst thing. What we need to allow is some agility, some authenticity to allow that all to grow. And I think Zelensky has done that in a really interesting way, recognizing in this post-Soviet society that they're not going to be able to pass something in parliament that is going to dictate how people are going to communicate, but modeling a behavior, and we talked about this a little bit in the first panel, modeling a behavior that then can be replicated in civil society. And we're not good at that in government communications often. We're saying, we're just going to issue a press release. We're going to put a fact sheet out there. That's not where people are. They're on Instagram. They're on TikTok. That's why Zelensky is doing his nightly video addresses, right? And reaching people in a way that he and his government were never able to reach them before.
But also picking up on those things that have grown, as you say, the tanks being a great example of, farmers, don't worry, you don't have to pay tax if you tow away a tank, those sorts of humor.
Yeah, and amplifying all of that. That's been amplified through the presidential channels. He's retweeting that. He's bringing in, photographers and people's experiences from the ground, and I think that's been incredibly uniting for the Ukrainian people and has really pushed back against this widely predicted Ukraine fatigue that everyone thought would be setting in by now.
And that, Alan, that really very much links to what you're saying, because it's taking and harnessing those channels and using them, and yes, centralizing it in that sense. But what can we learn from what Ukraine has done? I mean, you said it's a model for the future. We're going to have a panel later where we're going to focus more on the Ukraine issue, and we've got a lightning talk. But what do you think we learn from all of that?
Well, I think Nita has nailed it, right? The point about information is how quickly you communicate that. I think this is where that space is. I think we can all agree that that's where the fight is today, right? One reason why misinformation does so well is because all it needs to do is just to plant that seed of doubt in your head that this may not be accurate, this may not be true. And that's all it takes to get a human being, a coherent human being, to step away from a conversation just because someone had hinted that this is controversial, this is sensitive, this might not be true, right? And that's all it takes. And I think that's where that fight is. And like what Beatrice was saying about ChatGPT, if you think you've got a problem in your hands right now, you're not seeing what's coming up right behind you, right? ChatGPT, OpenAI is not just generative, it's regenerative. So their ability to act and move quickly in multiple languages, multiple voices, multiple points of view, that's going to inundate all of the infrastructure and resources that the rest of us have in this space to look out for these things or to monitor them. All of that is coming really quickly, and so agility is where the fight is.
And maybe just to add here, I don't know if I'm going to play the devil's advocate, but the strategy to use social media also playing the other way around. So in the last 4 years, our last president in Brazil didn't give a lot of public interviews, but did a live stream on Instagram every 2-3 days to talk to his supporters. So we see that, the way that we observe Zelensky using social media now has also been used for the disinformation actors, and the agility is also there. So that's why when I say we need to understand the context and we need to understand how that media market work, how people behave, how citizens behave. So, for example, in Brazil, the response cannot be just the same as Zelensky is doing right now. It needs to go beyond that because we have the threat already doing this. And maybe just to give a practical example of a response in Brazil, we have a superior electoral court. It's an independent court that deals with all of the issues from elections, but also with disinformation. And they also do campaigns with influencers. They did campaign with football teams. They do campaigns on Instagram. They have an app where you can download it. And in 2020, I was reading a report. They triggered over 300 million messages, and the messages were viewed more than 4 billion times. Well, would that work in the EU, where people are not downloading an app so easily, or people are really concerned about their data privacy? So I really think that resilience building really means also understanding the society that you are dealing with and building the solutions that could really work for that type of behavior.
And can I ask, Beatrice, to the extent to which you feel in Brazil that you are taking this whole of society approach, that it's working, and can we learn anything from from what you're doing in this area?
Sure. I think the efforts that we see here also from the EU to interact with international partners are quite relevant. And in Brazil, we do have what I agree, and I think it is a whole of society approach. So the Superior Electoral Court, in 2018, when we had the elections, we were not prepared for the amount of disinformation that we had. So in 2020, they launched a national program to counter disinformation. This national program counts with more than 150 organizations that are partners. The social media platforms, cybersecurity experts, it's a whole frame of every expert possible that is involved. And the solutions and the activities that are there are quite different. They go from digital literacy workshops to development of these apps, development of online tools that people use. So I do think that we can learn from the Brazilian case study just because it is such a comprehensive and systematically approach. That we see. We did a report recently at DRI, and we saw throughout the different case studies, Brazil, Kenya, Sweden, Finland, so many different case studies, there was one constant. Multi-stakeholder approach is effective. And in Brazil, we see that with this national program, for example, because it really goes from top down throughout the whole country in so many different ways. So I really appreciate that the EU is also talking about this whole of society approach because it's key in fighting and tackling FIMI.
And is it part of the debate in Asia, in Singapore, this or not?
Well, okay, here we go. So I come from Singapore. Singapore has a very Singaporean way of dealing with, foreign interference when it comes to media. So if you look this up, Singapore passed a law on this in October 2021. So it's been out there for quite a while now, and Singapore's got tremendous concerns about Chinese influence in the media space because we're a largely Chinese majority country, right? So there are ethnic lines that tend to be somewhat sensitive, I guess, in this space. So Singapore has had this law for over a year now. I think it's one of the things that countries need to figure out quickly, right? I think Raphael was saying earlier that there's a need for clarity in approach, and I think Singapore does that really well. I don't necessarily agree with every single part of the law, but I do believe that absolute clarity is needed when you're dealing with a threat like China, right? If you look across Southeast Asia, you see similar types of discussions being had, but without the right legal structures to support them with. I think the Philippines is actually quite an interesting example here because over a year ago, the current President Marcos won the election by basically not speaking to mainstream media. He only spoke to influencers and celebrities and was able to win a landslide victory, which tells me a couple of things here. One, the role of mainstream media might be overrated in a lot of these cases. We don't want to admit that, but we need to talk about that. Second, again, to what I was saying earlier, we do need to widen this definition so we understand what creators and influencers are doing in this space so that we can either cooperate with them or co-opt them. I think, look, the bad actors are doing it. Why can't the good guys do it for once?
Thank you very much. I wanted to come one more issue with you, and then I will come out to all of you. But on the issue of investment and resources, Nina, something Alexandra talked about very much. We need to be well-equipped, we need to be resourced, we need core funding for civil society and so on. Alan was talking about ways of supporting new media startups and creating those links, as he said, with the creators and influence. Where do you think investment resources, and within that, we talked in the last panel about, I love the phrase, engines of specialization, and you touched on the question of digital media literacy, which we haven't talked about, which is clearly a key part of resilience. So if we are to build all of this, where do we need to focus the resource? Same question to you all, and then I'm coming out to you.
Whew, that's a tough one. I think that we need to invest in a spectrum of approaches. I think it's really important to look at the long-term resilience building. So things like information literacy. I think we've all been a little reticent to invest in things that are going to pay off 20 or 10 or maybe 30 years down the road, because they're not going to be able to benefit us right now, and we can't go back to the powers that be, whether you're an MEP or whether you're somebody who's asking for budget from your boss, saying, and here's the impact that this has had right now, because we don't often see the impact until many years down the road. But we have examples from countries like Finland and Estonia and Sweden that have invested in information literacy, and that has paid off for them. So I think we need to think about that, but we also need to think about the research infrastructure. We also need to think about the coordination within government. And frankly, we need to think about political will, and that takes resource as well, that political resource building. That, frankly, I don't think we can get very much done without the powers that be agreeing that there is a problem. And we've achieved that here. There have been some barbs about my own country, and I would agree. For those of you who know maybe a little bit about what I've gone through over the past year or so in my life, we can talk about it on a coffee break, but I don't think we have that political will in the United States right now. And that is the reason that we're seeing so much information laundering within our information space and more broadly. So those are all things that I think we need to invest further in. There's not enough investment, and it's not just governments that need to do it. We need to bring philanthropies on board as well. There's some investment there, but there's far too much tech money for my comfort in this space, given that we're trying to solve a problem that they created.
Yep.
And so we need to get some outside funding that isn't, subject to political whims on the table as well.
Beatrice?
Sure, I don't have a lot more to add here, but I think investing on what Nina was saying, the digital literacy skills are it's in a basic level of society developing, and we need to invest there. So kind of the idea of investing in pre-bunking instead of debunking, not only fact-checking, but also giving people the tools to be able to detect themselves, to suspect that that content is not maybe true or what they are seeing. And together with that, I think that of course, I'm going to say we need to invest on the researchers. We need to invest on having more data access, more infrastructure, so we can also provide the type of research that we want to see. So I think I don't have a lot more to add from Nina. That would be my 2 points.
Alan?
Very similar. I think we need to see a flow of money going to small media startups. I think that's where that fight needs to be as well. As Nina was saying, there's just too much tech money going in there, right? It'd be interesting to see if there's an opportunity to create a fund that supports the growth of small media startups out there. I think that's severely needed.
Thank you. I want to come back on the EU's role in all of this, how it can support and whether it's working effectively enough with like-minded partners, with your countries, whether we're learning enough from each other at the international level. But questions or comments? Could I ask for a little bit of collaboration I can get to you. There we go.
Thank you. So my name is Alice Stolmeyer. I'm the founder and executive director of Defend Democracy. And for building resilience, whole of society, I think it's key to also look at how foreign interference and democratic backsliding are interconnected and reinforcing each other. But so far, efforts to address foreign interference and efforts to address democratic backsliding are working in silos. So how can we bring those silos together?
Thank you very much indeed. Any other questions at this point, or indeed brief comments are also welcome? Maybe stomachs. I see 2 now, so we'll get those in. Let's come here first, and then I'll come to you, sir.
Thank you. Forgive me for not standing up. I've got my coat on my legs.
No problem.
Esther Reed here from Lie Detectors. We're a large media literacy organization in Europe, and we're working increasingly in Central and Eastern Europe. So my question actually comes from what Alan said about the need to revisit what journalism means. So here in Europe, we see an increasing willingness among media organizations to expand the journalist remit. So we expand it so that the work of the journalists also includes helping society acquire basic media literacy skills. So my question is, do you see this sort of awareness catching on in media organizations in your regions?
Thank you very much. And there was one there.
Thank you. Yeah, it's on. Thank you again. Actually, this time not a question, but 2 brief comments. First on Nina Jankovic's point on Ukraine and the civil society and the country leadership working towards the same direction. Just to comment that probably this is linked obviously to their existential struggle and cannot be copied to countries that are not in a similar situation, where the civil society, of course, one of our tasks is to criticize the governments in power always. But then on the financing aspect, the strengthened code of practice against disinformation in the EU, to which all the major platforms have signed, foresees them also financing the struggle against disinformation. Of course, this is one of the commitments that we haven't yet seen to be realized, at least to the full extent, but perhaps from my perspective, I do understand the point that there should be other funding than tech funding. But if there is no other funding at the moment, then it's good that there's at least that.
Thank you. And we will come back also on the code of practice and the role of self-regulation and regulation in our panel after lunch. But who wants to come in and react to what you've... Please.
Whew, there's a lot there. So let me start with Alice's question about the democratic backsliding and counter disinformation work kind of working at cross purposes. Yeah, absolutely. And we've got foreign actors absolutely taking advantage of this democratic backsliding. And frankly, one of the things that we need politicians, if there are still any MEPs in the room, I'm not sure, but maybe staffers are here, we need everybody to recognize that disinformation is not a partisan problem, even though it has become a dirty word, and we're using the term FEME now, and I recognize why we're doing that, right? But this is not something that is only labeled as politically inconvenient information, right? This is stuff that affects the very core of how our countries operate, and the people who are telling you that it's otherwise are doing so for power and for profit very frequently. And I think it's really important for anybody who recognizes that to speak up loudly, speak up often about it. And that can, again, create that sort of trickle-down behavior that we see and really ostracize the people who are manipulating the system. And we need our governments to do that from the very top, again, something that I don't think the US has done. Absolutely agree on the point on Ukraine. I think I even said that obviously Ukraine has this galvanizing issue right now, and it can't necessarily be replicated, but I do think it's an interesting moment. Why did the pandemic pass us by? Why did January 6th pass the United States by as a moment of an energizing issue? I think we have to look inward and think about that a little bit. In terms of funding, I'm not saying we shouldn't take tech money, but when the tech money is coming in, there need to be guardrails in place, right? We've seen a lot of instances in which organizations that are taking money from tech platforms aren't necessarily critical of those tech platforms, or are given access to information that other organizations aren't given access to because they have that funding. So I think a clearinghouse, sort of like one that the Code of Practice envisions, or I think Alicia's organization is trying to set up as well. Those are really sorely needed as this funding is coming through. And I love Alan's idea of getting together a fund for journalists, in fact, and other civil society organizations that perhaps isn't attached to these strings from the tech companies.
Alan, Beatrice, want to pick up on any of the points from the room? Beatrice?
Sure. I think just to add to what Nina said, that disinformation is not related to one party or the other. Disinformation is also not only foreign. I always like to stretch this because we use FEME and there's the foreign word there.
Yep.
However, if we see different contexts, or even in the EU, when you look at Italy, for example, in the past elections, we see that a lot of the disinformation that went on came from domestic actors. So I also think that, and again, I'm going to push the data access and the giving the resources to the researchers so we can perform analysis, looking at coordinated and authentic behavior and looking at how those networks, where they come from, to understand that disinformation is also not only foreign, but it's also happening domestic, especially in Brazil. And maybe to just answer to the comment of how the media works in Brazil, we have truly industry of disinformation, and it's it is huge in Brazil right now. And we have a society that 55% of people get their news from social media. So how do we also operate with that? How can we fight disinformation in a society that is so attached to getting their news and using social media as their news source? So I would like just to add this, because when you said it's not only related to a party, I also thought it's also not only related to two countries that we keep mentioning here.
Indeed. Alan, did you want to add something?
No, but I want to get to your question, which I think was about the broadening of the definition of journalism, right? And where have we seen this? I think that was the thrust of your question. We have not seen enough on this front, to be sure. It's something that we care a lot about at Splice, and our goal is to bring creators into this ecosystem and this community that we've kind of put together. And some of this also comes from my guilt as a former journalist myself. The only people who get to call themselves journalists today are those who've gone to J school or who have worked in a newsroom that gave them that title. But if you look at the people who run news adjacent pages on, say, TikTok or Instagram or YouTube, none of them would ever call themselves journalists, except they're all doing the same functions as journalism does, right? They are in the service of journalism. They are trying to get information out to, say, a younger set of audiences, people who have very specific niche interests, and they're trying to explain those issues to them better. And that's where I think that fight is. We in the journalism community never see any of this work because we don't identify them as one of us. And because of that, we don't see it coming. And I think that needs to change.
Thank you very much. We are coming to the end of our discussion. I want to ask you two questions, put them together in the interest of time. And I'll start with Beatrice, Alan, and then finish with you, Nina. One relates to the role of the European Union in this, and taking on board what you said about specific context, specific challenges, and therefore tailored responses. But the EEAS, the Stratcom division, is working a lot. We're going to talk later about the work with partner regions, like-minded partners. What for you should be the EU's role in this, particularly in terms of the work that you're doing and cross-collaboration, international collaboration? And the second question, so one, the role of the EU and how can they support these efforts? And two, overall, your top priority, the key next step. We talked in the last session about 15-year perspectives and 15-month perspectives. We didn't get to 15-day perspectives. What for you, let's make it a year's perspective, the key next step over the next year, so that if we came back and had this conversation about building resilience next year, we would have taken a leap forward in meeting some of the challenges we've discussed. Beatrice, EU's role and key priority.
That's a tough question, just be the first one to talk. But I think the EU's role here is quite important, especially for sometimes overlooked regions, such as Latin America. I also think that sometimes Asia is left out of the debate. And I think it's important because it might not be so clear, but we look at what the EU and the US are doing. And I think that having, for example, the efforts from the EAS to have this idea of the data sharing standards, that is so important to enable the research community from across the globe to come together and to discuss things in a comparable way. So I think this is an important effort. I'm going to mention again the effort through legislation that inspires many times legislators from across the globe and also from Brazil. I know that, for example, last year, the Superior Electoral Court, they were in mission in the EU and they visit the EAS, they talk to them. So all of that inspires local partners and also inspire us to develop our own policies at home. I also think the other way should be working. I think the EU needs to also look at what we are doing in those different countries. And maybe a report is not enough there. I think the EU's role might be a little bit more needs to be a little bit more effective when it comes to that. I know the EAS has, for example, a report on the Peru elections, but what else? What after the elections? How is the resilience building after that, So I think there's, it's a path of both ways that we need to create these partnerships to really be effective. And when it comes to the key step for in a year, I really think that the whole of society approach is such a great concept. And I will kind of build on what Carl said before. We need to have the different disciplines and the different technical and non-technical people coming together and building those solutions. A solution to be effective, it needs to have different stakeholders, it needs to have it needs to be technical, it needs to be innovative. So again, I will just say what we always say at DRI, emerging threats require emerging solutions. So I think a key step is bringing, as we are here, but having working groups, having different stakeholders together really, and taking the technical and putting it as a non-technical is also very important.
Thank you very much. Alan.
Well, this is a really hard one. Okay, so if I were to think about it this way, going back to what Carla was saying earlier, you cannot regulate what you can't measure or track or record. And access through APIs into what's going on these tech platforms is absolutely crucial. Don't trust the Americans to do it. It's not going to happen.
She agrees.
Figure out what's really going on, both on the content publishing part of the equation, as well as the advertising market space. These are black boxes, and I'm speaking specifically about TikTok here. Black boxes that we don't understand, right? And I think there needs to be a strong level of government intervention on that front to make sure that that data is clearly seen by all. That's one, and the other thing is, it's you got to have an opinion about OpenAI. It's coming, it's here. In fact, and if you don't have an opinion about how this is going to overwhelm the systems that you have, I think you might be a bit too late.
Thank you very much indeed. Nina, you have the last word.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said so far, and I would say an important role for the EU, in addition to the convening that Beatrice talked about, is coordination among your nations. I know it's kind of trite and easy to say, of course that's what we do, but you've got a huge block right here, and to speak with one voice on these issues and prioritize them in all of your member states is hugely, hugely important, and it can't be overlooked. And then finally, what I would love to see in the next year is more consequences. Consequences for disinformers, consequences for people who are engaging in online hate and abuse online. Look to the e-safety commissioner in Australia and what they're able to achieve with the consequences that they're creating for the content that is affecting their online ecosystem. I think we need to see more of that, because we're seeing a retreat from those consequences as put forward by the social media platforms, and now it's government's turn to step forward. You all have made some good steps in the right direction there. Continue those consequences going forward. Thank you.
And on that note, will you join me in thanking our panel very much indeed for another great discussion? Thank you so much. So, we're going to take a break now for lunch. We have a 1-hour break. At 13:40, we'll have another lightning talk, this time by Vera Jourova, the Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency. Can I ask, please, that when we try to get you to come back in the room, you come back in as quickly as possible, because I could start without those of you who want to still have coffee, but the noise from outside will mean we can't hear the Commissioner. So if you can come back in, that will be great, and then we will continue our in-depth discussions on the different pillars of this issue. See you after lunch. Bon appétit! Could I ask you please to take your seats as quickly as possible as we are about to start? Thank you very much indeed. If everyone could take their seats, please, as we're going to get underway now. Okay. Where's Natalie? Okay. Lightning talk. Lightning talk. Okay. Where's Natalie? We are about to start, ladies and gentlemen. If you could make your way into the room. Thank you. Natalie? Natalie? Can I ask you please to take your seats now as we are about to start? Okay. Okay, we ready to go? So, good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome back to the second half of our conference on Beyond Disinformation, EU responses to the threat of foreign information manipulation. This morning, we talked about the nature and the scale of the FIMI challenge, how it is escalating and evolving, and the work that has already been done and is underway in key areas in order to meet that challenge, and what the future challenges will be. There was a lot of emphasis, and we talked about the need for better understanding of the nature of the challenge, that data collection, data sharing. We talked about building resilience. This afternoon, we're going to have two more panels focusing on the other two key pillars of the fight against FIMI. We're going to talk about regulation and disruption. We're going to talk about the foreign policy response, and we're going to come back on an issue I've been trying to raise with all our panels about working with partner regions. What are we doing? What more needs to be done? What role can and should the EU play? And all of this with the emphasis on how to foster that greater collaboration to deliver the whole of society approach that all of our speakers have emphasized is so important. To set some more context for our discussions this afternoon, I am honored to welcome Vera Jourova, Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency, to deliver a lightning talk on disrupting disinformation in times of war. Very warm welcome, and over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Last time I was here, it's a long time ago, we also had some cookies, but today they tasted better because they are paid by Joseph Borrell, no? So now we need some good news in life. I will take some more when I'm leaving. Anyway, it's great pleasure to be here with you today because you, the participants of this event and the speakers, are the best testimony of the progress the EU has done in the recent years in countering disinformation and foreign interference. And instead of reading the speech, I would rather like to have a lively discussion with you because I need to hear whether we are doing the right things, and you are the best people to give me the feedback, but you will have the panel discussions, and I will get the feedback later. I'd like to recall the beginning of our journey. Not such a long time ago, many people have doubts. We should not do anything. This would be against freedom of speech, they said. Or disinformation is not a real threat, they argued. Today, mainly because of your work, these voices are silent and our policy response is more mature than ever. But this does not mean we are done. On the contrary, we need more, better, and faster. We need to nourish this environment of myriad of actors, the civil society, experts, fact-checkers, authorities, platforms, and the media. We all need to do more to counter what see as a risk to democracy. The Russian invasion on Ukraine is the latest reminder of the risks of disinformation and foreign interference. The Kremlin is fighting its war not only with bombs, but also with words. Since the war started, the Kremlin has unleashed a tsunami of propaganda. But it has been engaged in disinformation and foreign influence long before the war. They have never underestimated the power of free speech in the democratic world. This is why they forbid it at home. Foreign information, manipulation, disinformation are ever-present and evolving threat. The aim is to destabilize our democracies and to undermine our security interests, and recently to support aggression, death, and destruction, as evidenced by the atrocities in Ukraine, be it in Bucha, Mariupol, and elsewhere in the country. And as someone who grew up in the communist Czechoslovakia, I understand this playbook. In the past, the authoritarian regimes made critical thinking a crime. They aimed at killing hope that better life is possible. They wanted to spread fear, so we subdue and obey. They know that in democracy, support of the people really matters. Support for the sanction against Russia, public opinion about support to Ukraine, or the treatment of Ukrainian war refugees. Measuring disinformation, as many experts in this room can confirm, is one of the hardest nuts to crack in this area. But we see clearly that in terms of techniques and tactics, since the start of the war, this disinformation operation is not so covered anymore.
Official accounts of Russian state authorities have also basically become the disinformation channels. This is something that was not that clear before. I am recalling all this just to highlight how urgent and important is the work on disinformation and foreign interference. It is also not an easy task. Whatever we do, it has to be fully democratic and respect our values and freedoms, including the freedom of speech. And I insist, this is what we are doing. When malicious actors manipulate platform design features to undermine our democratic space, mitigating these vulnerabilities strengthens fundamental rights, not the contrary. This is not and should not be a debate about true versus false, about right versus wrong information. Freedom of thought with no normative judgment and freedom to impart and receive information should always be protected. In recent years, the EU has pioneered a whole-of-society approach that seeks to harness the resources of stakeholders and provide an effective and up-to-date response to countering disinformation. The overall strategy aims to make the online environment more transparent and its actors accountable, to empower citizens, and to promote an open democratic debate. So our work is about detection, exposure, coordinating responses, working with online platforms, and about raising awareness as well. We are addressing the origins, the channels, and the targets. And we need everyone in the society to play its role. Ultimately, the people themselves must get better immune to the poison of disinformation. Our role is to support people so that they can make their own judgments. But it is not only about one actor deploying specific narratives. We see also other actors, such as China, engaging in the suppression of independent and critical voices as a fundamental part of its strategy to manipulate the information environment and threaten freedom of expression and media freedom. This is why our policy response is a mix of legislative and non-legislative actions. We now have the Digital Services Act that will help to organize our online space and make social media platforms more accountable and more responsible. A cornerstone of our efforts is a new and revised code of practice on disinformation, which sets out voluntary commitments by industry and other relevant stakeholders to take action to counter disinformation. The new code has reached its first important milestone at the end of January. It means a few days ago. All major online platforms have submitted baseline reports. We are now analyzing them, and the reports should be published soon. And I cannot give you at this moment a detailed overview, but of course, it is not a surprise that actions have consequences. For instance, I am concerned about the fact that Twitter fired a vast amount of staff in Europe. I understand also those who deal with disinformation. If you want to effectively detect and take action against disinformation and propaganda, this requires resources, especially in the context of Russian disinformation warfare. European laws continue to apply to Twitter and all other platforms, regardless of who is the owner. I traveled in recent weeks to Riga, Tallinn, and Kiev. I spoke about the risk of disinformation at Davos with various people. It's clear that the platforms have to do more, especially with smaller languages in the countries that are on the front lines. I mean especially the Central and Eastern European countries. And I count that the submitted reports would show improvement on this. I count that they will start giving data to you and others that will help you to understand better the situation. Otherwise, it will be a disappointment. Fighting disinformation and promoting media freedom are two sides of the same coin. So we have proposed the Media Freedom Act that will enshrine for the first time in EU law common safeguards to protect media pluralism and the editorial independence of the media. We have also proposed the so-called anti-SLAPP directive to protect journalists and other human rights defenders from abusive lawsuits. And many other legislative and non-legislative initiatives will be still proposed or were proposed. All of these actions have one common goal: to strengthen those that mean well against those who want to abuse the power. This extends also to the support of Russian exiled journalists in Europe. I am convinced we have a moral obligation to support democratic ideals also in Russia, not with weapons, but with words. This is why I want to launch a so-called, it's my term, a Radio Free Russia project. I want to support those who are already active to create economy of scale and fill the gap so that they can produce more content and distribute it more widely without any editorial interference. I want to support the idea of people to have choice. Looking into the near future, in the European Democracy Action Plan, we announced the creation of foreign information manipulation, interference toolbox, on which we are working on with High Representative Josep Borrell. Josep has told you about his ideas this morning, I guess, and I truly appreciate his commitment and cooperation with him. In addition, we are also working on the Defense of Democracy package, because we need to better shield ourselves from malign interference. The package will include a concrete legislative initiative to protect our democracies from entities funded by or linked to third countries and exercising economic activities in the EU that may impact public opinion and the democratic sphere. We are protecting our economy and critical infrastructure with the screening of foreign investments, so we must also act to protect our democracy. It will also be the occasion to review our actions under the European Democracy Action Plan in 2023, this year, a year ahead of the elections to the European Parliament, and look whether further steps are needed. There is a saying that only those who lose something can know the real value of it. I realized this even more when I talked to young Ukrainians, the students in Lviv at the university. I was there last September and also recently in Kiev, witnessing their hunger for being part of the democratic European Union. The Ukrainians remind us that democracy is appealing and that the EU, as a peace project, is probably the best guarantor of rights and freedoms humans have ever created. This is why I am determined to design the best possible response in the world to disinformation and foreign interference. I hope today's event will also give us more valuable ideas where we have to step up our work. Yes, I am counting on you, and I know I won't be disappointed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Vice President. Thank you so much. Thank you. Underlining there how urgent and how important this work is and those key elements of the EU's approach to dealing with it. And she talked, when talking about that whole of society approach, again reinforcing what we've heard time and again about that mix of the legislative and the non-legislative. And that's what we want to focus on in our first panel this afternoon when we talk about regulation and disruption. And I'm delighted to welcome to discuss both the role of regulation in tackling FIMI, but also the wider array of disruption initiatives covering the whole spectrum. Delighted to welcome Renata Nicolai, Deputy Director General in the European Commission's Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology, better known to most of us as DG Connect. Do come and sit next to me, Renata. Thank you so much for coming. Claire Melford, co-founder and CEO of the Global Disinformation Index. Very warm welcome to you, Claire. And Kate Jones, Associate Fellow at Chatham House. Very warm welcome to you as well, Kate. So, we're going to dive straight into our discussion as we have before, and then I'll come out to all of you. And the Commissioner said she's looking for ideas. How do we take this work forward? Before we get to that, just in terms of the role of the two sides of this coin, if you like, the legislative and the non-legislative. Renata, how do you see that relationship? We've had lots of references in previous panels to the Digital Services Act, to the Digital Market Act, but we've also been talking a lot about initiatives at all levels, different collaborations and so on. How do you see the role of regulation and indeed the role of self-regulation? Because we've also had reference this morning to the Code of Practice. So we've touched on both, but now we want to focus on them.
Thank you very much. I have just, started in my job as, Deputy Director General DG Connect and was before the Chief of Staff of Vice President Jourova. So I kind of, developed in these different roles the specific European approach, to it. But in my current job, I'm at the moment now very, very busy with building up the enforcement structure for the DSA and the DMA. And I would like to stress that kind of, game-changing moment for Europe quite significantly at the moment, because we will soon head for the first milestone event, which is the 17th of February, where we are going to see the publication of the users' numbers of the very large online platforms. And from there, we will, get into the designation process, and we will, see then 4 months later on kicking in the obligations for the very large online platform, and of course our enforcement powers in the European Commission, which is quite a new role. So I really want to stress that this is a game changer in the situation. We talked a lot about the EU pioneering on the digital rule book, but now it's becoming a reality. And it has a lot of elements which are so crucial also when we are dealing with disinformation, because it will change the system of advertising, it will change the system of transparency on algorithms, it will change the system eventually also of access of data for researchers. It will change the system of how you interact with trusted flaggers. It will change the system of how you deal with the users in an effective notice and action system. So this is really something I think that will shake up quite significantly the business model of the important platforms that we are dealing with, also in our cooperation on the fight against disinformation. So I think the focus on regulation should not be underestimated. But as was said also by Vice President Jourova just in her speech now, this phenomenon of addressing disinformation in a sustainable way is much broader than just using really to the maximum, also in an enforcement attitude, the rules that we have and where we are pioneering in Europe. Because you need really this whole society approach in order to always be up to speed with new trends on disinformation. We need to develop further our analytic capacity. And that's why the announcement that was made by HRVP Borrell this morning on the new center on the new platform is so important. And of course, in order for a society that always dealt with disinformation in the online reality as it dealt with it in the offline reality, to really be able to cope with it, you need a society to be better prepared. And that's where the media literacy comes in. And that's why I believe to continue this, co-regulatory approach, to actually create that or nurture that ecosystem that we have created on the basis of the codes, on the basis of the conversations that we started between fact checkers, civil society, platforms, analytics, the public at large. I think that's so important to really keep on top of it. So my focus is regulation. Go for it and show the teeth it has, because it has a lot of teeth. Yep. But on the other hand, to really bring society behind it, I think you nurture that broader debate.
I'm very struck by a phrase that's often used when talking about the Digital Services Act, talking about it as a co-regulatory backstop to those other measures. So thank you very much. Claire, for you, in terms of the role of regulation and the role of self-regulation in this area.
Thank you, yes. Regulation is absolutely critical, because ultimately, as Renato has just laid out, the reason that both FIMI and all other types of information pollution exist is because it is profitable to promote highly engaging content, and the most engaging content that we humans can produce is stuff that enrages us, stuff that touches our rage, our fear, our hate, our disgust, our greed, our anger. We will always spend more time on that content. We will comment on it more, share it more, maybe even read it. So that content is profitable. There are a handful of companies that put that content in front of us, whether it's through search results or social media results, social media feeds. Those companies will lose money if they are unable to promote the most enraging content, and therefore they're not going to vote for, turkeys do not vote for Christmas, while many of them are trying to reduce and taking very meaningful steps to reduce the most egregious content. The stuff that is the lawful but awful, the harmful but legal content will always be very tempting to put at the top of our news feeds and in our search results and in our social media feeds, and therefore regulation that ensures that the tech companies have to use external third-party independent assessments of the content that they promote is going to be an essential component. It will not happen if it's just a self-regulatory mechanism. Both are needed.
So one of the things in the Code of Practice, of course, that demonetization of the dissemination of information, but as you're saying, okay, the commitment is there, but without the regulation to back it. And can I just ask, before we move on, in terms of the relationship between regulation, self-regulation, and the sort of work that you do, and I should have mentioned at the beginning, you provide this neutral, transparent index, which flags up the risks, as I understand it, of websites providing disinformation to readers. How does all that work together, the regulatory, the self-regulatory, and the sort of work that organizations like yours are doing? Because I want to keep coming back on this whole of society approach, and whether you feel that is a crucial element of it, getting that interplay right.
Yes, I think it's vital. So what GDI does very briefly is we assess, we're a non-profit, we assess the risk of open web news sites carrying disinformation. We then provide those risk ratings to the technology and the advertising technology companies to enable them to decide which content gets monetized, which content carries ads, and where content is ranked in search and social media feeds. And it's really important that GDI is a non-profit. You do not want your governments assessing what content we can see and what we can't see, and we don't want those who ultimately benefit from promoting content, the tech companies, to be solely in charge of that. I think it would be wonderful if there were a thriving marketplace of content assessors. Much like we have in the financial industry, we have a whole range of risk assessors. We have Standard & Poor's, Fitch's, Moody's, all of whom assess the risk of a financial product. That's the sort of marketplace I think would be very beneficial in the information marketplace. So there are many organizations assessing content who can provide data to the technology companies for them to make decisions about what content to share.
Indeed. Thank you very much. And Kate, complete the picture for us. I know you wrote a paper we heard this morning from the chair of the European Parliament's Special Committee on Foreign Interference. I know you wrote a paper suggesting possible future regulatory initiatives. We'll come to those in a moment. But on this broad question of the role of regulation, the role of self-regulation, and that balance between the two, how do you see that? And presumably that was the context within which you were looking at what might or might not be done from a regulatory perspective in future.
Yes, absolutely. And it was to an extent. On that overall question, it seems to me always that the public sector has a really important role to play in this space, and that leaving addressing disinformation or foreign interference to the private sector, so to the tech companies, or indeed to the third sector, isn't adequate, because it's the public sector that actually have a mandate to protect the public interest. And I think on that, when we think about FEME as part of the communication challenge, part of the social media challenge we've seen in recent years, we have seen the EU come a long way in regulation. Just as we've been hearing about the Digital Services Act, with the European Democracy Action Plan, with the Code of Practice on disinformation. But when we start thinking about FEME as an aspect of a foreign interference challenge, which is where we seem to be more today and with this conference, and thinking more about the security aspects, there I think we're right at the beginning of thinking about potential regulation on foreign interference. Foreign interference is a wide spectrum. It includes, as we heard earlier, it includes corruption, it includes interference with critical infrastructure, physical infrastructure, as well as the online infrastructure. It includes espionage, it includes a wide range of things. In some of those areas, of course, we've had regulation for years, and the question may be one of implementation. But when we think about foreign interference of the type we're talking about today, we don't yet have any regulation specifically in that space in the EU. And I think talking about regulation is important for a number of reasons. The first is that it shows a commitment that what you're talking about is clearly wrong. We're all talking about foreign interference today as if it is clearly wrong. We've just been hearing about that from the Commissioner. But it's not yet banned as such in the European Union. I think there's a scope for a discussion about that. But also because, and I'm not here talking about domestic disinformation. I know tackling domestic disinformation is important, but when you're talking about foreign interference, the calculation changes in terms of human rights, freedom of thought and freedom of access to and receipt of information that we've just been hearing about from the Commissioner is so important. You can think about regulation, both to show that things are clearly wrong, to act as a deterrent and prevent third parties like this commercial industry of influence from becoming involved, and perhaps to help create an environment around which a whole of society approach can coalesce, and we heard a bit about that from Alan Moon. And then also perhaps as a contribution to a global environment in which foreign interference isn't acceptable. So we can come back to types of regulation, but that's where I'm coming from in this piece.
Thank you very much indeed. Renata, just coming back, you called this a game changer moment. As we now look to implementation, what do you see as the key challenge ahead in order to make sure that it really is the game changer moment that you hope it will be? How do you see the way forward?
We don't have the, I think here, the time to observe the regulations first. I think we have to start being ready for enforcement on day one. Of course, you know that the structure that we have built with the DSA and DMA is quite complex. For instance, the DSA has a differentiation between, the very large online platforms and the others. There's a special regime for the very large online platforms that puts them into a regular risk assessment, into an external auditing, process that will take time. But I think what is important, also when it comes to the management of the expectation of the general public, is to show that if there are clear-cut cases on day one, that in the Commission we are ready to kind of apply the rules. I have lived through the implementation phase of the GDPR. I've negotiated this important piece of legislation, and I think it is the foundation of everything that we have since then built in a digital, transformation rulebook. But I think there, for instance, it was a different structure of implementation. When you look at the GDPR now, a lot of people are saying this is all good. This has been, also a game changer. This has been an inspiration for the world. A lot of partners in the world are kind of inspired by the principles, but there isn't yet the feeling that this has really changed anything immediately because of the enforcement structure, because of the slowness of it. So I think there's really a task for us to kind of show that we can deal with issues. But of course, it's not it's not black and white. We have to, in order as an enforcer, as a regulator, which we will become with the role given to the Commission on the DSA and on the DMA, we also, this is all legally relevant. This might be challenged. The first decisions that we are going to take on notification as gatekeeper or designation as very large online platforms might be challenged. So, but I think this is really a kind of a key moment to show that not only are we good at, coming up with rules because we have prepared for it with the code of conduct against illegal hate speech, with the code of practice against disinformation. This has been a well-prepared kind of, digital rulemaking, but that we are also ready to apply it.
Claire, a comment to that, and more broadly to the question. We've been talking a lot today about agility, speed, and Renata pointing to it there in terms of implementation of what we now have on the rule book. But in broader terms, how can we have, given how fast this moves, and we've heard a lot about the innovations by the FIMI actors as well as innovations encountering them, to ensure that we have a regulatory landscape that is future-proof, that can agile, not just in terms of the specific cases that need to be taken, but can adapt to this constantly evolving landscape?
Yeah, so great question. The content changes all the time, but the plumbing that puts the content in front of us does not change all the time. There are only a handful of companies, and they do sometimes change. If we'd been having this conversation 5 years ago, we wouldn't have been talking about TikTok, and now we are. But they don't change that quickly. So focusing on the plumbing, focusing on the algorithms that put the content in front of us is a way to ensure that we're always focusing, and we're focusing on the plumbing, not what's coming out of the tap. We're focusing on the gun, not the bullet. Or I liked Carl's stretching of it to the marketplace of people selling their wares for hire. If the algorithms that place the content in front of us, the key factor that we need to change is that at the moment, only the tech companies decide what are the weightings within those algorithms. If we can pass regulation that says that there is A, transparency of what those signals and the weightings that those signals are given, and B, that some of those signals have to be external, that there is some sort of external quality signal that goes into those algorithms, then it doesn't matter whether it's a domestically produced bit of hate speech or a huge influence operation from a nation state. It's still the same algorithm that's putting the content in front of us, and if there is an external body, hopefully a marketplace of lots of external bodies who are assessing that content, we will always be able to have an impact on both the monetization but also the ranking and down-rank the content so that fewer people see it.
Kate, I saw you nodding vigorously. A comment to that and more broadly to this question of future-proofing, because you're talking about future regulatory initiatives, hearing here, of course, and being pointed out. Now we need to implement what we've already got, and we don't have the luxury of waiting to see how it works before we go further. How do we resolve that conundrum?
Yeah, so firstly, I think everything that Claire's just said is so important. In an ideal world, why shouldn't I get to choose what I see on my Facebook feed or my Twitter feed? Why should that always be chosen for me? Introducing much more transparency into algorithms and ranking, I think, is a really, really key part of the jigsaw. But secondly, just coming back to your point on agility, again, if we think about this from a foreign interference perspective, rather than a disinformation perspective, so we see this FIMI as part of a spectrum of foreign interference. One thing that struck me during my research is that at the moment, there is no one actor or task force or body that has sight of all attempts at foreign interference into the EU. So if you are a threat actor, if you are, say, the Russian government, you have a toolbox of foreign interference methodologies that you could use. You know, will you use disinformation? Will you use corruption? Will you use some other mechanism? And you have financial flows behind that. Here, we're focusing on one tool in the toolbox, the FEME tool, the disinformation tool. But actually, I think what's quite important is to join the dots in our defense between these different forms of foreign interference so that you can actually strategically see across, okay, where are the financial flows? When are they using which tool and why? And if something is happening, say, if something is coming up in the Foreign Influence Transparency Register, if a red flag is coming up there, is that an indication that might be related to something that's happening on the disinformation side, for example? So I think joining the dots there is actually really important in terms of thinking about future EU agility on all of these issues.
And very much connecting to something that Lutz talked about at the beginning of the day when he was talking about, and the title of this event, going beyond disinformation. So yes, the battle of narratives, but focusing on the manipulative behavior, what it looks like, what tactics, what techniques are being used. For you, absolutely central. Renata, just coming back on this issue of future-proofing and how difficult this is. I mean, you're working DG Connect, where every area that you legislate on faces this challenge. How do you see the most effective approach to dealing with that?
I think it's about, going about the systemic kind of issues, about, what are the, of course, this is platform regulation we're talking about here, DSA, DMA. So really kind of looking at what are the kind of, as was described, what are the kind of systems that are being used, lack of transparency, monetization, a certain ad model, limited choice, I think limited kind of, power for the user to actually, make their own kind of choices. I think it's that systematic approach that will help us to deal with whatever illegal content might come up, whatever harmful content, whatever kind of manipulative structure and strategy on online marketplaces might develop in the future. I think in that sense, because it's a systemic approach on addressing the systemic kind of business model structures that we observe right now, and that we hopefully will shake up a bit and maybe also modify a little bit over time, that I think will help us to be future-proof. But I think when it comes to the issues that are being debated a lot here today, the kind of the foreign interference, I think these are aspects which are not so much at the heart of the DSA and the DMA, but rather about, making sure that we are getting better in detecting this together, the connecting the dots, the kind of creating the platform, the kind of seeing the trends, exposing this, and then use the means that we have. On corruption, we have very far-reaching anti-money laundering rules, if ever they were applied. We have by now very far-reaching platform regulation rules. We will apply them. We have very far-reaching data protection rules. Let's apply them.
So it's connecting the dots between the different pieces of legislation as much as it is when we talk about, and we talked a lot about situational awareness this morning. I want to move to self-regulation and the code of practice in a minute, Kate, but can I just ask you, because you pointed out, you said foreign interference isn't banned. And I just wanted to know whether you, legislatively, whether you think we need legislation explicitly banning it.
So I think we need a debate about this in the EU. So without coming to a conclusion, I think it's a discussion that needs to be had. In Australia, foreign interference has been criminalised. In the UK, in the National Security Bill, there are provisions to outlaw foreign interference. Other countries are thinking about it too, and I think it's something that needs to be thought about in the EU. Do we need to ban foreign interference? And then, if I may, there are some other bits of legislation that could be thought about. So one of them, I know there are discussions ongoing on funding of electoral campaigning, but also third-party election campaigning. So this is where a third actor, so let's say a government in this case, either funds electoral campaigning that they do themselves, so they're running, say, social media campaigns in support of a particular political party that's standing for election, or they fund an existing NGO. So let's say they take an issue, I don't know, let's say there's immigration, for example. They fund an NGO which is running a campaign for a particular political party because of their stance on immigration. And so indirectly, they're getting that. I think third-party political campaigning is something where, again, other countries, other democracies are taking steps to regulate and to limit or to ban this. And I think in the EU, there could be a debate about this too. Another area is the area that Carl Miller talked about this morning, about online manipulative practices. So these may or may not be foreign interference, but this is where you have this commercial industry that is getting into practices of influence, some of which seem quite illegitimate. I think there needs to be a debate here about which ones should we be banning. You know, should it be okay to be able to buy lots of negative reviews or to, well, you know, we heard that there are 250 of these practices. I don't think in legislation you'd have to actually itemize all 250, but it's about whether they are being exploited to breach people's freedom of thought.
Thanks.
So those are some areas.
Thank you very much. Renata, I think you wanted to come back, and Claire, I'll come to you on that issue.
Yes, I mean, just to explain that I don't think we are at the full start of this debate in the EU. I think in some areas that you touched upon, we are actually already quite advanced. For instance, when it comes to political campaigning, there are at the moment, you know, two legislative pieces out there. The one on the reform of the European, you know, the statutes of the European political parties, which deals in particular with the third country contributions as one of the issues. And the other is our, you know, sort of lex specialis regulation that we have done on top of the Digital Services Act on online political advertising, which is absolutely dealing with the kind of, you know, potential interference that we wanted to kind of address in an even harder way when it comes to the transparency, when it comes to the information that we want those who are behind the ads to provide, and for the individuals to actually be aware why they are seeing it, why they're exposed to it, and who stands behind it, and how much has been paid. So I don't think, I wouldn't kind of concur with you on that, you know, we need to start a debate. I think we are in the middle of the debate. You know, you might also know that in the Defense of Democracy package, there is a debate on how we deal with foreign actors that we so far haven't addressed. But I would find it difficult, if I may add a last sentence, to say foreign interference as such needs to be banned. I think, you know, we always have to be mindful also of, you know, finding the right balance between, you know, our freedom of opinion, our democratic values, and, you know, that we are not creating any ministries of truth here.
Thank you very much. Claire, a reaction to this, and then I'll briefly come out to all of you.
The only thing I would add is to support the point that often we have the right laws already, we're just not enforcing them. And I'll give the example of, I know we're in the European Union, but around the January the 6th storming of the Capitol in the US, one of the groups, all of whom leadership is now either indicted or in jail, had a thriving Amazon shop selling their merchandising, a thriving eBay shop, and one of the other organizations is a 501c3, a charity. So just enforcing the rules that countries already have and being a bit more joined up about all these different elements, whether it's monetization or abuse of tax code or corruption, would help significantly.
And can I just follow up with one very quick question on the self-regulation side? Because we've talked about the code of practice, but briefly, one of the elements of that is this idea of having a framework for permanent collaboration. So you have a permanent task force to look at this on an ongoing basis. Do you think that will work? And my second question relates to something that was asked by the audience in the last panel relating to financing by big tech of anti-FIMI initiatives. Where should we talked a lot about resources and the need for more resources, and some questioning of where that money should come from, and is it right that it comes from big tech? Just could you please just briefly on those?
I'll have a go at the second one. Obviously, the tech companies, the information disorder, one can equate to an externality, if I can use that economics term, of the technology sector. So their business model has created this externality, which is an incentive to create very polluted information ecosystems. So it is right that the cost of cleaning up that externality is internalized to those tech companies. So there should be money from tech companies involved in clearing up the problem. However, for many organizations, for reasons of independence, they cannot accept money from the tech companies directly. So there needs to be some sort of centralized fund, some sort of clearinghouse which the tech companies pay into. And when the money is then re-granted out to civil society or other organizations, there is no conceivable way that a tech company could influence them.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me just quickly go out to the room and see if there are any quick questions or comments. I see one over here, and I really am trying to squeeze these in, so really brief ones if you would. Thank you very much. Time is against us in every session.
Hello, I'm Sophie. I'm joining from Logic.
Hold up a little bit.
This working?
Yeah, that's better.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm not usually the quiet one. I'm Sophie. I'm joining here today from Logically AI. We're a private sector company in the UK. I wanted to ask specifically to Renata, if there's anything you could offer in terms of in what way you see the EAS's monitoring and analysis of FIMI as feeding into the implementation of the DSA. So what I'm specifically referring to would be the requirement of Article 34 for VLOPs to conduct the risk assessments on negative impacts to democratic processes, but also in the Commission's guiding of mitigation measures in Article 35, basically just the interaction.
Okay. I'll get into the detail of them in the limited time we have. But again, another issue of that joined up thinking between the different departments. Any other one? Yeah, please, Natalie, if you would, and I'll take one more in there.
Hello, I'm Carlos Hernandez from the Spanish fact-checker Maldita.es. We are at the task force of the Code of Practice. I would like to ask, how do you see the role of media in this, since we have this conversation with the Media Freedom Act about creating kind of a protected category when platforms are somehow asked to look differently to content by media, and how you connect that with the notion of how difficult it is to differentiate and define media so no rogue actors can claim to be media.
Thank you very much indeed. Quick one if you would, sir.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. Actually, my mind is exploding from questions and comments, but thank you very much for all the insights that you have shared with us. My question is, or comment is about banning media and whether we should actually debate the impact of that on freedom of expression and media and information and so on, free flow of information, not just within our own let's put it diplomatically, circles, but also in multilateral fora, since the EU is a champion of multilateralism. Because this is a critical issue, and yeah, I'll be brief like that.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Let's come back and perhaps, Renata, pick up on that question about the EAS, their monitoring, their analysis. You talked about situational awareness, knowing what we're dealing with, and how that links up with DSA implementation. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I can. As you rightly kind of quoted from the DSA, I think Article 34, Article 35 show the openness for the very large online platforms we're talking, in the context of the risk assessment and of the auditing, because of the societal kind of, impact the work of the very large platform has, both, positive and in a more challenging way. We will rely on kind of the broader kind of, context. And here, as explicitly mentioned in Article 35, codes of practice can be, but are not the only aspect, risk mitigation measures. So the idea is really that you would kind of, open this up to a broader societal approach. We will see how this evolves over time. I think this is also, I really think I wanted to bring home to this audience the idea this is a turning point we're in. Yes, we had a past where we only dealt with self-regulatory approaches, and we kind of carried them a little bit over into this kind of, DSA, DMA world now, but we have to kind of, configurate now the different kind of aspects in that new enforcing DSA, DMA world. So I think it's important to have that opening, but I would really not look at it in a static way. I think this is really an evolution that we will have to design together. If I could comment on the third question, because I think it was addressed to the Commission, I can only tell you that, the decision in context of the sanctions to kind of ban media operators was a very difficult one. But I think it's part of that acknowledgement that foreign interference is evolving. And I think it is also part of the broader conversation, and that touches on the second question of where we are in the European Union, and that's also something that I deal with in my current job, on media pluralism and media freedom, that brought us to develop even legislation such as the European Media Freedom Act, because we need, in this broader context, to define better the relationship between media outlets and the platforms on the one side. And of course, we also have to become real about threats coming from media outlets, like we have seen in the war propaganda in the war in Ukraine. So I think that's really, the other kind of, work streams. EMFA is one response to that. Article 17 in EMFA will provide a possibility to delineate better the cooperation platforms and media. And I think EMFA will also be a basis on which we will be able to take better informed decision on any future banning decisions that we might want to consider.
Thank you. A quick comment if you, Kate? Yeah.
Sure. Just on the third question, not on the banning, but on multilateral approaches in this area. I think this is an area where it's so easy to be misunderstood. We know that around the world there are domestic laws against disinformation or against false information which are not appropriate because they do not safeguard freedom of expression, and that's very worrying. We want to be careful not to be looking as if we are in any way supporting that kind of approach. I think that internationally, at the multilateral level, there is scope for a discussion about foreign interference being wrong, because at the moment it's not clear internationally that it is wrong. And as we've heard, there are countries that are engaged in it. But it's a very difficult conversation to have, because either it may lead or be seen to lead towards an encouragement to breach freedom of expression, or on the other hand, it could go in the wrong direction and be seen somehow to be endorsing types of foreign interference. Yep. So I think it's a discussion that is important, but it's an area that needs to be approached with a lot of caution and not at speed, probably.
Thank you. We are almost out of time. Claire, I don't know if you have something burning to add on that, or let us just move finally, because I'm doing it all day. The Commissioner asked for your ideas, your suggestions on the way forward. So as I have with all the panels, I want to ask each of you, of all the issues we've discussed in the last 40 minutes or so in this fascinating conversation, if you had to identify a key priority, a key next step in this area, what would it be? I'll go Kate, Claire, and Renata. Final word, 1 minute each if you would.
I'll be really, really quick. I think it's seeing FEME both as part of the disinformation debate, but also as part of a foreign interference debate in the ways that I've talked about.
Thank you very much. Claire?
Transparency and regulation of algorithms.
Thank you. And Renata?
A real enforcement strategy, a real enforcement effort, not only on the new pieces, but really on, looking at the digital rule box and kind of connecting the dots as was, developed here, making them all use for the purpose that we want a digital transformation that serves the human interest.
And on that incredibly self-disciplined note, very, very clear priorities for actions for the future, will you join me in thanking our panel very much indeed for a fabulous conversation? Thank you so much. So in her lightning talk earlier, Commission Vice President Jourova talked about, and I quote, the Kremlin fighting this war, the war in Ukraine, not only with bombs, but also with words. And so our next lightning talk fits very neatly into that, because we're going to hear what it is like to fight FEME with communication in times of war. And to do this, I am delighted to welcome Iveta Delikatnaya, co-partner at Ecom, a leading Ukrainian communications consulting agency. It is fabulous to have you with us. Thank you so much for coming. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Iveta and I'm from Ukraine. And actually, when I was proposed this topic, I thought of sharing with you all the great examples which Nina actually already mentioned today about humor and really creative ideas and really brave, extreme facts about how Ukraine responds to the war. But then I decided, since the name of the conference is Beyond Disinformation, I thought to raise the level of discussion to a bit higher level and to throw to your minds another ideas how to tackle disinformation and what concepts, communications concepts to use. So I won't give you many examples of Ukrainian response, but really share some strategic thinking of how we could tackle that. And I will start, yeah, it works. I tried to read this report very quickly, and I attentively listened to everything we were talking today about. And actually, we talked a lot about channels and technologies and platforms and corruption and money and resources. Only Nina mentioned creativity. Vera mentioned the word appeal, but I didn't hear any word like feeling, emotion, beliefs, nothing from actually emotional side. And I think the fact that we do not mention, did not mention this today, allow Russia to win the communication war, unfortunately. And still many Ukrainians, even Ukrainians, and of course entire Russia and even people in Europe are attacked and are manipulated by what Russia is doing. Here is the quote of Mr. Borrell's speech in October at ambassadors' meetings. And my question to you is, what do you think is the main word out of this quote? My personal opinion is souls. And actually, ideal communication, if we remember the formula of the effective communication, is the mix, the balanced mix between rational and emotional. And if we are talking, if our goal is to win the souls, we should first talk about communication, not facts and figures. And a minute ago, I asked you why Russian manipulation still work. And my answer is that actually Russia is a very, very strong brand. And they manipulate emotions and feelings of people under this branding, which they cherish and nourish for hundreds and hundreds of years. Actually, I don't know if you know this fact, but 25% of Russians live in houses without sewerage. And at the same time, they are proud to live in their country because they nourish this feeling of imperialistic suppression of the other world. And unfortunately, hundreds of people in Europe also play this game. They still visit ballet, they still read Dostoevsky or Chekhov and think that this is the products which make them culturally more developed, more unique, somehow higher than, cleverer than others. And what is Russia is doing, actually, they are creating another civilization. And how we call it from marketing terms, this is just differentiation. You all know the Peter Drucker quote, differentiate or die. And this is what Russia is doing. They differentiate themselves in comparison to the other world. They building another civilization. They do not want to be part of our civilization. And the tools of the branding, the symbols, and look how strongly they use the symbols with all this, we can repeat, and this is all these ribbons and stars and all the Soviet typos. So all this is about, again, branding. And if we looked at the brand pyramid, I don't know if you know this theory, which was offered in mid-90s by William Brown, actually a brand is a product saturated with emotions, which has its own character, tone of voice, style of communication. And I think that again and again, I repeat about emotions, that we as organizations, as countries, as governments, do not look at us as brands and do not think about us as organization who can allow to talk with emotions. And once I mentioned about the values, I would like to challenge you with another question. Is all Europeans share European values similarly? Look how Europeans, different countries, Hungary, Poland, Germany, France, reacted to the war. And actually, unfortunately, some of them claimed one values, but actually declared one values, but actually demonstrated the other ones. And this cannot happen if European Union will be the strong, consistent brand for all of them, claiming same values as it did, but unfortunately, the different countries do not share them as it is appeared. And actually, isn't it the moment when marketing tools can help us to solve this problem? And we should ask ourselves, what is European Union as a brand? What is its character? What is its tone of voice? What is positioning? What's differentiation point? And actually, we did this exercise once in Ukraine 4 years ago, with some of you in this hall participated in this project, and we tried to create European Union brand in Ukraine under Moving Forward Together program. And we had a big strategic session in the beginning, and we started to create brand equity of European Union. And to my mind, it was the first discussion among top UDEL people who participated in this session. They first in their life started to think, who is our believer? If European Union will be a person, what person it will be? What words this person use in daily communication. And then we created all the visual identity and used all the advertising tools and tools of mass communication, and shot a lot of advertising reels and did special media projects. And actually, we really suffered opposition because organization was not ready to buy TV by GRP, to shoot actors in commercials, but at the end it really worked. And the results which we got were really impressive. And actually they didn't differ from the results which brands gain in business. The awareness raised the perception. So the bigger awareness, the bigger the noise, the bigger the share the noise, the more people knew about European Union products and programs and offers, etc. This is the slide. It was the slide about the results. Yeah, so again, my idea for organization as European Union, for governments, for countries, to think about using marketing tools and definitions, as Ukrainians did during the war with many, many campaigns, including this one about the bravery. And another theory which I would like to throw to your minds is called insights. This is a very popular word, came to us from psychology, but let's look at it from marketing point of view. This is the figure of praising Ukrainians' approval to join EU in comparison to 2021. Within 2 first months of the war, this figure raised twice. And what is the reason for that? You will answer the war. Actually, the reason for that is fear. People are frightened, and again, this is about emotions. So people express so difficult, extreme emotions that their perception raised twice. Again, this proves from one side the effectiveness of emotions. From the other side, it proves the necessity to study what is in people's minds. And we in advertising use this insight term for many, many years, and we translated it as hidden motivation, hidden need. And when organization or the brand is lucky to find that hidden motivation, it succeeds in its communication because all its communication respond to that hidden need. And again, unfortunately, we didn't discuss this today, but and the report doesn't reflect this even in research tools and methods. Either we study the insights which Russia uses, either we study the hidden motivation and needs of different target groups and how Russia uses it, how they respond to it.
Very briefly now, if you would, Iveta. We're over time. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember, I rehearsed. I promised to fit 10 minutes. And all these words which I mentioned, brands, insights, symbols, emotions, that's all marketing vocabulary. I understand that marketing word is frightening you. And I understand that for organization as European Union, it's very difficult to embed such practice. But let's look at the examples. Actually, new ideas never comes from organization, from inside. If you want to bring innovation to the company, you always bring fresh alliance who change the organization. Mathematicians solve physician tasks better. Designers better design tools for surgery. And we have such examples in Ukraine. I don't know if you know about these facts, but many soldiers in Ukraine are professors, teachers, IT people, creative people, designers, sportsmen, and they all bring very different experience to the very well-established army, very closed organization, but they change it because they think differently, they think faster, they're result-oriented, and this allows to study how to drive tanks within 3 weeks, but not 6 months as it was planned before. And that's why this interdisciplinary theory for you is the preposition to think how to change such organizations as European Union, as if we would like to tackle this disinformation not only with tools, but with emotions, and respond to that task about goals and about souls and minds, which we started this conversation with. And I hope that I throw to you quite unexpected and maybe creative and maybe not diplomatic thoughts, but this was my goal because the name of the conference was Beyond Disinformation.
Absolutely, and you certainly
Thank
have
you.
done that.
And Slava
Thank you
Ukraini.
so much, Iveta. Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you. And we wish you all the very best, and thank you for reminding us that at the heart of all this, we are talking a lot about tools today, but as Iveta underlined so eloquently and clearly, it's appealing and talking to the emotion that is so vital. Iveta, thank you again very much indeed. So, we've been talking there about Ukraine, and Josep Borrell said and pointed out in his opening speech this morning that Russia has used FIMI as, and I quote, a crucial instrument of war, lying to lie and destabilize, he said, on industrial scale. What we want to focus on, we've talked about regulatory responses and other disruption activity. We want to focus now on foreign policy responses. What role can diplomacy play in countering FIMI with a focus, of course, on Ukraine? So I'm delighted to welcome my panel. Delighted to welcome William Cook, Deputy Director of Information Threats and Influence Directorate in the United Kingdom's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Do come and sit next to me, William. Oh, he's going to leap on the stage. Very good. Diane, and I'm going to mess up the pronunciation of your surname, Diane, Vujika, Global Engagement Center at the US Department of State. Apologies, I should have checked the pronunciation. How do you pronounce it correctly?
Darian
Vujitsa. Darian Vujitsa. Very warm welcome. And Lutz Gellner, back with us, head of the Stratcom 2 division in the EEAS. So a very warm welcome to you all. You know the drill, so let's jump straight in. And William, from your perspective, as I say, I mentioned that quote from Josep Borrell this morning from the High Representative. We've known all through the day, and this focus not just on disinformation, but manipulative behavior, which Russia's war of aggression has brought front and center of our discussion, not just a battle for narratives, much broader than that. What role has diplomacy played in terms of countering that, and how effective do you think it has been so far? Are we rising to this huge challenge? You don't. Yeah, that's what you should.
Excellent question. I would start by breaking down your description of the problem set ever so slightly. So, absolutely, as Josep Borrell said earlier, Russia is using information manipulation as a tool of war. It's also using the same information manipulation as a tool of suppression, and it's using the same information manipulation as a geopolitical tool. And the three are completely intertwined. So our diplomatic response needs to address all of those three areas. Firstly, how do we address the suppression of freedom of speech, of freedom of thought, particularly within Russia and for the Russian people? Secondly, how do we address the direct attempts to undermine the will of the Ukrainian people to resist, to bolster the will of the Russian armed forces, which I should say is probably the least successful of the efforts so far. But really crucially and importantly for the diplomatic response, how do we prevent the efforts to, for example, drive a wedge between, and I don't particularly like these terms, but they're helpful here, a wedge between the West and the global South through, for example, blaming European sanctions or US sanctions for food insecurity in East Africa or for economic insecurity in Southeast Asia. It's these responses and these issues which are absolutely critical to making sure that our response is coherent, effective, and that we can deal with that problem. So a couple of reflections before ending. I know I promised to be brief. So firstly, a reflection in terms of what works. Really holding a coherent, collective party line on the multilateral stage. This isn't just about regulation multilaterally, as a previous speaker reflected. This is about calling out and being strong in our response to multiple attempts to push disinformation, information manipulation through the multilateral system. Secondly, do it globally and do it together. It's critical that we act coherently, otherwise you just confuse the space further. Thirdly, this is not only about diplomats. So a diplomatic response, absolutely critical, but only if we are seeing a coherent response across diplomats, tech platforms, academia, NGOs, civil society. We have a collective responsibility here, and we have a collective, there's a need for collective action. Okay. And finally, the scale of the challenge. So Russia investing $1 billion a year and more in their efforts here. It's a big challenge to respond to. So we need to be crystal clear and clear-minded about where the threats lie. So where are the greatest risks and how do we address those as opposed to trying to address every single
Which comes back to the discussion we had this morning about situational awareness and where we are with all of that. I want to come back on those points that you made later on, but as you say, a multidimensional, multifaceted challenge. From your perspective, Darian, how effectively do you think the West, and you say you don't want to couch it in those terms, but how effective have we been in dealing with those three-pronged? If you agree, you may see other dimensions to it.
Well, I absolutely agree. But let me try to tackle this from a slightly different perspective, because when we're talking about countering FEMI and diplomacy, I think the nexus is just very, very wide-ranging. I think in this case specifically, before I get to the effectiveness question, it has enabled us in Ukraine and beyond Ukraine to materialize our message. It has allowed us to enhance our capacity building measures, which I can touch on more in a second, what I mean by that. And more proactively, which we all talk about in most of our meetings, take the fight to the adversary. So kind of a version or variant of pre-bunking. But I think the most important facet of this, and I really don't want to sound like a cliche, is the partnerships through diplomatic channels that has kind of enabled a more consolidated and focused response. So how effective we've been, I think a more complete and thorough judgment on this is we're gonna have to take that down the line, and perhaps it's not best judged by us. But just looking prior to February 24th of this past year, when things were starting to bubble up, I think through those diplomatic channels and multilateral channels, we already had an existing posture through our analytical forums that all three countries up here participate, as well as the communicators and policymakers, that the architecture, the foundation was already there. And 4 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to say this, but I think through the COVID-19 pandemic and all the disinformation and propaganda that came through that, we were forced to build these foundations. And so when another geopolitical event like Russia's invasion came about, we were able to kind of plug and play, which made us not make sure we're duplicating efforts and respond quicker. And just to briefly end on this, looking at it from a different aspect, how effective we've been, again, a more thorough judgment is down the line, but if you just look at the pillars and of Russia's disinformation and propaganda ecosystem as a totality, a couple of those pillars, such as the official statements made by their high-ranking officials, their state-funded media, and even their proxy websites, have been degraded over the past year to a certain degree. And some fantastic research done by the Pew Research Center shows not only Putin's, but Russia's favorability has been dramatically decreased. And we can debate the nuances of this, but the bottom line is their propaganda is not being internalized as much.
Okay, thank you very much. Lutz, the July 22 Council conclusions in this area talked very specifically about the EU and member states stepping up efforts to reach out to third countries, both to support Ukraine and to counter these false narratives. How effective do you believe that diplomacy has been? Would you share Darian's broadly positive assessment? We can talk about the challenges ahead, but a broadly positive assessment of what we've achieved, and William's identification of the dimensions of this.
I wouldn't give an entirely positive, conclusive kind of comment on this, because this is work in progress, and I think we know this. It is a changing landscape, it is a changing challenge that is developing in front of our eyes, and that's why we also need to permanently invest in our activities and even in our internal structures, and I think that is really important. And if I look here into the room, there are many representatives of the member states where we discuss on a regular basis, how do we do this also together? How do we do this burden sharing? And as we discussed already throughout the day, it is not just about effectively communicating. This is part and parcel of it, but there are many other things that we need to look at. And I think speaking about the challenges still, the real issue that we need to face is that you just said multifaceted challenge. What is the challenge? It's a communication challenge, but it's also a challenge of digital issues, as we heard in the panel beforehand. It's a channel of democracy and human rights in our own countries, but also in third countries or in our partner countries. And let's not forget, it's also a question of internal security and of our foreign policy making. And all this comes together and is, of course, complicating the picture. I think, speaking for the EU here, we have invested a lot in our relations, or in this issue with our neighborhood in particular. And I have the privilege in my fantastic team to have task forces that are focused on specific regions to do exactly these things, to enhance communication with new forms, methods, instruments, but also to address disinformation. And I think this focus in the end helps us also to make progress. And I would say we made progress, definitely, but the challenge is very big. And we see now that this is a worldwide problem also in all other regions. And this is something, just to take up also what both Will and Yanni have said, where we can only face it together as partners. And for me, these institutions that some people feel are just names like G7 or others, they are really important platforms where we go together, where we work hard, where we share insights, our approaches to see how we face this. Not we against the rest of the world, but what is your experience? What have you learned in your work there?
Thank you very much. And I want to come back on the issue of international collaboration later on. But just picking up on that point about the challenges that Lutz was making. Darian, given your positive assessment of where we've got to, nevertheless, enormous challenges remain, not just in relation to Russia's war and aggression in Ukraine, but more broadly. What we've heard a lot about today is that constant innovation by FIMI actors, and therefore the need for constant innovation, constant development. In terms of the diplomatic response, do you think we are, with the sort of structures that have been developed, the things that are coming together, are we agile enough, can we be quick enough to use diplomacy effectively to counter these innovations?
Well, my sunny assessment was partial, just to be clear. I said we can be graded down the line. The answer, I think the most direct answer to your question is, if there is a urgency, then government can be agile enough. But that urgency has to be backed by political will, and the political will from high-ranking officials. I think everybody on the stage will agree when the top leaders come knocking, we can all respond in a very agile manner, whether that's clearing a press statement or coming up with some sort of communications campaign, etc. But this is what we've talked about previously today. I think one of the key facets where we need this multi-stakeholder approach to countering FIMI, because 98% of the time, governments is not going to be agile enough in a tactical manner.
So that is how, when I wanted to ask you later, and we'll come back to it, the who needs to do what, it's that agility that has to come from elsewhere, because you simply can't. Is that something you'd agree with, William? And how do you see the challenge ahead? Don't touch the buttons.
So I think it's a...
Started playing with the buttons, makes me very nervous.
It's working, we're good. I think this is both a combination of agility and preparation. So you can only be agile if you have the foundations in place. And if I look back at some of the success stories of diplomacy in this space, and particularly since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, one of those success stories for me is looking at the African members of the UN Security Council, so the non-permanent members, sitting there and directly calling out what Russia were doing, coming back to the foundations of the UN Charter, coming back down to the really basic principles that draw the diplomatic community together. And they did that in an incredibly powerful way. Now, that relied on an ability to see through the obfuscated mist that the Russian state had been throwing at them, relied on trust with those who were able to show them the reality of what had been happening. So that trust, those partnerships had been built over time, and it relies on individual sovereign states being able to make their own sensible decisions on the basis of good evidence. So it also relies very heavily on us, if we want to be effective diplomats, if we want to be effective at influencing in this space, we need to be able to have the right evidence, clear, honest, impartial evidence and advice that we can share. And that is, that's a critical part of being able to mobilize the international community where there is a malign threat in the way that we've seen in Ukraine.
And look, just coming back, so we're really talking here about, yes, about what diplomacy can do, but we're also talking about what it can't. Why that whole of society approach that we've been talking about is so important. And in terms of really responding quickly, and you emphasize over and again how fast the tactics change, the techniques change, the procedures change. Do you feel that in diplomatic terms, I mean, given what Darian said about there are always going to be limitations on how agile you can be, that we are in the right place broadly here?
We are in the right mindset already, and that is because we have been working on this for a couple of years now, and we have, let's say, educated each other also with our experience. But as I said before, I think there is still a long way to go, in developing these instruments, in not only understanding the issue, but also deploying the right instruments. And since we're not only speaking about diplomatic tools, but also about foreign policy tools, I think it's important to mention one tool that just came quickly up in the round before, and that is the very sharp tool of sanctions as well. We have very carefully used these sanctions. We have thought very carefully also about it. We have not taken any of this lightly. I think none of the entities represented here on the stage. But we are convinced that it was necessary to sanction Russia today, to sanction Sputnik, not because we didn't like the one or the other kind of post or the opinion of the one or the other journalist there, but because they are a tool, an instrument of the Kremlin to support its strategic aims. And they are not a media, they are not an outlet in that sense. And I think this is the type of discussion also that we need to have, and that we are also putting in place. And there is another element that also came up earlier. I think it was Kate mentioning that beforehand. That is, if we believe as an international community that there are certain rules of the game, how you can behave as a state, that it's, I said a bit colloquial, that it's not okay to interfere in the affairs of another one with a malign intention to destabilize, to erode trust, to confuse people, then we should think about, can we not create rules for this? Can we not create international anchor points? I'm very careful in the choice of my words, because I know this is a big job, to develop, and will be very, very difficult. But this international norms or principles development, I think, is another really important element that we need to discuss.
Thank you. And just picking up, William, on that point Lutz is making there about, we're not just talking diplomacy, we're talking foreign policy tools. He talked about sanctions, and you talked about your first principle was holding the collective party line on the international stage. We seem to have been pretty effective in doing that. And in terms of the sanctions response, what is your reading of how well that has worked and whether it will hold the longer this situation goes on? How do we make sure that the diplomacy around this, to make sure it holds, works?
Look, it's going to be an ongoing challenge, not least because as the war continues in Ukraine, the extent to which people are fatigued by the news stories, the extent to which people really care about finding out the truth and care about, spend time thinking critically about this challenge is only going to decrease. So we're seeing globally levels of interest are beginning to drop. Beginning, I should say. They're still quite high levels of engagement. We're seeing people increasingly focused, completely unsurprisingly, on their own interests, so their own security, their own economic security. And that's where the risk of information manipulation can really play. So in Indonesia, for example, people care about the economic fallout of the war. More people in Indonesia think that NATO are responsible than think Russia is responsible. Within East Africa, that's a very different picture, but people still care about food security, energy security primarily. So it's important for us in terms of our foreign policy toolkit and the way in which we interact with other countries reflects that full range of issues, as Lutz said. So this is not only about this is not an anti-Russia campaign, this is not about stopping Russia, this is about the partnerships we have with countries all around the world, recognizing the risks that they face and providing the support packages that they need in order to be able to take global, collective, sensible
And it's quite striking, and Lutz, I'll come back to you, but I want to come to Darian first on something Josep Borrell said in South Africa, and when he made a speech, and he was talking about, we're not asking you to choose sides, and how you frame diplomatic cooperation in this area. Darian, perhaps a thought from you in that, and you talked about driving a wedge between, and you said, I don't want to talk about it like this, but simplistically, the West and the global South. How do we do that, and how do we make sure that we keep talking about like-minded partners, but how far does the like-mindedness need to go, if I can put it that way?
Well, that's, I think, a debate to be had, but how we can show that is by extending a genuine hand in some of these things. So just a practical example, if we're talking about like-minded partners that maybe not everybody agrees is like-minded, I'm not going to say any particular countries, but we can, for example, if we truly believe that most like-minded partners need to have a counter-FIMI capability within their own government as a source of resilience against foreign threats, we could provide that training to them without any sort of stipulation, so extending that hand without any stipulation to help us message against Russia or China, for example, but to be rather kind of genuine in our outreach.
Which goes back to your capacity building point. That's how you do it. You provide the tools without determining how they will be used.
Without stipulation.
Yeah. Lutz?
Well, very much in the same vein, and maybe picking up on what Will just said. I think diplomacy in modern times is not anymore made in headquarters and kind of sent across the world. It needs to be applied to the local specificities, to the situation, and especially on this issue, which is mixed with many different elements of history, of realpolitik, and many other things that come together. And we have to be careful in kind of designing the perfect approaches. And that's why these more kind of giving our hand, reminding ourselves and our friends and partners of principles, such as, for example, the UN Charter. You know, we all agree on the UN Charter. It's not about taking now a specific side on here or there, but are you in favor or not of keeping these principles? These are the questions that we need to ask. And the second thing, I think also the High Representative said it this morning, is something that sounds a little bit abstract to us. Sometimes, you know, like food security can become the top #1 issue for other partners. And if we don't understand how close this goes, and if we don't invest also in our emotional capacity to understand this, it will be difficult. But I think we are on a good way.
Can I come back on the resources issue? Because I was struck by something that you said, Will, in your first intervention when you were talking about the focus. You said resources, you know, we need to focus. We need to be very clear what we're using them for. You didn't say we need more of them. Now, I don't know whether that's because you are realistic enough to know you're not going to get the resource, so there's no point going to it. But is it a question really of how we use the resource we've got? Or is it more a question of saying, look, this is a threat landscape that is constantly evolving, is growing all the time, and therefore we simply need more. So I wanted to ask each of you in terms of the resource issue, and Lutz, I know, and we heard this morning Josep Borrell talking about CSDP, missions and operations, having more resource, meeting those targets of doing so. Let me actually start, Darian, with you on this one. Is it about using the money we've got in a more targeted, focused way, money, teams, expertise, or is it just we can't do this without more?
It's a mix of both, I think. I mean, sorry for this diplomatic answer, but it is really about if you want to do something new. And I look back at, and my team is here in the room. You know what we do in the Western Balkans, what we do in the eastern neighborhood, what we do in the Mediterranean. You need experts for this. You need people who know what they're talking about. You cannot just do this kind of off your cuff. And for that, you need resources. But there is an end to what you can do, whether you have now, if I look at staff, for example, if you have now 20 or 30, makes maybe a difference, but if you have then 50 or 60, doesn't really change anymore. So then you need to better connect what you have. And since you mentioned our missions and operations, we have realized that actually these missions and operations are coming under attack, if I can use that term, with disinformation, with information manipulation activities that target partly their reputation, which is already an issue, or the stability in which they are operating, but they target also the individuals, even the soldiers or the personnel that we are sending there, if it's civilian staff, for example. And that is something where we also need to be be clearer that this is a security issue, and that will, of course, require some resources to do this. It doesn't
But as
fall out of the
we're going to
sky.
hear more in the next panel, when we talk about partner regions, we're talking about action in a lot of different regions. Eastern Partnership countries, the Western Balkans, MENA, you know, it's a huge range. So, Darian, is it a question for you of saying, okay, these are the priority regions, these are the key areas, or these are the key ways in which we need to use our tools and our resources, or is it simply we can't do it without more?
Well, we would always like more resources. But let me give a brief answer. I think everybody that works in government in this room can probably relate to specifically working on counter-FEMI issues, and that is that maybe it's not a question of the resources we currently have, but more of understanding the problem beyond disinformation in a way that we haven't adequately done so far. And what I mean by that is disinformation is not siloed in the information environment. There's components of strategic communications, there's components of diplomacy, cyber actors, et cetera. And I think that if we were to break down some of those silos, we would find a lot of duplication where resources could be freed up or streamlined, and to use the wonderful resources that we do have, like our embassies in the field, as one of the main sensors of picking up at a local level what is happening, communicating back so we can proactively counter that. So I think it's framing the problem in a different way in this, let's say, digital age, that first step that we should take, and then ask ourselves, what do we need?
Thank you. Will, you raised this issue in the first place. What's your answer?
Well, look, if anyone in the audience has some spare cash knocking around, I'm sure we can, I'm sure we can use it.
Have a look down the back of it.
No, look, I agree with Lutz and Yanni on this. Where we need to invest is our threat assessment, our understanding of the problem, beginning to think about this problem in a more concerted, coherent way. So prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we did some, within the UK, we did some work on this. We thought about it primarily within Eastern Europe. We thought about it in terms of COVID. We didn't think about it in terms of a genuinely global challenge, a genuinely global risk that we need to think about, including in terms of international security, right? So we need to build that understanding. But the tools to deal with it, yeah, maybe we need to invest a little bit in them. But the tools are things like, you know, our cybersecurity offer. It's it's sanctions, as Lutz was talking about. It could be our food security support. It could be our development support. It could be economic partnerships. It could be trade partnerships. All of these things we have resources for already. It's about how we understand the risks and how we target the right tools to the right issues.
Thank you. I want to come back on the issue of working together, working across the Atlantic, working across the Channel, as we now have to talk about. I'm still not used to it after all these years. But any questions or comments? I'll come if nobody else, but you've had the floor once, so I just want to did you have the floor before? No, I didn't think so. Thank you.
Sorry, Brady Hills with the International Republican Institute here in Brussels. It's more about the question about sanctioning RT and Sputnik, which I of course, do not disagree with, but given that these, the threats we're facing are more strategic long-term influence operations, generally when we're talking about things like eroding trust in democratic institutions, I'm curious to know where do we draw the line as far as that risk assessment of when sanctions are necessary? Because obviously RT and Sputnik are not the only state media or sources out there, Telesur or various Chinese state broadcasters are also tools of their state apparatus that are also hostile to our democratic norms and practices. So at what point do we need to think about sanctioning them, if we should at all?
Thank you very much indeed. Any others? I think you're in luck, sir. Back to you.
Thank you. I'll be brief again. So building on what the panelists said, and especially William and Lutz, my point is if we do not engage on the international anchor points that Lutz mentioned, my fear is that it will not be just a wedge between the global north and global south. It will be actually deepening divisions between the global north and the global south, quote unquote, of course.
Thank you very much. Any others, briefly, before I go back? One more. It's good for me, this. I get some exercise. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. My name is Thanos Etistas. I'm from Greece. I'm a fact checker. So here's my question. We've noticed that the disinformation regarding Ukraine that is coming from the Kremlin is reproduced by far left and far right media. They coincide exactly. They copy-paste each other. What is your take on that?
Thank you very much. So how it plays in, indeed, to that debate within Europe and that polarization of our societies. Look, there was one very specific one relating to the media. Perhaps we should start with that.
Okay, I try that. I think the short answer would be it's a political decision. It's a political decision that we need to take as a society, as in our political decision making. In the EU, it would be the member states taking that decision. That would be the easy answer for you. The bit more complicated answer is related to the threat that we are seeing. And that's why we always come back to this issue beyond disinformation. What is behind it? How do we analyze? What is the nature of the threat? Because the moment we would take sanctions because we don't like what a person is saying, I think we will have a problem. But the moment we take sanctions because we see that there is a whole apparatus behind, that there's a whole machinery behind, that we find is illegitimate, and that's why also the idea maybe to have some international norms kind of on that developing, but just in brackets. That is the issue that we need to look at. So let's not reduce this debate about a convenience kind of decision in terms of, again, what we like or what we don't like, but something which is related to a state-sponsored activity with potentially serious effects. So this is really the basis of the decision that we need to take, and that, for me, is also the clear line, that we need to have in that debate. For the time being, we have very clear legislative situation in the European Union. These decisions on Russia Today, Sputnik, and a few others have been taken kind of in accordance with our, let's call it the law, or with the regulation as it stands. And but this reflection, of course, is ongoing. Some feel more comfortable, and some feel a little bit less comfortable with
Other comments on this or the other issues raised, Will?
Just very quickly, we thought very, very carefully within the UK around sanctioning RT and Sputnik. There's quite a lively debate, as you can imagine. If you look at it from a different perspective, there are conversations out there, those who want actors within RT and Sputnik to be tried for war crimes, for inciting crimes of aggression, for inciting some of the awful acts that we've seen in Ukraine. That's a whole heap further along down the path than where we started with sanctions. But if you look at what the accusations there, and if you look at the clear evidence trail for how state-directed activity through those organizations has led directly to appalling acts on the ground, then you have a pretty firm foundation, and it's no longer about freedom of speech.
And that link, Darian, that was being made between the sort of narratives that are being used in a war of aggression that are then taken up and used, going back to the lies and destabilization point of earlier, to increase polarization within our own society. So the connection between the foreign interference and the internal challenge and the external.
Specifically in the case of Russia?
Let's focus on that for now, yeah.
So if we're looking at Russia's lies and where they kind of, well, first of all, I think we have to acknowledge in this day and age that this competition for the information environment, which is ubiquitous and global in nature, there's no start and stop like in a kinetic war. So it's something that we have to be not only mindful of, but readjust our expectations as communication or counter-FEMI professionals to deal with. And one of those is that something that may happen abroad can also impact our homeland to sow those divisions. And I think that's where, like in the case of the United States, we are still trying to figure out that line of which agency does what. because someone coming from the State Department, we have very, very, very strict guidelines, and for good reason, to not touch anything once it hit mainland United States. But I think this will be a future challenge because there is no border for information.
Any other quick comments on that before we try and chart the way ahead? Will first.
Just a really quick one. The direct question was why do we see this so much in polarized left-wing and right-wing media? Yeah. Really, obviously and clearly, directly, because that's Russia's modus operandi, particularly relating to this invasion. So they seek to find where there's already a rift, where there's already division, and then amplify that and drive a wedge through it. So if you find the most extremes on the political scale, that's where you're going to be able to find some of those divisions, and you're going to be able to incite people to do things that the general population wouldn't otherwise.
If you like, it's the low-hanging fruit as far as they're concerned. Lutz.
Not just on this issue. I mean, this is exactly where this famous internal and external security nexus needs to come together. And yes, it is difficult if you are a country like you, or if you are like the European Union, where we need to discuss these things. That is our difficulty, but I think this is one, or not only one of the challenges, this is one of the areas where we really make kind of, or have made a lot of progress, not only on FIMI, but you heard what my colleague Joanneke Belfort said in the morning on cyber issues, on hybrid threats, etc. This is the area, and I think we are on the right way also here.
Thank you. We are almost out of time, but I want to just focus back on this issue of collaboration and working together, the international cooperation. And Darian, you raised it. You talked about those foundations that were built, and particularly during COVID, which have perhaps prepared us better for where we are now as we face the Russia situation. But in terms of building that collaboration, is it enough? I mean, you're going to probably say, well, it could always be more, but very specifically, are there areas where you think we could do more together?
100%. I think my number one point from my remarks in this panel, if a lesson for the future, and something that I think we're all internalizing now, is every single democracy or like-minded partner, whether it's a small democracy, medium-sized, or large, needs to have full capacity or full capabilities, counter-FIMI capabilities, not just as a piece of resilience for its own sovereignty, but to bring to these multilateral stages, because that is truly one of the key ways that we're going to protect this, let's say, liberal, international, rules-based world order that we all have a say in.
Thank you very much. Will?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have seen some really positive collaboration through the G7. The G7 RRM is a good example. We have some foundational principles, but also some of the multilateral system that we have thinking about this space. Think Global Media Freedom Coalition, for example, our broader, bigger picture, thinking about the information environment, thinking about how we work on internet policy. Less thinking about the direct, pointy end national security, international security risks that arise from when a state undertakes malign activities in this space. So yes, we need to work together more to think about these issues. We need to think about them from the combination of the principles of freedom of speech, the UN Charter, as well as on international security. And as Yanni says, it's important that we all collaborate. So we are gradually building a greater and a more invested and a closer knit international community who think about these issues. But we're at quite early stages in that. So in 5-10 years' time, I hope Lutz invites us back and we can get together and say how fantastic it is that we have worked together so brilliantly over these years, and this is what we've achieved. But right now we're at those early stages. And
so let's shorten the time frame from 10 years to the next year, Lutz. For you, key priority, key next step in terms of building that international collaboration.
I think just look into this room here. Who the people are who are here. Member state, European institutions, international partners, industry, civil society, researchers, etc. That is what we need to build. We need to create the platforms, the places where we get together, where we practically can work on these issues. That I think also what the High Representative has talked about on the analytical side. We also need to do more, as we're doing already in G7 and in other fora, to look a little bit closer, not only how can we admire the problem, as I talked in the very beginning, but how can we do practically, how can we deal practically with it? And eventually, I come back to the point, we also need to think, if we can identify what the problem is, in every policy discussion, in a domestic policy discussion, if you have a policy challenge, you have a value that is threatened, then you think, how can you address it? Usually with rules or norms or something, and that's why I come back to this debate. I think that is absolutely necessary internationally to have this discussion.
Thank you, and thank you very much to you and your team for putting today together. Ladies and gentlemen, will you join me in thanking our panel very much indeed? We are going to come back on these issues of collaboration in our final panel after the coffee break, our panel on partner regions, and then we are going to hear from Stefano Sannino, Secretary General of the EEAS, with some closing reflections. Coffee is served, 30-minute break. I'll see you back here at 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. Could I ask you please to take your seats again as we're going to get underway in a couple of minutes. This is the last time I'm going to nag you today, I promise. Thank you. So do I have Russia and Alain? It's as quickly as possible now, please, so we can get underway. I'm just looking for Lutz. There he is. Sorry to interrupt. One very quick thing. I don't suppose there's any danger of Stefano not being here on time. But as he's not here now, just... If you could take your seats, and if my other two panelists are here, perhaps they could already join me on the stage, because we're going to dive straight into our next session. Hello, Alain. Please. So you are Russia. Did I get the pronunciation right? Perfecto. And Alain, is Alain here? Perfect. Very warm welcome. Okay, so welcome back, and apologies that I've had to drag you away from the coffees and the nice meals and all the conversation. I know that when you come to these events, that is as important as anything that happens in the room, so I've tried to respect the timings, but we have also been on a very tight schedule all day to cover all the very important issues we've been discussing, so I thank you for your tolerance. All day, we have been talking about partnership. We've been talking about collaboration, about how unless we work together across all the different actors who need to be involved, but also crucially at local, at regional, at national, at European and international level, then we simply cannot address this challenge. So we're going to use this last panel today, and as I say, after that we're going to hear from the Secretary General of the EAS, but this last panel is going to focus on partner regions. We want to compare notes, discuss to what extent the challenges are common, to what extent they are different and tailored, and consider how effective these partnerships are now and what more could be done to foster even greater collaboration. Where does the focus need to be? What role do our panel see the EU playing in all of that? So a very warm welcome to Mark Owen-Jones, Assistant Professor of Middle East Studies at the Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar. Very warm welcome. Rasha Nedlikov, who is Program Director at CRTA, the Center for Research, Transparency and Accountability, a leading group of activists and journalists in Serbia and the Western Balkans. Lovely to have you with us today. And Alain Chabois, who is Senior Manager of Investigations at Code for Africa. And I'll let you tell them more about what Code for Africa is, but as I understand, put very simply, a collaborative pan-European federation of civic data and civic technology organizations. So it'd be very interesting to hear your perspectives. You know the score. I'll jump in, I'll come out to you in a little while. But Mark, let me start with you. In terms of, so you all come from regions that the EU has focused work and is building collaboration, cooperation with, looking to support work, looking to address issues together. Can you just assess for me the challenge in the region that you're working in, Middle East, and the approach taken towards it? I want to see how much commonality and how much difference there is in the challenges you face as the backdrop to our discussion.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. It's great to be in Brussels again. I missed the rain.
No, you don't.
So I think I want to start on a higher level with some of the challenges. I think, you know, the thing I'd like to mention, I mean, this conference is called Beyond Disinformation, and I think at times we need to have a conference called Beyond Russia and China. Not because I don't think disinformation or FIMI from Russia and China is a real pressing and urgent problem. Of course it is. But I think what we need to be careful about, crucially, is maintaining the level of interest and the relevance of regions like the Middle East when it comes to foreign interference and manipulation. And I think, firstly, the EES is doing a really good job at this. They've actually been, I say, probably one of the only political entities or connected political entities in the world reaching out in order to try and establish better relationships with the region. The reason I think it's important is because we see the language even in the conference program of things like neighborhood. These geographically rooted terms are a bit outdated in a digital age where being a direct neighbor doesn't necessarily affect the nature of digital disinformation, which has been mentioned several times, travels at great speed across borders. And I think one of the things, certainly, just to bring it back to Russia so people keep listening, is that there's also the danger of you know, creating an area that becomes a bit like a tax haven, but for disinformation. And I think what I've seen in my work, especially over the past few years, is sort of, you know, the Middle East has in a way become a place where disinformation runs rife. There's little regulatory oversight. There is abuse by regimes who aren't very accountable, who engage themselves in this manipulation. And I think, particularly in the Middle East region and in the Gulf, where you've seen this historic role of playing off the US against Russia, and we saw this at the very beginning, the invasion of Ukraine in particular, disinfluencers, and I use the term disinfluencer to mean influencers who routinely spread disinformation, were often engaging in this narrative of like, oh, who are we going to back? And adopting some of the narratives we saw coming out of Russia, such as the biolabs conspiracy theories and other such things. So I think we need to make sure that this region doesn't escape focus, especially now that, you know, certain outlets have been banned, for example, in Europe, but we see Russian channels disseminating information freely in the Middle East, also through Chinese language Arabic programs. So I think focus is key.
Yeah, and which brings us back also to that issue we were talking about in the last panel about not defining this as choosing sides, but defining this as working together in areas where we see a need for collaboration across borders.
Absolutely, and just one thing, whilst you mentioned that, and I'm glad you did, is it was mentioned earlier that disinformation or FIMI should not be a partisan issue, and I agree. The problem is, it inevitably does become a partisan issue if people, especially in the, forget the term global south, believe that the West only care about disinformation or manipulation when it affects them directly.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Rasha, from your perspective and looking at Serbia, Western Balkans, a lot of work, the EU working intensively with the Eastern Partnership countries on these issues, and the Western Balkans seen as particularly vulnerable in this area. How do you see the challenge and the response so far?
The challenge is huge. And whole day I was listening to brilliant colleagues and trying to understand the whole problem, and then I actually realized that problem in the Western Balkans and in Serbia in particular is even bigger. Because the intensity of the foreign malign influence would be relevant or smaller if you wouldn't have the local actors who are supporting it and driving it. And foreign influence in my country is actually driven quite free of charge, meaning that local actors who are in some countries, maybe opposition leaders, maybe some smaller or marginal media outlets, but in Serbia, for example, those who are spreading and producing information manipulation are those who are leading the country. Mainstream media outlets with the support, financial, political, and every other media outlets are actually producing information manipulation. And in that sense, the whole of our societies in the Western Balkans are victims of the intended manipulation. And somebody mentioned today correlation between undemocratic tendencies with malign influences. And these weaknesses, of course, that Western Balkans is still in the wars of the 90s. We did not face our military past, war crimes still not being completely faced by the individual countries, especially those who had the most and the biggest role in the 90s, like the Serbia had. In these countries where war crimes are still something which you don't know whether to address somebody as a war hero or as a war criminal, and in that environment where we don't have the legacy of democratic culture, where institutions are corrupted and where media credibility, that is the last checks and balances mechanisms for combating attempts to manipulate with the people, when that failed, basically what we are left to are single groups of small media outlets, civil society or non-profit organizations who are establishing media and trying to combat that. Maybe the only ally in this kind of action, we do see the European Union, especially because of the values that we were talking today, values around the democracy, because for us, that is the only way that we could actually combat that.
I want to come back on what that alliance means and what you need from the EU and how to make that really work. But let's complete the picture. Alain, tell us a little bit more about Code for Africa and your assessment of the scale of the challenge in Africa.
Yeah, so Code for Africa is a civic tech organization currently operating in about 23 African countries with a staff of about 120 staff within the African continent. So looking at the challenge now, I think we are referring to it as FIMI or foreign influence. And I think one thing I know is African governments are still trying to cope with what is disinformation in the first place. So I would probably say in Africa, what we've seen at the moment, looking at specifically FIMI actors on the continent, is the growth of the shadow economy that we've been speaking about over the last few hours. And I think one more unique situation that we're looking at Africa is there is a lot of usage of not only open social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter, but we're increasingly seeing these actors building, technologies that are able to share mass disinformation content through dark social media channels. And by this, I refer to the WhatsApp, Telegram channels. And the reason this is important is because with the main focus on looking at, Facebook, for example, Twitter, and how those platforms are being used to influence the local citizen. In Africa, that local citizen doesn't primarily look at Facebook, for example, or Twitter. Their go-to platform is the WhatsApp and the Telegram channels. So it's a little bit, I think we need to be thinking of a way of also now, how do we approach these spaces that are being used to actually disinform the public, and how do we counter this shadow economy that is growing and supporting this specific disinformation action within the continent. The other thing I'd like to mention is, I think specifically in Africa, we do have what we call the cargo cult syndrome. I think maybe most of you would have an idea of that. And this specifically means, we do have a lot of research that is being done in the global north that focuses on Africa, right? But not many people in Africa read that research, right? So it doesn't primarily make an impact. So I think we need to try and think of it more of how do we empower local organizations that understand the context, that have those regional, links with the governments, with the, the local citizen. And that way, I think the research that we do and all this information that we generate to understand the information disorder will be a little bit more impactful on the continent.
Thank you very much indeed. And just to follow up, Alain, to what extent, I mean, Africa is a huge continent. You said 23 countries. I was going to ask you all to what extent you think the challenges you face are common and to what extent they're different. You've already, Russia, outlined some of the reasons why Serbia is very different. But even within Africa, enormous differences. But is there, therefore, so when we talk about collaborating, when we talk about partnering, how do we make that work, given that the challenges are different? Or do you believe actually at their root, some of them, they have a common root and therefore we can collaborate effectively?
We definitely can collaborate because a lot of the FIMI actors we see operating on the continent and also local domestic actors use existing societal issues to actually amplify the content of their agenda, right, and their goals. So I think it is important for the collaboration aspect. A lot of these, existing societal issues are like extremism, right? Looking at, elections, during elections. And there's already a knowledge base on how to actually identify influence that is being targeted at these specific environments. So the collaboration will be really important because that means the same practice or the same operations, for example, by, Russia using the food aid crisis in different regions, if we are able to do an investigation, say, in Asia and collaborate that with what we are seeing in Africa, I think that will be really, really impactful.
So a good point there in terms of it's not just who the EU partners with, but partnering with each other as well. Same question to you, Russia, in terms of that commonality of challenge and therefore where we can learn from each other and where the challenge is so specific that it requires a tailored response. And so, where are the limits of that collaboration, if you like?
Well, there are so many similarities, especially around those information manipulation when it comes to authoritarian environments. Those are quite the same, populistically speaking, in every corner of the earth. So in that sense, we are, of course, looking on the practices that are being applied to try to counter them. For example, when the war in Ukraine started, we were especially comparing the narratives that are being used to undermine EU or to vilify the West, and how these narratives are being used in a political context in our region. And for example, Bucha was being used in a way to connect with the emotions of people in Serbia to the cases from war in Bosnia and in Kosovo. So the same patterns of manipulation are being used, just the different cases were being used. And from the perspective of collaboration and what we can learn from each other, I suppose all of us, we are searching for tools. We are searching for solutions. And it's extremely difficult. As I said, in an environment like I'm coming from, all of the mechanisms that were supposed to be the bans for the influx of the information manipulation are dissolved, are completely broken. Institutions like education system is corrupted. Media completely, or media that are most influential, those who are financed or controlled by the government, with a minimum of professionality or credibility. Civil society actors are becoming maybe the only actors with just specks in the academia sphere. In the political spectrum, pretty much all of the actors are trying to use similar mechanisms to their convenience. So in that sense, the only allies that we have the leverage that we have. For example, one of the good occasions then the leverage that we have in Serbia is our EU accession path. Without that path, without that future in strengthening Serbia, we wouldn't have any kind of leverage. And the only allies that we could have are international partners, organizations who can maybe borrow some of the methodologies, borrow some of the tools to us, and not to have to, reinvent the wheel every day in every country.
And you pointed, Mark, in your reply to my first question, to that difference, if we focus solely or seemingly on Russia and China, we are neglecting very much the concern. In fact, you see it within the EU, because the further away you are from Russia, for example, the different your perspective is towards it. But nevertheless, do you think there are commonalities? And what lessons do you think we can all learn from each other?
Well, I mean, I think there are commonalities, and I think Russia and Alan highlighted these really well, especially when it comes to techniques of manipulation, what particular methods, what platform-specific methods, because every platform has different functionality affordances that lend themselves to particular techniques. And these are generally used by different actors. But I would just say an important thing about focusing on all regions, the development of techniques happens asymmetrically and in different places. So you might see a country, I don't know, in the Middle East that develops a particular way of manipulating Twitter's algorithm using fake accounts. And maybe that will transmit somewhere else. If you look at the work on colonial policing, people often think that policing was something that was exported from the colonies, but often, British police abroad would refine these policing techniques and send them back to the center. So we need to actually look at the transmission of techniques between regions. And if we don't look at the region or pay enough attention to them, we're going to be missing out on those developments.
And how good at the moment is, with the first panel today, we were talking about situational awareness and that threat landscape, and we heard about the report. How good in your regions is the mapping of this problem?
It's not great. And there's a resource issue here. There's not enough people who are invested in this problem. I think recently there's examples of where problems lie. And I think someone earlier mentioned things like NLP. Some of the techniques that we're developing or being developed to tackle might be language specific. One of the reasons, for example, Facebook found in an independent report found that, for example, Palestinians' rights had been violated more, is that their classifiers on the Arabic language were not good. Right, and they've disproportionately classified Arabic content as being likely to be harmful, right? So this is just one example, for example, how localization within social media companies is poor and suffers it. And language is important. We talked about region, but when you look at the Middle East in particular, it's quite an interesting region because you have 25 countries in which Arabic is spoken, right? There's not many regions in the world where you have that. And so what you have to look at in the region too is who has digital power? Or who are the digital superpowers? And by that, I mean, who has the ability to leverage digital technology to exert influence domestically, regionally, internationally? And that inevitably falls to the Gulf states, which have some of the highest technological penetration rates in the world, right? So when we look at the development of techniques, we also have to look at the places that have significant in terms of their digital infrastructure. And the Middle East is one of the most penetrated digitally places in the world.
And that mapping in Africa happens. How good is it? And how joined up is it with mapping in other regions of the world?
Yeah, so in terms of mapping in Africa, I think we only have like countable number of organizations that actually does the mapping. A lot of the organizations focus more on the content, but we all know when you're looking at FIMI as a problem, the content is not the only focus. There is the behavior, the key actors that you need to map. So I would say it's not as comprehensive as we'd want it to be. I would probably give an example. As Code for Africa, we've looking at one of the key players, as you know, on the continent, which is Russia. We've been able to map about 74 campaigns over the last 2 years, which is not that much because, you can imagine there is a lot of pro-Russian campaigns on the continent. So that means you need like the skill set, you need the resources to actually implement that mapping. And there's very, very few existing organizations that can actually do that. So that's the first thing. And maybe just to expound on what Mark has said, like on the continent, we have about 2,000 languages, right? And that is quite a lot. And the NLP models, natural language processing models, trained by social media platforms to identify, toxic content online is very limiting because it will be only probably less than 10 languages in Africa that actually have been mapped, right? So that means a lot of content remains invisible, even to us as researchers. And I think we need to now, of course, look at these different languages on the continent. How do we actually, how do we find organizations, expertise, individuals who can actually help in mapping this out in order to even, in the first place, understand the information disorder on the continent? Yeah.
In terms, Russia, of capacity building, and when we're talking about mapping, one of the big issues is the capacity to do it, the resource to do it, and so on. How would you assess, I mean, for you, what is the greatest challenge for an organization like yours in the particular circumstance that you've described so eloquently? Do you have the resource you need? Is it about money? Is it about skills? Is it about what is absolutely central to building the capacity to address this most effectively?
I would say that the main challenge is motivation. To find the strength to fight this battle. Because, there in my office back in Belgrade, there is a cartoon I got from Germany. There is a small rabbit trying to cross the road, and there is a car approaching. And in order to be noticed, that rabbit is keeping in hands like the picture of deer in order to be bigger. Mm-hmm. And most oftenly, we are actually like the small actor. Although organization that I'm coming from is quite big for Serbia, but we are extremely small. And we are trying to combat the problem that the whole infrastructure of the state is, not only of one state, is standing behind. So in that sense, I would say that finances are the least of our problems. Not that we are relying on a lot of them, but the biggest challenge is the knowledge and the skills and the tools to understand. Like I am, for example, given the fact that in Serbia, we don't rely that much on social media. The actors are not using that channel for spreading information manipulation. Because they have the direct channel, and we are, as a quite conservative and old nation, in that sense, we're relying, vast majority of Serbian citizens are relying on TV. TV is captured. TV is the main source and generator of the manipulation. With the supported EAS initiative, CRTA is doing the mapping of the narratives, and we are just piloting the methodology for the past couple of days. And what we realized, there are two master overarching narratives that are being spread in our country. First one is to vilify the West, so to present the West, meaning US and the Western democracies, as the bad guy. The second one is to create the cult of personality of one actor, one political leader. And this is something which is done through state-owned media or media that are affiliated to the government. And all of these stories are being produced by domestic journalists or conveyed by the public officials. So when you ask me, what kind of a support do we have? We need a political support. What we are talking here today is not, at least from our perspective, is not a communication issue, is not a campaign issue, is not the skill in that sense. We are talking about the political decision to manipulate citizens in order to achieve political goals. And in that sense, in Serbia, for example, we have completely different realities. If you are like a part of majority of citizens who only have the source of information, mainstream media, you are going to be completely deluded in sense of every political or societal issue.
Thank you very much. Well, Mark, from your perspective, and looking at the capacity building side of it, where is it, do you have in the Middle East the capacities you need? Where are the biggest gaps? What is the greatest need?
I mean, it's a big question. There's need for, as Alan mentioned, I mean, even like NLP, more investment in training language models. You have to start from the bottom of the stack in terms of trying to develop all these technologies. You need fact checkers. I mean, some people dispute the legitimacy of them. But you also need, again, in terms of, we talk about media literacy, but and whole of society. But with whole of society, you also have to, strategize and prioritize what kind of techniques you mean. I mean, are we talking about education at a school level? Are we talking about just training for people, teenagers using social media and how to use it better? Are we talking about retraining for journalists? I mean, let's not forget one of the most egregious disinformation operations I've worked on was it was a group of journalists who didn't exist, who were using AI images and stolen Facebook photos and fake profiles on LinkedIn, managed to publish about 120 editorials in about 49 different publications, and these were vetted by editors, right? The thing that they all had in common, the reason they succeeded, editors, many of whom were experienced newspaper editors, didn't actually get a video interview with any of them. They relied on solicitations via email. And these are people who are experienced, and we've been talking about post-truth for 10 years, right? So we actually, at some point, need to sit down and talk what we mean about media literacy before we even start talking about capacity, because we talk about it, and we talk about pre-bunking and debunking. But at the moment, I don't think there's a unified tool set and strategy that covers the whole of society that we can approach. Because at the moment, I just see lots of problems and lots of potential for fixes, but I don't think there's an applicable toolkit yet. But in terms of the actual scale of the problem, there's just so few people, I think, working on the FIMI space in the Middle East. And many of those who are either affiliated with the state or funded by a state or get, again, some money from tech companies. And we've already talked about how that can potentially be compromising.
Okay, let's come back to this partnering issue. And first I want to talk about partnering with the EU and then partnering with each other directly. Alain, from your perspective, in terms of the EU's support for capacity building, it's trying to build its own capacity. The EAS is focusing, its Stratcom division has been working to build its own capacity to expand its work, but also to support capacity building in the partner regions. How effective is that? What do you need from them? And I might even ask, what don't you need?
Yeah, I would say less training and more more technical mentorship and, technical expertise.
Why do you say just because people are, why less training?
No, because I think there is a lot of investment into hit and run training. So these are like 1 week courses for journalists to train them on, fact checking,
right?
Which isn't effective. I think it doesn't give someone the capacity to actually do this type of research, right? So we don't want to focus on the training element, especially hit and run training, and focus more on a mentor-based, training, right? Not really training, but like technical, getting someone from the start to the end. It doesn't take a very short time, like a 1 week training. It actually takes more, right? It takes, I think, at Code for Africa, most of our mentorship sessions take at least 3 months. And that is the one that you've actually fast-tracked, right? So I think that is the support that we actually need to invest a little bit more on in order to actually research the problem on the continent, right? Yeah, so I think that is what I would say. Yeah.
Anything else you need, want, or don't want? Come back. For you, Rasha, what is it the EU can do? How effective is the support that you're getting now? And could they do more? And again, I'd like to ask the same question in terms not only of what they can do and should do, but are there things they shouldn't be doing?
Well, those things that they shouldn't be doing, I'm telling them to their faces. I'm kidding. But one of the things that I believe is strategically important is strategic partnership.
Yeah.
And I think that there is a lot of knowledge among the colleagues in different divisions of the EES that we actually, from the civil society, feel completely exempted. In that sense, we also think that there is a need for increasing the capacities of the Stratcom, for example, and we do see a need for Stratcom being more present in Western Balkans, being on the ground, being able to completely understand the environment, because there are so many differences. In the same time, when there are common things between the different misinformation or information manipulation practices, understanding on how to solve the problems in the Western Balkans is most probably completely different than in your environment. For that sense, I think that there is a need to have much bigger presence, and then also making joint efforts in order to combat the things that we identify as the potentials for changes. For example, when we are thinking on what can we do as a small rabbit from the story before in order to influence change of information manipulation where the whole system is working for it, being sustained on it, actually. We are saying money, right? So those media outlets are being financed directly to spread information manipulation, but then also there are advertisers. And for example, there are 2 advertisers coming from the EU companies, that spent in the last year each 25 million euros for advertisements in actually 2 TV stations that are the most active in spreading Russian war propaganda. One is German company, the second one is Dutch company. Completely legit advertisement in our media. But that same money is enabling these TV stations to luxuriously work against the interest, because they are not only serving Russian war propaganda, they're also serving, in this case, Serbian undemocratic propaganda.
Which comes back to an issue we talked about in an earlier panel when we were talking about the revised code of practice and this emphasis on the demonetizing of the dissemination of information. That needs to go beyond our borders very clearly. Mark, in terms of capacity building and the support the EU can and is giving, and how effective it is, and what more you would like to see?
I mean, I can't speak too much to exactly what they are doing, but I know that the ESs have provided a lot of monitoring capacity, which then at least gives people in the EU an idea of what's going on. So it's expanded the capacity to understand, get a lay of the land, which I think is great. I think, as Rasha said, you always need more capacity in that regard. I think, we're talking a huge increasing number of personnel do that. I'm not saying it's realistic, but I'm saying in order to effectively monitor the situation, which you need to do able to be agile, which I keep hearing today, which I really like, actually. You need more capacity in that regard. As for what they shouldn't be doing, I mean, that's between them and God. But,
Well, you already pointed to when you said, be careful not to make this solely about Russia and China.
Exactly.
Be careful not to frame it.
Okay, on a general level, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think with regards to, say, Stratcom South, that focus is already quite explicit and clear, and, they'll be the first to be sort of saying why this region is important. And I think, that needs to be hammered home, and it needs to be hammered home continually. And I think, on a general level, there needs to be maybe a more kind of a clearer relationship between people also on the ground, because so much anti-FIMI work is done from activists, journalists. It's informal, labored network. And I think maybe there is communication between those bodies, but even more communication, I think, would be useful.
Thank you very much. And I want to come back on collaboration, creating, I think one of the phrases I've liked is that network of defenders, and how the EU can support that, both collaborating with the EU, but also with each other in building that, and whether the EU can use its convening power even more to help do that. But let me see if there are any. It's your last chance, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone has a question or a comment to what you are hearing, now is your chance. I see one. Yeah, can you, Natalie? Thanks very much.
Thank you. My question is to Alain. You mentioned a very interesting thing when you said that a lot of disinformation. Oh, sorry, I'm an academic from Riga. My name is Una. Yeah, let's get that out of the way. So you mentioned that a lot of this is being spread through Telegram groups. And given that you are doing these investigations, it's a question, how do you handle this? Because this almost adds another level of complexity to your job. You have to almost infiltrate these groups then. Plus, those are converted people who are consciously joining those groups. So I was just wondering if you could talk more about the process. I feel like we can learn from you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Come back to you in a minute, Alain, but let's take one from Beatrice.
Hi, everybody. Maybe just to add, the question is also to Alain, because we last year did a case study on Kenya, and one expert highlighted the importance of local radios in Kenya. So also to understand how to add another layer, which is the specificities of the media market in different countries in Africa, and maybe even aspects that we are not considering at the moment, and we are not looking at the role of local radios, for example, in Kenya. So just adding that to the layer.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's come back, Alain. Both questions to you, so tackle them head on.
Yeah, so there are some secrets. I hope we don't have tech platform policy teams here. But yeah, in terms of WhatsApp and Telegram, I think we do have a couple of innovative ways we've started to look at, specifically because the advantage is that the FIMI actors and specifically disinformation actors also want an audience. So what they primarily do is they create a Telegram group or a WhatsApp group, then post the link on Facebook or on Twitter, and then, fetch audience from there. If you want more information about this type of content, please join these Telegram groups. So as researchers, we also, find those links, join, yeah. So it's quite a process, a laborious process, but I think there are some ways to do it. But of course, we need to, have a conversation with the platforms themselves in order to see how best to implement the monitoring. The other question about media monitoring, yes, so at Code for Africa, we actually created an African-specific media monitoring tool called Civic Signal, and it ingests like all the media, digital media content that we do have in Africa. I think in Kenya we've mapped about 500 digital media platforms at the moment, and we consistently ingest their content every single day. So that makes the analysis a little bit easier. It's more problematic because when it comes to radio, because a lot of the audience in Africa also listens to the radio, it's a little bit harder to do it on radio, TV monitoring. We definitely want to share ideas with other regions to see how best to do that. But I think there are ways we can do this on the continent at the moment. But I think we only have data for the last 2 years, so it's still limiting. Yeah.
Thank you. We are moving towards the end of our discussions. I wanted to focus now, and if I could ask you, Russia, first, in terms of networks with different regions, to what extent are you collaborating? We talked about EU support and capacity building and so on, but to what extent are you communicating and collaborating with other networks of defenders? And if you're not doing much of it, is there more the EU could do to support those regional collaborations?
Networking takes resources again, and being spread in trying to fight these big fights leads us to quite difficult, approach to actually network and connect. My organization is part of the international fact-checking network, so it gives us access to different resources and also the possibility to try to tackle, with the big companies who are influencing even our environment. Although I was talking about how traditional media is influencing our information integrity. On the other side, I think that even right now, I actually realized what we can, benefit as a region, not only as a Serbia, from more working with Code for Africa, for example, because there are things that they developed can be easily implemented in our region and help us be more efficient. And this is something which, fortunately, there was some kind of understanding from the partners in the UN who are supporting these kinds of initiatives. On the other hand, there's just a few of us. And when it comes to your question again from the previous round regarding the Stratcom, I was thinking what would happen if there was no Stratcom? And that is when I actually realized that strategically, there are really few or almost none of the actors who are dealing with the information manipulation in that way. And I also want to thank for this kind of opportunity even to learn today, but also in the past months and years in collaboration with Stratcom.
But as you're saying, it's that convening power so that we come together, dialogues like this, where you've heard something today that makes you think we need to talk, we need to collaborate. Is that for you, Mark, one of the key things the EU can do using that convening power? And in terms of where to collaborate, where should the focus be, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think absolutely convening power is key. And I think, it helps keep people informed, but it expands people's networks and hopefully the possibilities for collaborations. And I want to answer the network question as well. I mean,
Yeah.
for me, it's a very informal kind of thing. There might be some disinformation or suspected, hashtag on the other side of the world, in Canada, or, in the case of Ukraine, I've been asked, people get in touch, say, oh, can you do a network analysis of this hashtag? And I'm like, yeah, sure. If I have the time, I'll do it, It's almost kind of like this very informal system.
And sort of ad hoc basis.
It's ad hoc, And
is that the way it needs to be, or should it be more systematic?
I think systematic, you need the systematic element of it. But I generally work on my own, and sometimes in collaboration with other people. But at the same time, we've already talked about some of the elements that are problematic, such working with a tech company, having an agreement with a tech company can be potentially problematic in terms of compromising one's integrity. But at the same time, I think an important thing that I wanted to say, and I want to end on, is you also have to be careful I say you have to be careful when you're talking about FIMI, because some people's foreign interference manipulation might be another person's positive messaging. I recently, in Iran, with the Masa Amni, for example, one of the most kind of, I suppose, biggest apps of platform manipulation has been pro-protests in Iran. And of course, you can agree that the Iranian regime is repressive and terrible, but does that mean then we shouldn't say that there is clear manipulation going on the hashtag simply because we might, for example, agree with regime change? And then by doing an analysis on that hashtag, you might be isolating some human rights defenders who believe it will be instrumentalized by the Iranian regime. So, when we talk about FIMI as well and collaborations and networks, are we actually talking about deceptive manipulation, or are we talking about manipulation that we disagree with? I think we actually have to have a conversation at some point about what constitutes manipulation, because if we want to get away from this partisan notion again, talk about media literacy, then to be non-partisan, we actually have to treat disinformation equally, and we also have to be showing people that we actually care about it equally. Okay. And I think just on the critical bit, one of the reasons we're suffering in the post-truth age, I think, is because people are aware that sometimes there is a partisan nation to news itself. And if we continue to perpetuate that, we're not going to get very far in trying to raise people's media literacy
Thank
levels.
you very much. Alain, I saw you nodding there. I don't know whether you wanted to react on that. But also in terms of, do we need to do more to establish stronger links between networks of defenders in different regions? And if so, how can the EU help?
Yeah, definitely. And I think I have 4 different ways I believe it will help. The first one is basically acting as a convening power to bring the platforms to the table. I think building on some of the work we've done recently in Kenya, where we had a partnership with the United Nations to do early warning detection of hate speech and toxic content during the election period. One of the key things they did was, they brought to the table, TikTok, Facebook, Meta, and all the other bigger platforms, Twitter included, and we were able to actually, as researchers, as investigators, to show them what we are finding, right? And that really helped because they did implement some of the actions on, to counter what we were exactly finding. So acting as a, convening entity to bring the platforms to the table is really important. The other thing is looking at, the global best practice. So, for example, when it comes to regulation and legally, I think the EU has done quite a lot on this issue. So some of the African governments have no idea how to even start, right? So I think just being able to bring, that knowledge, global best practice from different organizations that have done this successfully and countries that have done this successfully on the continent will be really important. 2 more things, just quickly, is breaking the silos. So the other thing I noticed, for example, when you were doing the monitoring in Kenya, is we have different programs that focus on the same thing, but we have those silos that we don't communicate, and no one really knows what the other person is doing. And at the end of the monitoring period is when, aha, you also did the same thing I was doing, right? So I think just being able to convene different organizations that fund work that kind of are similar, I think it will be really.
We've been talking a lot about breaking down silos. There's another one, and avoiding that duplication. Very finally from each of you, and very briefly, if you had to pick, I don't know whether you want to pick one of those key actions you identified, but a key next step, if we are to really ensure that the sustained partnership and the collaboration that is needed to address this issue. We've been talking about it all day and how fundamental it is, and you've all reinforced that. A key next step to really build on that. what would it be for each of you in 1 minute each? Alain, of all the things we've talked about, what would you identify as the key next step?
I think connecting the organizations and, implementers doing this from a global, global level and bringing them together on the table to sit, share ideas, methodologies, that will be like the power to solve it.
Russia?
I would say further strengthening local actors, because without local actors, fighting the malign influences is impossible. And the second one, help us make European companies allies in fighting Russian war propaganda.
Thank you very much. You have the last word, Mark.
I agree with both of those, but I will say, make sure you're regulating the supply chains of disinformation. And by that, I mean companies operating out of Europe, especially the UK, which is still part of Europe, not the EU, who engage in for-profit manipulation.
And on that note, will you join me in thanking our panel very much indeed? Thank you to all of you. So we are moving towards the end of our discussions. Can I just ask if we have someone who can help bring the lectern back onto the stage? Because before we close, and just while that is happening, just wanted to thank all our panels very much indeed, not only for their fascinating insights, but also for their willingness to engage in conversation and put up with the disciplines of such strict time constraints. And thank you to all of you for keeping your interventions brief and to the point. I think it's been very, very rich discussions. We were asked today at the beginning to come up with some ideas. I think you have thrown many ideas out there, many priorities for the future. It is now my great pleasure to give the floor to Stefano Sannino, Secretary General of the European External Action Service, for some reflections. Please, sir.
Pleasure to be with you tonight. I don't know if I have to have concluding remarks, because I should have listened to the whole of the discussion, which I didn't. I just had the chance of listening to part of the panel, but a number of elements that maybe I would like to share with you. Following this on a more regular basis also, and I have to start thanking the colleagues that are dealing with foreign information manipulation, in particular Lutz, who has been always instrumental in this area. But I would like to thank also all of you for being with us today. I think that somehow the idea of bringing experts around the same roof, people that are reflecting on this issue, it's something which is relevant because it is a common endeavor. I was interested in this discussion because somehow I had also a sense of the soul searching that we are still doing about foreign interference and foreign information manipulation interference. Soul searching because it is true that it's a difficult balance to find between how the information is used or misused, especially against the openness of our societies. And that's something that we are very often discussing, which is the dividing line and how far we can go also in countering foreign information manipulation. It was interesting, the note, because it's easy to see this manipulation for things that we do not like, coming from areas that we do not like, but maybe a little bit less when we agree with these ideas. You have had a very large array of different actors and practitioners from member states, from different institutions, from NATO, from around the world. As I was saying, the idea is how to, and that's really the bulk of our work, how to avoid that this manipulation can become a weapon that is going to be used against us, against the openness of our society. it's interesting because in some areas we have started not only reflecting but also acting upon. When it comes, for example, to foreign trade, we have agreed on measures to reduce the interference of foreign investments, the screening of foreign investments, inbound, outbound. We have created measures to counter economic coercion. But when it comes to the manipulation of information, then we are more hesitant. And that's why it's very important, all the work that has been done for creating a toolbox where we are also more proactive in the work that we want to do. And one of these elements, and the High Representative Borrell announced this morning, is the launch of this new information sharing and analysis center on information manipulation and interference. This is a virtual space that wants to bring the community together. It's something that we had already somehow envisaged in the strategic compass, or in the work that we want to do in order to enhance the concept of security for the European Union. But I also think that this can be a very useful tool to create awareness, situational awareness among all ourselves, and a better international cooperation. And again, I mean, in the discussion that you have just had, it was clear that more cooperation is needed, structured or less structured, but still it is important to create more sense of common purpose, and also to develop our countermeasures. I would like maybe to come with three main points that I would share with you. First of all, I think it's about the scale of the phenomenon. And this is something that honestly is unprecedented, and especially during the Russian aggression against Ukraine, this has reached levels which were not seen before in the way the disinformation has been used, not only when it comes to the conflict, but also when it was coming to the international environment. You see the campaigns that, for example, have been launched in Africa. It's quite amazing how strong and how spread are these campaigns. And I think that this is also an indication of what could come next, especially from state or non-state actors that are very shrewd in the way they use these instruments. There is a lot at stake from that point of view, and that's why the institutions, the government, but also the private sectors or the civil society need to take a number of actions in order to avoid that this situation could create risks of failure in our entire societies. And certainly the definition of international norms is one of those, but also that how to avoid that artificial intelligence and technologies could impact negatively and have an impact on this process. And that's where I think that we need to work together because the European Union is at the very center of this process. The second point is that we need to look also at the systemic measures that we can introduce in order to enhance the resilience of our societies. And that's an effort that we need to do collectively in different sectors. There again, there are areas, maybe it's not but in cyber, for example, we have started at least to understand that this is an exercise of awareness that we need to do, and we need to work in order to avoid the possible impact of cyber attacks. And we have to do the same also when it comes to manipulation of information, and that we have to have a process which is a sort of constant learning and adaptation to these challenges, because the challenges is evolving constantly. And then the third point is about the fact that the global information ecosystem around the world is in a state of fluidity, it's suffering from a decline in terms of journalistic standards, but also in decline in terms of media freedom that are being challenged constantly by the digital autocracies. So from that point of view, we need to work much more on partnerships. We need to put in place the capacity to work together to protect our reality and to protect our democracy. Was mentioned before about the importance of having a stronger strategic communication structure here in Brussels. We are working on that constantly. It's not easy. I mean, we're always fighting against the lack of human resources. But there is another element which I think it's important, that it was mentioned about the presence on the ground. And there, I think that we do need to make a substantial effort in order to be present more in different regions of the world, because we have a very limited presence, and we do need experts that are doing this kind of work. We can, let's say, somehow put together creative solutions when it comes to the headquarters, as we are doing now with the, this Africa task force that we are creating, let's say, pooling resources within the house, but it's very difficult to find this kind of expertise in our delegations around the world, and we need that kind of expertise on the ground. Commitment on our side to work in that direction. I want to make this point strongly, especially with our budget authorities, with the Council and with the Parliament. We need a commitment, we need an engagement. This is recognized by everybody, but at the same time, we need then to draw the conclusions and act upon them. Just maybe a final remark, and that I would like to share with you. And that does not come from me, but comes from what has become a very good friend of ours, Maria Rassa, a Nobel Prize winner that you know all very well, that was saying that the key elements in our democracy are facts, truth, and trust. And she said that without these three elements, we have no shared reality, and we cannot solve any problem together, and we cannot have, at the end of the day, democracy. And I think that these three elements, fact, truth, and trust, are the elements that we would like to enhance and create as a motto for the work that we want to do together, and for which we need your help and your support, and also your ideas to bring forward this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Stefano. And very much there, echoing many of the messages that have come through time and time again, both in terms of the challenge that we face, but also the way forward. So thank you very much for sharing that with us, and thank you for being with us today. We are almost at the end, ladies and gentlemen, but I just want to give the floor back to Lutz just for some brief closing remarks. Lutz.
Were actually done by Stefano, not by me. It's really concluding. And number one, I would like to thank you, Jackie, for keeping us, for bringing us throughout the day.
Very much.
I have to admit, Jackie and I know each other already for a long time, in different lives and different capacities, but the way you kind of guided us through this day was really outstanding. Thank you very much for that.
Number two, I wanted to say something about protection of freedom of speech, because it came up so often. And I think also here I would like to paraphrase. If we use the protection of speech as a pretext not to protect our speech, then we have a problem. So what we need to do, if we want to really protect our speech, freedom of expression, we need to guard ourselves against manipulation. And this balance we need to find. I think this summarizes a lot of these soul-searching problems that we are looking at, and that is so important. Third comment is coming very to the beginning of what I said, beyond disinformation. I think today everybody has heard this point. Let's not just focus on narrative after narrative. This is not about good or bad, what we like or what we don't like. This is about hard evidence, what we see in behavior. This behavior-based approach will help us also to get away from guessing, from anecdotal evidence, but to fact-driven policies. And I think this is so important. And I would like to do one little shout out to one person, I hope he's still in the room, that has developed a lot of this work, and that is James Pammond, who has done a lot of the thinking about this behind. Where is James? I don't know, maybe he has already to leave, but anyway, so we do not want to claim everything about it, but it is really an important work that has been done before. And of course, the most important point is the networking point. And I would like to thank you for joining us today, all of you coming from different parts of the world, not only from the other side of the Atlantic, but also our colleagues from Singapore, our colleagues from Canada, from Brazil, and from many, many other places. Of course, our EU colleagues who are all here. And the last word is the most important, and that is thanks to my team who has been organizing that. Without this fantastic team, we would not be here. And a lot of people thank me. I need to pass this on to this amazing group of people. And I will just mention 4 of them who have been really instrumental in putting this day together. That would be Sim, come forward, Kaja, Sabrina, and of course, Katharina. So now I got totally confused who to kiss and who to give the flowers. You see, that is total, but this is, we're just one family and one team. So thank you very much. I hope we can continue this discussion, and we will. Thank you, have a fantastic evening, and I think lots of food of thought. Back to Jackie for the very last word as usual.
Thank you. And can I just say, without that team, I mean, you made my job easy because it was so fantastically organized. You put such great panels together. So thank you very much for a great collaboration. Thank you to our support and tech teams for all their work today.